The young mistress took the golden dragon skin away from Light Ray and put it in her pocket. She was not afraid that someone would tell on her. Now that she had made some contributions, if her character was perfect and she was popular, the Heavenly Father would be wary of her. The Heavenly Father was a good boss. She had to show some of her shortcomings so that they could get along well in the future. Therefore, she had no qualms about holding an adult golden dragon skin. Sia stayed on the new creation planet for half a month to cure the light. Along the way, she also listened to the teachings of the Heavenly Father several times. Over and over again, the final battle between the good and evil had not really happened yet. This time, it was just a rehearsal and so on. The new gods listened with bitter faces. Everyone's condition was really bad. They could not fight even if they wanted to in a short time. The Heavenly Father knew the situation of his subordinates. Their divine power level was below half. If they fought again, more than one light ray would be injured. The legions replenished their ranks and recovered their strength. They were ready for the next battle. After another half a month, the great battle ended. The multiverse seemed to have quieted down. Thea returned to Earth. First, she accompanied Diana to bury the Amazon sisters. Then, she paid a visit to the magic school. They had also contributed in the great battle. Other than Constantine, the scoundrel, all the teachers were injured. More than 30 students died in the battle. Among them, 5 celebrities died in the battle. 2 artists died. Yellow Lantern and Blue Lantern's families had to be compensated. Green Lantern's death also needed to be sent back to the main planet of Ura for burial. Thea sent away the reinforcements of the various lanterns. The tense atmosphere was gone. She could finally go home and take a breather. Chapter 738. The Morgan family, as a traitor, was condemned by people all over the world. The family property was seized and all of it was gathered to establish a victims' fund, which was used as compensation for the dead and future living expenses for the injured. 150,000 elite soldiers died in battle, 700,000 soldiers were injured, and more than 300,000 of them lost their ability to move and needed to be supported by the country. The amount of money needed to pay for this could not be calculated in a short time. Coupled with the loss of various weapons and equipment in the battle, a huge number was shared among the countries. Even with the Morgan family's property as a foundation, it still made the finance ministers of various countries tremble. Moira seemed to be possessed by the power of speed. The government worked very quickly, collecting evidence, prosecuting, and adjudicating. The process was completed in less than half a month. Thea had just cured the light, and the 2 knowing main criminals of the Morgan family were shot to death. The remaining family members were each sentenced to 20 years to 1 year in prison. While he was at it, he also made a copy of their property. As for Maxwell Lloyd Shogi Club, it would bring great pressure to the White House. Moira insisted that this human cancer should be banned. This organization, which was attached to the United Nations and composed of elite agents from various countries, resisted tenaciously. They could remove Maxwell's name and apologize, but they could not ban him. During the war of words between several parties, it was discovered that Maxwell had previously shot a businessman named Ted Cotter. Unfortunately, it was covered up by the Shogi Club. There were nearly $800 million in Maxwell's personal account, which did not look like the wealth of an agent. When the White House continued to investigate, all the clues were cut off, and the investigator could only provide a report of a huge amount of funds from unknown sources. Hey, these guys have new ideas after the war. Moira complained to the young lady who was lying lazily on the sofa in the White House. Thea's spiritual power was greatly depleted, and the external manifestation was that she was sleepy and easily distracted. She also knew who these guys her mother was talking about. How could a few agents dare to challenge the White House? Obviously, there was someone supporting them. They were not satisfied with their current interests and wanted more. Now, they were testing the mother and daughter's bottom line. Limited by her identity as a hero of justice, Thea could not make a move. She also knew that her mother's intention was not against the Shogi Club, but the people behind them. It's too complicated. You take your time to deal with it. If it's too troublesome, just let them dance for a few days. Thea leisurely freshened herself up and went to attend the hero assembly. He yawned as he arrived at the Hall of Justice. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Batman and Superman arguing. "I don't understand. Why didn't you destroy such a dangerous robot?" "Superman, I've told you many times that Demon Joie is worth preserving. He is the crystallization of human wisdom and should not be destroyed so easily. You're playing with fire?" Superman frowned as he looked at his old friend. He knew what the other party was thinking too well. It was still the same old trick of leaving a backup plan in order to contain the superhero. Thea looked at the two of them arguing and found it a little funny. She sat lazily beside Diana and watched the show. "Did you know that Ronin quit?" Diana whispered. Thea nodded. Today's meeting was naturally to propose the establishment of the Justice League. Unfortunately, when they found the Martian hunter, he refused to participate. His reason was that he was not a superhero, but a Martian who relied on Earth for protection. The two of them had a deep talk. The Martian hunter felt that he had not recovered from his fear of fire and could only be absent from many fiery occasions. Instead of occupying a position and not doing anything, it was better not to join in the first place. Thea could only express her understanding. Uncle Roan is a good person. Unfortunately, time passed quickly, and the remaining people arrived one after another. In this time and space, Victor Stone was still happily playing football as a wide receiver. As one of the shareholders of the Red House, Thea had seen this star athlete in the Red House. From the aesthetic point of view of black people, he was a handsome young man. Victor liked sports and liked to fly on the field. He hoped to get the attention of his father, Silas Stone. Unfortunately, Dr. Stone did not realize this. The father and son's problems could only be solved by themselves. Thea would not be so cruel as to modify him. Steel Bones would not appear. The Martian hunter quit, and a few of them proposed that they pull the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, in. Together with Thea, Diana, Superman, Batman, The Flash, and Poseidon, there were exactly 7 of them. Superhero? Even superheroes had to be political. Although Hal Jordan made it clear that he would not stay on Earth for long, the few of them still pulled him in. As the universe police, no matter who became the Green Lantern in the future, the Green Lantern would always occupy a place in the official league. Poseidon, who could communicate with Atlantis and was not close to the few of them, was indispensable. In order to balance the ratio of gods, aliens, and Earthlings, Batman forced the Flash to participate in the meeting. In general, there were 2 goddesses, one Kryptonian and one mixed-blood Atlantean. No matter what the other 3 did, they were all pure Earthlings. 3.5 to 3.5 was very equal in terms of bloodline. The few of them were silent. Superman motioned for Thea to speak. As the main force of the battle, the title of leader belonged to her by default. Let's first welcome Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern of Sector 2814. This is his first time attending our meeting. Thea was the first to introduce. The Flash wanted to applaud, but he put his hand down when he saw that the few of them were very serious. Although there were heavy casualties in this war, we have defeated the invasion of evil. This is not the first time, and I don't think it will be the last. Everyone here is the best of the best. No matter what your background is, we need to unite and be united. This will be our theme for a long time. We are sitting here today to make Earth better and to protect the pure land in our hearts. Although we have ideological disputes, such as whether we should bring hope or fear to mankind, Thea said and looked at Superman and Batman, or the contradiction between the lanterns. Hal Jordan was still upset about the yellow light. The friction between us and Atlantis is now on the rise again. She looked at Poseidon. It takes 2 to clap. The politicians on the surface are F***ed, and the ones under the sea are not much better. Although there are so many problems, I believe that the future will get better and better. Future battles should not be fought alone. We need our collective strength and wisdom. My proposal is to solve all the big problems in the future, resolve the contradictions between us, and dissolve the estrangement between humans and aliens. Seek common ground while reserving differences and establish an alliance, a united Justice League. Chapter 739. Thea didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the Hall of Justice was filled with holiness. The warm sunlight shone into the hall, and everyone's faces seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. I won't be on Earth often. Does that mean I'll? Hal Jordan was more than willing to show off in front of the people on Earth, but he scratched his head when he thought of his own responsibilities. Thea explained to him, "Our alliance is very loose. Everyone is very capable and has their own things to do. For example, Batman is in Gotham, Superman is in Metropolis, and Diana and I have to go back to New Creation Planet from time to time. This alliance was established to unite everyone. We help each other so that we won't be defeated by our enemies." Okay. I can only say that I will try my best to participate in activities. You know the Guardians of Ura. Thea saw that he was about to say something like F***, and quickly stopped him. "Go ahead and scold them in front of them." "Everyone, do you have any questions?" No one had any objections. This far-reaching alliance was thus established. Thea glanced outside under Diana's strange gaze. Sure enough, novels were all lies. There was no golden light for such a great event. This building will be the surface base of the Justice League in the future. I have a lot of training equipment, like Superman's red radiation training room and the Flash's speed treadmill. Everyone can come and train if they have nothing to do, Thea said nonchalantly. Superman's face fell. Red radiation training room? Are you sure that's what I need? Thea glanced at the faces of the people in the room. It was as if she was saying, "If you have nothing to do, I'm going home to sleep." Your high-dimensional design is very interesting. The trouble on Apocalypse Planet can be intercepted by the New World. What about the crisis in our universe? Batman, who lived in calculations every day, still asked a question. Green Lantern can solve all the problems in the universe. Thea didn't say anything, but Hal jumped up. Batman was expressionless. He was sending a message. "I don't believe you." In fact, Thea did not believe it either. The universe was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Green Lanterns could only solve at most half of the problems. The rest were all experts. Just the group of biochemical weapons from Krypton, the Destroyers and Terminators, could easily cause trouble for the Green Lanterns. In her memory, there were still a few galaxies that the Green Lanterns did not set foot in. What happened next was not too surprising. In order to intercept cosmic threats, Batman contributed his own Watchtower space base as a foothold and observatory for the Alliance in the universe. The cost of this satellite orbiting the Earth had already exceeded the limit that could be measured by money. The technology contained in it was also beyond the current peak level of human beings. They teleported directly from the Hall of Justice to the Watchtower. In an instant, they came to space from the Bright Hall. Looking at the blue planet under their feet, the Flash and Poseidon were a little surprised as it was their first time coming to such a high place. Diana and Superman also looked at the large space base. The black walls and silver pipes were a perfect match for Batman's color. There were meeting rooms, training rooms, lounges, and entertainment rooms. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person like Batman could build such a base in space with existing human technology. Thea tried to feel it with her heart. She was too familiar with this kind of teleportation technology. It was an imitation of the Green Lantern teleportation, and there were some traces of her magical teleportation. Needless to say, this was simulated by Batman using scientific means after collecting various data from her teleportation. The weapons and equipment of the Watchtower were also extraordinary. There were all kinds of missiles, planes, space-based weapons, and so on. If there was a warning in advance, the Watchtower could indeed provide some protection for the Earth. Poseidon was not interested in modern weapons, and Superman pulled him aside to look at the sky scenery. Thea checked the main control system of the Watchtower. Even if her computer skills were not as good as Felicity's, she could see that there were a lot of back doors. However, she did not point it out. Batman must have left a lot of back doors if he had contributed such a giant, which was very in line with his character. "I'll share part of the maintenance costs in the future," Thea said. There was no other way. Unlike the Hall of Justice that she contributed, she only needed to find someone to clean it. It did not cost much a year. The Watchtower was such a large sky fortress, and the daily maintenance cost was huge. Diana and Poseidon were nominally princesses and kings, but they did not have much power. They were all poor in the secular sense. Superman and the Flash were working class, and Hal Jordan was a member of the unemployed army. The rest were the two tycoons. Batman contributed the Watchtower, mostly because he wanted her to help share the cost. Lord Bat happily took the check from Missy, and the rest of the people shared part of the work. Those who had space survival skills were responsible for external maintenance, and those who did not were responsible for internal cleaning. The establishment of the Justice League did not require approval, and there was no need for a press conference. The heroes only needed to show their faces in the Hall of Justice, and everyone would know that they had chosen this place as their base. Darkseid had suffered a great loss, and Earth had finally ushered in peace. Thea was ready to continue her big development plan. The people of Earth had to go out. As long as they went out of the solar system, human technology would welcome a new round of explosion. Unfortunately, there were always some people who liked to disagree. After the war ended, the media was released, and all kinds of discordant voices burst out. Who should be responsible for the lives of the 150,000 soldiers? The New World is a complete scam. Without the superheroes, there would not be such a disaster today. Are they really heroes? The traditional media was still reporting conservatively, but some online media began to unscrupulously criticize the current situation. Under their provocation, the trust of the ordinary people in the government and the superheroes began to decrease. Even after the release of the Avenger 3, the people still did not understand why so many soldiers would go to a foreign land to fight. 150,000 soldiers died, and 700,000 were injured. What benefits did they gain? This is stupid. What kind of view is this? Without the superheroes, there would be no war? Does it mean that people would not fall sick without doctors? Do we have to fight on Earth until the mountains collapse and the Earth shatters, and let everyone see that we are saving the world? Thea slammed the table in anger, but she did not lose her mind. At the end, she held back and slammed the table lightly. Shut down all the websites that started this. Check their taxes and verify their qualifications. If there is nothing wrong with them, release the hackers in your prison and take them down. At this time, Missy was sitting in the Heaven's Eye Society's office, and she was throwing a tantrum on behalf of the president's mother. Amanda was expressionless. She was used to being behind the scenes, and she had seen worse and worse. This was nothing. Thea then went to the Hall of Justice. The defamation incident had affected the reputation of the heroes, and it had to be discussed. Chapter 740. The few superheroes had participated in the great battle not long ago. To be honest, pulling them to a barren continent to fight was already the best choice. However, the people chose not to believe it under the guidance of some ulterior motives. They thought that it was all fake and a lie. The superheroes could not hand out flyers on the streets to explain Darkseid's origin, how the Universe Emperor could affect the lives of ordinary people, and how much help it would provide for their future employment. Ordinary people only cared about what happened in front of them, how much the new energy stock rose, who would win the Super Bowl, and what they could buy at home. That was all they cared about. Telling them that there were 52 parallel universes was like playing the lute to a cow. Since she couldn't brainwash them or use administrative intervention, Sia really didn't have any good ideas. She could only leave the problem to the Alliance. What's the president's response? Batman asked. Maintain the status quo. Our system allows for voices of dissent. That's what her aides suggested. Thea said casually. Moira was the only official channel of the Justice League. She was also under great pressure. Thea did not want to make things difficult for her mother. It was laughable. The reason Batman could walk into the Hall of Justice so openly was because of the government's amnesty order. No matter how high his reputation was among the people, it was useless. His criminal record was 3 meters high, enough to fill 5 safety deposit boxes. His crime spanned nearly 20 years. From a legal point of view, he was a real fugitive and the most serious one. His amnesty order was issued at the same time as Luthor. Even though Bruce Wayne had been the chief of the Gotham Police Department for many years, Batman's arrest order had never been lifted. It was only right before the war that he was pardoned. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the government's pursuit while fighting Darkseid, which would be like the original Batman universe. Use your identity as a reporter to explain it. Thea looked at Superman and said vaguely. It had to be mentioned here that Batman had made a bad start. He wore a mask every day, making it so that some of the 7 of them knew each other's identities, while others didn't. For example, Green Lantern didn't know Superman's true identity, the Sea King. Only Superman, Thea, and Diana knew about Batman's true identity. The whole world knew about Thea's identity, so this was easy to handle. The whole world knew that Diana Prince was Diana Prince, but the people didn't know that Diana was Wonder Woman, but the heroes all knew. The remaining 3 intersected with each other, knowing how many of them there were. In short, their relationship was very messy, which made them feel very restrained when they addressed each other. Brother Superman agreed very quickly. Thea knew that the effect wouldn't be too great. Back then, the higher-ups knew that they had to face a crisis, so they were very harmonious. Now that the crisis was over, all sorts of troublemakers jumped out. Seeing as she didn't want to talk, Batman proposed a new topic. The Justice League couldn't rely on the 7 of them alone. They needed new blood. Even if they didn't join for the time being, they could be included in the list of candidates. Okay, I propose one. Green Arrow. Miss Thea said with a normal expression, as if she was talking about a stranger. Batman's face twitched. There was no problem with Green Arrow Oliver's qualifications. The 7 people in this room basically all knew Green Arrow, but he was too close to Miss Thea. In order to curb Miss Thea's power and not turn the Justice League into the new meeting room of the Quinn family, he couldn't let Green Arrow in, at least not now. This could be a candidate. Batman didn't reject it directly. Black Canary? Thea suggested another candidate. Batman was a little depressed. Don't think I don't know about your relationship with Merlin. This Black Canary is also your relative. He thought about it. A lady with a strong sense of justice. She can also be a candidate. A few of them mentioned a few more names. There was Firestorm, who performed well in the battle, and Adam Man, who had already made a battle suit and made a name for himself. The young heroes were all rejected. According to Batman, the Justice League wasn't a babysitter. Those who joined had to be able to fight. In the end, a short list was made for future observation. As expected, Green Arrow's name was at the top. This person appeared in Gotham. I think his actions are very suspicious. We should investigate. At the end of the meeting, Batman threw out a stack of photos and distributed them to the few of them. Thea picked up the photo and looked at it. A young man with blonde hair, wearing a pair of goggles and yellow and blue tights. The photo was very blurry. The person emitted a wave of energy and stopped a speeding car. Although it seemed to have saved the citizens, the car still flew out and crashed into a shop. Batman attached a message to the photo. The car crashed into the shop and injured 11 people. The Gotham police were looking for this person. Anyone who knew his whereabouts could contact the police. This guy was the Golden Vanguard, right? Thea looked at the photo for a long time. She didn't have a deep impression of him. She only knew that this person existed. This was another transmigrator. If she remembered correctly, he was from the same hometown as Reverse Lightning. They were both from the 25th century. His son was also an old acquaintance of Thea, the famous Wave Rider captain of tomorrow's legend, Rip Hunter. Never seen him before. I don't know him. She didn't tell the truth. After all, the Golden Vanguard wasn't a bad person. If he had any problems, he would contact the Justice League himself. She didn't think much of it. Green Lantern, on the other hand, was excited to capture the Golden Vanguard with Batman. The Golden Vanguard's technological equipment was very sharp. The two of them chased him for a week and saw him twice. He had a good attitude. Unfortunately, Green Lantern had a bad temper. The 3 of them started a fight after a few words. They couldn't catch him either time. After another meeting, Batman suggested that everyone should go and capture him together. This guy's technology is very advanced, and he seems to have some kind of magic effect. Anyone who appears around him will be unlucky. We've been following him for a week. There were 3 traffic accidents around him. All 3 times, we saved the dignitaries who were about to die. The price was the destruction of a post office building, 5 police cars, 25 police officers, 39 injured passersby, and property damage. Batman rambled on for a long time before he came up with the conclusion that this guy was a magician or had some kind of power that brought bad luck with him. Thea almost spat in his face. What kind of magic was that? He was a transmigrator. What was so strange about him knowing a lot of information about the rich people who were in trouble? As for those injured people, it was all because the Golden Vanguard didn't know how to control his power. This guy could be said to be a hero who was arrogant but weak. However, she couldn't say this. Seeing her lover in a difficult position, Diana volunteered to help. The Valkyrie's action was no small matter. In less than 2 hours, they caught the Golden Vanguard like a dead dog. The golden-haired man was brought into the Hall of Justice with a truth lasso wrapped around his neck twice. He then spilled the beans. Chapter 741. My name is Michael Carter. I was born in Gotham City. It's the 25th century in Gotham City. I was originally the quarterback of the team, but I was exposed due to gambling. After that, I found a job guarding a museum at night. In the end, I stole a few pieces of equipment and came to this world. I want to start over, be a good person, be a superhero. The truth was revealed. Everything that was said under the truth news was the truth. This guy was not a bad person, so they did not make things difficult for him. Go, we'll protect this world. You should return to your timeline. Diana untied the noose and comforted him. As for the Golden Vanguard's suggestion to join the Justice League, they all voted against it. Even the Green Arrow was not in. Who do you think you are? Originally, Thea thought that the Golden Vanguard was just a small fry, so she did not pay much attention to it. It was not until Moira brought her a piece of news that she took it seriously. International Justice League? Are you kidding me? Thea looked at the news in her hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just by looking at their leader, she knew how unreliable this organization was. The Golden Vanguard. The leader of this International Justice League was the Golden Vanguard. It was worth mentioning that this name was issued by the United Nations Committee for the Supervision and Management of Supernatural Beings. Another pawn thrown out by those people, right? There is nothing that could not be said between mother and daughter. A committee that she had never heard of randomly put a few officials in front of the stage and then used the name of the United Nations to form a team to fight against the Alliance. It was full of the style of a politician. Thea did not need to look at the report to know that the Golden Vanguard was still dreaming of being a superhero. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had become a pawn of those people. From the bottom of his heart, the Golden Vanguard did want to help others. Unfortunately, the records of the 25th century only recorded the rich and powerful. The history books would only write that on a certain day, a certain financial group's chairman or a certain state senator was killed. It would not write that ordinary citizens were killed by a certain neighbor or how many people in the slums froze to death in winter. These were not recorded. This guy was very characteristic of a transmigrator. He followed the map and saved a lot of people, but in the end, he found out. Why are all the people I save rich people? His reputation was indeed high enough to cause a group of people to misunderstand him, thinking that he was someone who fished for fame, even though he was originally. The International Righteous Alliance is currently recruiting. It is estimated that they will officially appear at the United Nations at the beginning of next month. Are you interested in taking a look? Thea gave it some thought. She had nothing to do at that time anyway, so she might as well go. She wasn't even afraid of Darkseid. She didn't attack those small fries only because of the rules of the game. Go. Use your status as the first daughter to take a look. Do I need to get rid of some of them? Thea asked as if nothing had happened. The politicians thought that they were doing it discreetly, but in fact, without a new god like Desar to cover them up, their little tricks could not be hidden in front of the deity of trade. It was too easy to cause a fire or a car accident to deal with them. Moira thought for a moment. She had always known that her daughter was not a pure person, so she was not surprised. We can't deal with too much at once. Let's deal with 1/10 first and see their reaction. The mother and daughter pair had very viciously decided the fate of several families and dozens of people. It was not suitable to have a big change of blood. Instead, they created some unexpected conflicts, such as having two long-cherished families fight each other. Who would know? It was impossible to tell who was behind the scenes from the outside. As for who to suspect, it was better to let them be on tenterhooks and be paranoid. How are the preparations for the business alliance? Moira asked. It has entered Pluto's orbit. It's best if we can find it here and establish a trade relationship. The Neutral Business Alliance had been providing her with various resources. Now that Earth's technology was almost established, it was a little difficult to enter the universal era. However, with the support of the Neutral Business Alliance, the speed would increase instantly. The mother and daughter's plan was to put on a show to divert the attention of the ordinary people. Interstellar trade, how classy. On the other hand, they would use underhanded methods to intimidate those unruly wolves. With both methods, it would be easy to resolve the situation. By the way, what's in the black land that you circled in the New World? At the end of their conversation, Moira suddenly thought of this and asked. The military and those families have sent people in to investigate. Unfortunately, no one came out alive. Thea smiled and shook her head. I remember that I put up a sign saying no entry. It's dangerous inside, but these people still went in. That's the Sea of Souls. Even Superman can't enter. These people really don't want to live. You child. Moira patted her shoulder lightly. The sign you mentioned is not even the size of a palm. What's the use of it? Your Sea of Souls is about the same size as the 5 Great Lakes. It can't stop those people's curiosity at all. Thea raised her small face with a proud expression. Who cares if they die? Anyway, I've reminded them. If they want to go, they can go. She didn't tell her mother that she had created the Banshee clan inside the Sea of Souls. A large number of souls of the dead were stored there. Every day, there would be new Banshees born. Now that the number of the clan had exceeded 200, a few elites would enter every few days to relieve their boredom. For the establishment of the International Justice League, the existing heroes were not very happy, but they felt that it was not a bad thing to increase the power of justice. Only Batman saw everyone as an enemy. He wanted to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to spy on them. Several people had an understanding of his character. No problem, you can go. Justice League, International Justice League, American Justice League, Dark Justice League, Youth Justice League. These are the scenery on the road for Thea. Her goal had never changed, which was to establish the Women's Justice League. Star City, this was the base she chose for the future of the Justice League. Star City's economy was prosperous. Under Moira's 8 years of governance, the population had exceeded 11 million. Now it was a super city. Occasionally, there were some small thieves, but they were all eliminated by the Green Arrow team. Star City's public security had always been the best in the country. Star City's transportation was very convenient, and it was rich in materials. Whether it was shopping, leisure, or entertainment, it was a first-class resort. Not to mention that this was her own territory. Miss Moira's position for the Justice League was not to fight and kill. Those dirty and smelly villains, such as Mudfaces and Crocodiles, were all left to the heroes to fight. Do you really want to establish such an organization? Hee. Diana looked at the program document that Thea had spent 3 days researching and laughed. Isn't there a little too many people? There are only 7 of us, including the Justice League. Your list. She laughed and asked. Thea leaned on her shoulder and whispered as if she was talking in her sleep. How can it be? With our reputation, we can gather everyone to play together, and they will all come. Chapter 742. Thea and Diana still had a lot of face. The next day, the female heroes who received the invitations all over the world hesitated for a moment before choosing to attend. Star City's local Green Arrow Shadow, the Black and White Canaries Landsisters, and Felicity began to help clean up the scene. The rich Thea directly occupied half of the street. In fact, this was the real estate that Robert Sr. had bought in order to stop Malcolm's plan to destroy the slums. It could be said that this large area had occupied the Quinn Group's cash for a long time. Now that time had passed, Robert Sr. had long passed away, and Oldma had gone to the New World to teach astrology. This real estate had not been of any use. Thea waved her hand 2 years ago and flattened it all. Now, it had built a women's street that integrated food, accommodation, and entertainment. She did not set up a sign that forbade men from entering. She did not object to those who wanted to come in for a stroll, but the shop sold only female products. If they were not afraid of being pointed at by a bunch of women, they could come in at any time. Female heroes came to Star City one after another. The first to arrive were Batgirl Barbara, Catwoman Selena, Huntress Helena, Batwoman Kate Kane, and the big lowly Cassandra Cain. She took away more than half of the entire Batgirl team. Thea even had a malicious thought. Afu was old and could not cook. Master Bruce, who did not trust others, was most likely squatting at home and eating instant noodles with his son. What was Batman's expression when he heard that I was going to set up a couplet? Thea asked Barbara curiously. Barbara hurriedly put on a straight face, rubbed the lines of her face, and looked very serious. She imitated Batman and took 2 steps. Finally, she said in a low, muffled voice, "Nonsense." "Huh." A few women who knew Batman laughed so hard that they were convulsing. Using this familiar person as a source of amusement, the gap between people was instantly closed. As for whether Master Batman would sneeze or not, they didn't care. Not long after, Supergirl's Kara Danvers and Alex Danvers were born. Princess Starfire and Martian Manhunter's niece Megan. Superman's wife, Louise Ryan. The Flash's girlfriend, Iris West, and the Sea King's wife, Mira. All the superheroes' family members rushed to the scene. Many independent heroines had also come. Mary McBee, the female fox who wore a tribal necklace and could use the abilities of any animal. Raven, the big lowly who left Thea 2 years ago to attend high school alone. Hal Jordan's girlfriend, Carol Ferris of the Purple Lantern Corps. The Sea King's little friends, Yavala, and the Prophet Cassina. Zatanna, Poison Ivy, Lightning Lady, Frost Killer. There were also Blazing Beatrice and Isidora, who were preparing to join the International Righteous Alliance. When they heard that there was no conflict between the International Righteous Alliance and the International Righteous Alliance, they also came to join in the fun. Thea had also invited Madame Xanadu, but Madame Xanadu declined the invitation on the grounds that she was an old woman and would not attend a gathering of young people. Fiora also didn't like this kind of occasion and chose to reject it. There were those who were particularly good at fighting, such as the 2 goddesses, and those who could not even kill a chicken, such as Felicity. In short, no matter how strong or weak they were, there were 29 heroines gathered. Compared to the slacking Thea, Diana had the demeanor of a big sister. When she saw that everyone had quieted down, she opened her mouth and spoke a lot about how women should be self-reliant and get rid of the male-dominated society. Thea didn't have such a strong sense of feminism. Everyone present were heroines. If they lacked independence, they wouldn't have made it to where they were today. The purpose of her establishing the Righteous Alliance was to unite the ladies. Compared to the male superheroes everywhere, there were too few heroines, and they all appeared as support staff. In a relaxed and comfortable environment, they could exchange some insights with each other. If they were of similar strength, they could both learn something from each other. Most of the time, it was to expand their social circle. Many heroines had few friends apart from their teammates, such as Barbara Gordon. During the day, she was the librarian of the reference room, and at night, she fought and killed with Batman. When she got home, she fell asleep and had almost no private time. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it's a slip of the tongue. There are no men here today, Thea said in a relaxed tone to ease the atmosphere. Everyone here is the elite of the elite. The purpose of my initiative to establish the Righteous Alliance is to give everyone another platform to communicate and learn from each other. Heroines aren't appendages to male heroes. They should have their own voices, but we shouldn't make ourselves too nervous. Only by understanding the world and seeing the beauty of this world can we have enough faith to protect it. We won't use hope to move the world, nor will we use fear to frighten the bad guys. In my opinion, this is a little biased and arbitrary. Everyone should have their own view of the world, but we can't use one standard to apply to everyone. Our purpose is to be tolerant, to use the unique perspective of women to observe the world and change the world. All right, I've finished speaking. Our Female Justice Alliance is officially established today. It's still the same thing. Even if the mission is heavy, don't forget to laugh. The more happy memories there are, the stronger the belief to protect. The heroines applauded respectfully. This opening was over. You have a deep understanding of protecting? The Valkyrie teased her. Thea laughed. She wouldn't say that this sentence was extracted from the memories of the protagonists. Wasn't it a habit of heroes to recall the beautiful past and defeat the enemy? Half a block and a short coastline were drawn together by her. Whether it was swimming, fitness, sunbathing, shopping, training, or beauty treatments, there were all kinds of places. With her wealth, she even created many entertainment programs that were popular in other planets. Diana once asked if she should give the heroines some funds for their activities. Thea thought about it, but didn't say anything. Heroines generally had high self-esteem. Giving money to others didn't have any practical use other than showing that they were rich. It could easily cause the opposite effect. In fact, most heroines didn't lack money. For example, Felicity was an executive, while Carol Ferris's family ran an airline. Zatanna was the descendant of an ancient family. Frostdora was the princess of a Norwegian royal family. They naturally didn't lack money. Otherwise, there were those like Shadow and Laurel who had rich boyfriends. The poor studied and the rich fought. This saying was true most of the time. A few familiar heroines went out to play in 2s and 3s. Half a block was filled with heroines. It had to be said that this was quite rare. They took off their combat suits, threw away their swords, put on light makeup, and changed into casual clothes. They walked on the comfortable streets with their companions. They didn't have to walk through tall buildings in the hazy night. They didn't have to carefully avoid the rain of bullets. They faced the sun calmly like ordinary people and walked into the shops. This kind of time was too rare for them. Chapter 743. The heroines could fight back and forth among thousands of soldiers and horses, so she didn't need to arrange any guides. Sia and Diana were dressed very casually. They went out together, arm in arm. "Are you feeling better?" Diana asked as they entered the cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. "More or less, but there are still some problems." Diana was the only one who understood Thea's current situation. Defeating Darkseid was not an easy feat. She had used up a huge amount of divine power in a short period of time, and it was a burden on her mental state. This was also why she was so dizzy every day. She did not have the energy to think about anything else. She only put up a no-entry sign in her soul sea. This was not a joke. She simply did not have the energy to enter. Darkseid's divine power must still be lingering in the sea. She could only put it aside for now. As for the Earthlings who were not afraid of death and thought that there were many secrets hidden in the sea, she would just let them be. In the fight with Darkseid, the dark divine power had infected part of her. She had her own understanding of the dark domain. She could get rid of it with time. Otherwise, her origin would be damaged. How long do you think Darkseid will take to recover? This question stumped Thea. She had not thought about it. She took a sip of her coffee. The warm coffee flowed down her throat and into her stomach. The warmth was very comfortable. I'm trying my best to dissolve the dark divine power. He has more soul divine power in his clone. If he doesn't want to give up his clone's divine power, he'll have to dissolve my soul divine power before he can merge them again. Theoretically speaking, I think it'll take 2 years. Because of his level, he has more tricks up his sleeve than I do, so the process might be shorter. However, to recover and replenish his divine power, I think it'll take at least 3 years. 3 years, huh? Diana was silent. She had done her best in this battle. Unfortunately, she had not done much damage. The difference in strength between her and the great Lord of Darkness was too great. Thea grabbed her hand. "Don't worry. I'll be back to normal in half a year. Father will also be mostly recovered. Next time, even if he fights in his true form, we'll have a good chance of winning." "All right, I believe you." Looking at Diana's determined gaze, Thea didn't know what to do. In this world, the only one who could infinitely improve was Superman. After hiding in the sun for thousands of years, he would definitely be invincible when he came out. He was the real protagonist of destiny. No other person or god had this potential. As for Thea and Diana, their paths were already set in stone. They could only accumulate godhood until they reached Darkseid's level. As for what would happen after that, only the heavens knew. It was a pity that there were only so many godhoods. The ones that were suitable for Diana were all with Heavenly Father. Unless Heavenly Father was killed, it would be very difficult for Diana to take a step forward. As for asking Diana to comprehend the shadow of origin, That was pure nonsense. Not to mention whether or not she could comprehend it. Even if she could, Diana's personality would change greatly. Without her sunshine-like warmth, Thea herself would also sink. When that day really came, it was simply unimaginable. Two demonesses, torturing the earth and attacking the apocalypse star and the new star of creation, killing all the old and new gods, and returning the world to its original state. That was really good and powerful. Diana's warmth was the most important thing that kept Thea's heart. Thea couldn't let her see the shadow of origin. "Let's go to the beach to sunbathe," she suggested, seeing that the atmosphere was dull. Diana didn't care. When they were about to walk to the beach, they realized that neither of them had brought swimsuits. The customs of the Amazon were originally from ancient Greece. Diana grew up on Paradise Island, which was full of women. At first, she didn't have the concept of swimsuits at all. Now, she had more or less restrained herself, but she still felt that swimsuits were troublesome. Thea wasn't that bold. Her secretary, Miss Maisie, had taken leave to deal with Luther's matter. She didn't have an assistant by her side. She was also not in the right state of mind for the past 2 days. She took out her travel bag from the space ring and searched for a long time, but couldn't find a swimsuit. She had no choice but to buy one. The shops here were all female shop managers and female employees. There was almost no one who didn't know Thea. The two of them picked a few swimsuits according to their sizes and went to the fitting room to try them on. The swimsuit that Diana chose in the end was the same as her. It was a fiery red swimsuit, revealing her firm and smooth stomach. The slender belt went around the back and tied to the back of her neck. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. Thea casually chose a swimsuit. She was happy when she put it on. It was a classic black and white style. The left side was white and the right side was black. There was a thin belt at the back. Overall, it didn't look too seductive, but it was very beautiful and refreshing. She didn't plan to go into the water. Her hair was still loose. The two of them put on sunglasses and moved 2 beach chairs to lie on. As for the sunscreen, it was completely unnecessary. Diana had been on Paradise Island for thousands of years and never knew what sunscreen was. She didn't have this habit even after entering human society for hundreds of years. Miss Maisie didn't need to mention, she also had a physique that absorbed sunlight. The two of them weren't the only ones on the beach. A few female heroes who were close to the water were also here. Mela, the water controller, Caitlin, the frost killer, and Dora, the ice controller, were seriously practicing. Inadvertently looking over, Thea realized that Dora's energy attribute was very similar to that of a mage. It was just that the way she cast spells came from her bloodline. She had the ability to control and create ice. When she gave it her all, her eyes were white and she could control the weather. She could even create a strong snowstorm. Ice arrows, ice walls, ice storms, and all kinds of ice applications were used by the three of them. The Queen of Atlantis, the descendant of a human scientist, and the Norwegian royal family. The three of them had similar abilities and combat power. Waves and ice were constantly being created and transformed between the three of them. Each of them could see that the other party's method of energy circulation was completely different from their own. Although they could not learn it, they could use the other party's knowledge to improve themselves. By learning from the other party's usage of ice, they would be able to improve themselves. Thea took a few glances and stopped paying attention. The strength of the three of them was not bad, but it stopped at a decent level. With a wave of her hand, she created a barrier and blocked the cold current. Under the warm light of Hushi, she relaxed and slowly fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard shouts in his ears. Only then did he slowly wake up. Faster, faster. She knew it was Felicity from the loud voice. Go Mela. The accent was a little strange. It seemed to be the Sea King's little friend, Yavala. The rest of the guys were also watching the show. Thea took off the sun hat on her face and looked over. She couldn't help but laugh. She saw a few female heroes shouting excitedly on the shore. Diana was competing with Mela in swimming. Chapter 744. Diana's popularity was not bad, and there were many people cheering for her. Her movements were very graceful. Her arms swung in turn, and great strength flowed in the lines of her muscles. The blue sea water was lightly swept behind her, and her two long legs kicked the water elegantly. She, in the water, had reached a kind of extreme harmony. If Diana was like a fish, then Mira herself was a fish. She nimbly twisted her waist and swung her legs, and her whole body darted forward as if the resistance in the water did not exist. She ignored the resistance and gravity of the water. She did not need to paddle and paddle like a human. She was like a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow, piercing through the water. When Thea began to watch, they had just finished their warm-up and were each exerting their strength. Diana's swimming skills were very pleasing to the eye. With a few consecutive strokes, she overtook Mela with the help of her divine power and was 5 or 6 meters ahead. Mela smiled. Swimming to her was as natural as breathing. She did not make any extra movements and easily overtook Diana with the help of the current. There was not much suspense in the competition between the two girls. Even if the Valkyrie used all her strength, she was still no match for the Atlantean. Mela was much faster than her. Even if she was no match for Diana, she still swam the entire distance. "You're awake?" Thea handed a towel over. Diana did not look dejected as she dried her hair and asked casually. Thea nodded and curled up in Diana's arms like a lazy cat. Seeing her like this, Diana knew that she was not awake yet. She coaxed her back to sleep. "You're making my heart ache." Diana made the bed and threw Thea onto it. She gently stroked her furrowed brows. This girl kept saying that this was a child, and that was a child. In fact, she was also a child. She had inexplicably shouldered the burden of the entire world and fought so hard to defeat the enemy. Ordinary people did not understand and were full of sarcasm, gossip, and doubts. Diana was actually very angry. Even her belief in protecting was almost shaken. She fought so hard just to protect this group of people. Were they worthy? However, looking at Thea's weak and powerless appearance, she had everything in the bottom of her heart. It had nothing to do with those arrogant people. This was her true goal, to protect. The next morning, the young mistress rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the thick curtains. Only then did she realize that it was already past 10 o'clock. "I actually slept for such a long time." Stretching himself, he was unexpectedly in good spirits. Putting down the burden and having someone by his side to look after him, that feeling was really relaxing. Activating her supervision, Thea could see everything clearly. She couldn't help but sigh. These women had gotten to where they were today, partly because of fate, but mostly because of their personalities. They were a bunch of tough women who couldn't stay still. The female heroes were now competing in the martial arts field. She changed into a casual outfit and walked over slowly. The training field was originally a gymnasium, but now was completely private property. The huge martial arts field was divided into 9 sections. The outer section was an ordinary martial arts field. In order to take care of personal habits and privacy, there were 4 sealed rooms and 4 open-air arenas. The middle room had a superpower suppression effect. Even Thea's ability would be suppressed by more than half if she went in. In order to prevent the female heroes from going into play and the bad guys blocking the door and shooting at them, the superpower suppression device was placed in the center of the field. The control system was controlled by Gideon, and there was an emergency gem underground that could teleport them to the new world. At this time, the Danvers sisters were training in the central room. They were similar to her cousin. Without the Kryptonian attribute bonus, Kara could not defeat Alex, who had undergone strict special agent training. This was the result of being trained by Fiora several times. The original space-time was probably worse. Kara, the Supergirl, was beaten black and blue by her sister, but she had a good learning talent. She could quickly master everything related to combat. Thea only watched for 5 minutes and noticed her improvement. Although the improvement seemed small, it was quite amazing compared to the people on Earth who had to persevere and practice to improve. The other few sparring partners were ordinary people. Laurel's lips were a little swollen, as if she had been slashed by a wooden sword, but she still persisted in sparring with Barbara. White Canary Sarah Lance was having a duel with Batwoman Kate Kane. She had been trained by the Assassin League, and her skills were a notch higher than Batwoman's. However, her opponent was equally experienced, and it was impossible to tell who would win in a short period of time. Diana was also suppressing her strength and sparring with the big lowly Thea. The big lowly's martial arts talent could be said to be earth-shattering. Now that she had received careful guidance from Batman, Diana did not use her divine power, sword, or shield. She was not a match for her at all, with only her Amazon martial arts. Thea estimated that she would be defeated in a minute. The rest of the sparring partners had special abilities and magic. They were either gesturing with each other or discussing some theories with each other. Poison Ivy and Fire Beatrice were researching a kind of powerful flower fertilizer, and they summoned a plant to test it on the spot. Ice Dora knew Zatanna, and the two families were somewhat related. They were talking about the effect of bloodline on magic power. Of course, not everyone liked to fight so much. There were always a few exceptions. Thea saw Princess Starfire and Lightning Lady. The two of them were excitedly telling the Martian girl Megan about their experiences on television. Lightning Lady talked about her past as a host, and Starfire also talked about her new show. When they talked about the fanaticism of the fans, the two women's faces were flushed red, causing Megan to be amazed. She wished that she was the one surrounded by the crowd. The three fellows at the periphery were even more unique. Felicity, Iris West, and Louise Lane, the three powerless women, were sitting together, discussing their experiences in terms of wedding dresses and childcare. Black Lady Ayres talked about her relationship with Barry and the problems she was facing now. The two of them, who were childhood sweethearts, were already living together, but they still felt that something was missing. The other two experienced ladies analyzed the crux of her problem. They were too familiar with each other. It was not easy to do it. Wedding dresses, decorations for the new house, wedding preparations. The three women talked more and more about common topics. Although there was an accident, the child was already 10 years old, and Louise was quite experienced in this aspect. She taught the two women who were preparing to walk down the aisle. She talked a lot about her wedding decorations, what she did on the day before, what she did on the day, and what she did after the wedding. As for her childcare experience, sorry, the child was already 10 years old. How could she have any childcare experience? Thea was speechless. She had thought about taking in these three fellows for a long time. It was impossible to expect them to fight criminals in capes. It was already a blessing for a hero not to cause trouble. However, as the wife of Superman, the girlfriend of the Flash, and the girlfriend of the Atom, they had the qualifications to join the Women's Union. No, the Women's Union. Chapter 745. Thea, come here and spar with the little girl. The lady was in a daze when she suddenly heard Diana calling her. She quickly looked over. She saw Diana waving at her from afar. The competitive Valkyrie couldn't hold on any longer and managed to maintain a draw. She didn't expect the big lowly to be so powerful and quickly called for reinforcements to replace her. Thea was about to laugh when she saw the Valkyrie glaring at her. She quickly restrained herself. She took off her coat and revealed the elastic singlet inside. Her hair was also tied up. She took a deep breath and placed all her divine power in the deepest part of her body. She also wanted to see how powerful Cassandra was. "Do you want to take a break?" she asked. The big lowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Her fighting spirit is very high. How troublesome. Thea didn't have such a strong desire to win. She originally wanted to play casually, but seeing how serious the big lowly was, she could only correct her attitude and respect her opponent. This was the basic virtue of a martial artist. Right hand in front, left hand behind. She stood still with both feet and gestured for the opponent to attack first. The big lowly's eyes narrowed. Thea's starting position was often used by Madame Shiva. It was as if time had reversed, and she had returned to the time when she and her mother depended on each other. She realized that this was a martial arts competition. She hurriedly focused her mind and stared at Thea without blinking. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly sped up and rushed to Thea's side in 2 short steps. She punched out with her left fist. When Thea blocked, she twisted her waist and kicked at her abdomen. "You're fast." Thea withdrew all her divine power. Her attributes were only slightly higher than an ordinary person's. She pressed her palms down to block the kick. At the same time, she raised her leg to hook the big lowly's supporting leg. The big lowly bent her knees and jumped lightly. Her body was like a bird. She flipped in the air and kicked at Thea's face again. Thea tilted her head and dodged. At the same time, she rushed half a step forward and hit Cassandra's shoulder with her elbow. The big lowly missed her kick and slapped away Thea's elbow with her left hand. Unfortunately, she had already lost by half a move. In the face of Thea's pressure step by step, she was not in a hurry. She did 3 backflips on the spot and widened the distance between them again. Again, Thea repositioned herself and waited for her opponent to attack. The two of them leaped up like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. After exchanging a few blows, their levels could be seen. Although the big lowly's attacks were fierce, her reaction speed and battle awareness were at an extremely high level. But compared to Thea, she was still lacking. Thea's talent in martial arts was not bad. After all, she was what Malcolm called a natural warrior. However, this good depended on who she was compared to. She was average, but she was nothing compared to the big lowly. Fortunately, she did not walk the path of martial arts to the end. Now that she stood at a different height, she naturally had a new perspective on martial arts. Although this process could not be replicated by others, she called herself a contemporary martial artist, and no one would object. On the other hand, the big lowly's body was not fully developed yet. Secondly, her martial arts were still in the ascendant stage, and her combat experience was not rich enough. It was obvious from her kick that she was a little impatient. Continue. Thea waved her hand and motioned for her opponent to continue the attack. Their attacks were fierce and ruthless. The few heroines who were competing slowly stopped. Even those who were discussing the wedding dress were attracted. Kara was also dragged out by Alex like a dead dog to watch. Her attacking style is very similar to the Alliance's martial arts. I've known her for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen her fight like this. I always thought she was from the mysterious side and did not know any martial arts. Although there were many examples of Ms. Shiva's martial arts, White Canary Sarah Lance could see Thea's background with just a few glances. This was too familiar and it was difficult to mistake. Was this young lady related to the Alliance? She could only ask her sister, Laurel. Laurel vaguely had some guesses, but she was very smart and did not ask anyone for confirmation. Was the truth important? As long as everyone was together in harmony, it was more important than anything else. If she wanted to know the truth, she felt that Batman must have some inside information, but she had never asked. She used the excuse of not knowing to fool her sister and watch seriously. There was almost no growth potential in martial arts in this world. It was impossible to break through the void and become a celestial being. However, it was impossible not to practice. Not to mention Laurel and Barbara, who relied on their martial arts to survive. Even Zatanna and Zach Kong knew some martial arts to some extent. Because of this, they could see the essence of the battle between Thea and the big lowly. There were many female superheroes, but there were almost no women in the martial arts category. Other than Thea and Shiva, the rest of the martial artists were all men. The big lowly was now a quasi-martial artist. She basically relied on a flash of inspiration to fight. If she was lucky, she could win against an opponent of the same strength. If she was unlucky, she could not win. She now felt a lot of pressure when facing the serious Thea. Batman was busy every day and did not have much time to train her. There are differences between men and women, and the martial arts were different. The big lowly could only gain some experience with Batman. Sia, on the other hand, was different. After Lady Shiva's careful guidance, her general direction was exactly the same as Cassandra's. The tricky, quick, and ruthless fighting style made the big lowly exclaim in her heart. This was a real battle. The two fought for a full 15 minutes. Seeing that the big lowly was tired, Thea slowed down. In the eyes of outsiders, the two ended in a tie. Seeing that the big lowly wanted to say something to her, Thea hurriedly interrupted her. I set up a large illusion barrier in Building 15 on West Street. If you want to fight, you can go there. Every person who enters will be created an illusion with the same ability as themselves. You can fight with yourself and see your own shortcomings and shortcomings. This is what you need now. The big Loli's eyes lit up. Fight with me? That sounds interesting. She bowed to her, picked up her clothes, and went to find the so-called Building 15. I think you're just lazy. The Valkyrie easily exposed her intentions. Thea scratched her head. She was so busy now that she really had no time to teach children. She set up a large illusion. If there was a need, they could go in and practice. She called it self-improvement. How practical. Hearing that they could be challenged, the heroines were interested. Can my magic be simulated with illusions? Zatanna asked. Yes. Thea answered happily. As long as their strength was not higher than hers, they could basically replicate an illusion 100%. With a whoosh, a few more people who loved to fight ran out. Kara also wanted to go, but he was dragged into the small dark room by Alex and brutally trained. The celebrity trio went shopping, or rather, to enjoy the enthusiasm of ordinary fans. The wedding trio teamed up to look at wedding dresses. Hearing that it was such a meaningful thing, Shadow, who was going to marry Oliver, also went with them. Chapter 746. After sleeping in and sparring with the big Loli, Thea felt refreshed. Let's go shopping. Before Thea could finish, her phone rang. She looked at it casually. 2 minutes later, she showed her phone to Diana, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Look at this golden vanguard. He can't stay still. He endorsed shampoo, sportswear, and even wants to film a superhero movie. This guy is too shameless. Heroes shouldn't be like this. The definition of a hero is to protect. It's to use one's abilities to protect more people, not to gain benefits for oneself. This guy likes to be in the limelight too much. Diana was very unhappy. Thea did not mind. The other party's actions could also divert the firepower against superheroes. Overall, it was a good thing. Let's go shopping. I saw a dress that suits you last time. The sky was blue. It was close to noon, and the light was not too strong. There were not many pedestrians on the road. Without exception, they were all women. Seeing them walking hand in hand, no one disturbed them. Diana had high standards. When the two of them were shopping, it was usually Thea who made all kinds of bold suggestions. After that, she would either nod or shake her head. The color of this dress suits you, but it shows a little too much of your back. Yes, this belt suits your skin color. Diana, who was already tall, liked to wear high heels and slim-fit dresses. Unknowingly, she looked even taller. Thea's fashion sense was impeccable. With the blessing of the art god, she could look stunning without revealing her skin or a deep V-neck. Under her careful selection, Diana chose 2 pairs of boots, a pair of high heels, 2 dresses, and a belt. As one of the richest people in the world, Thea did not even have enough clothes to wear. She only chose 2 t-shirts and a pair of boots. Did you see that? Her legs are so long. They're so close. I heard that they are. I'm so envious. Did you see the news on the website? They all said that the taller woman is Wonder Woman. The 2 goddesses walked past many shops. Many shop assistants were whispering in corners that they could not see. Unfortunately, their words fell into the ears of the goddesses. Thea nudged Diana's shoulder. Your identity is about to be exposed. Ha! This was something that couldn't be helped. Their relationship was too close, and they didn't deliberately avoid it. No matter how serious their face blindness was, there were always a few people with normal eyes. It was only a matter of time before their identities were exposed. Let them be. It's a pity that my job is going to be ruined. Valkyrie revealed a rare, coquettish expression. I'll take care of you. Eldest Miss patted her chest and promised. The 2 of them smiled. They both knew that this was impossible. Diana's personality was too strong. She would not stay idle. After strolling around leisurely for half an hour, a little trouble came looking for him. Dr. Quinn, this girl wants to see you. The staff member pulled a small girl over. The girl had blonde hair. She was not tall and was a little thin. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She wore a blue mask and blue tights with a large 5-pointed star painted on it. From afar, it looked like the American flag was draped over her body. The clothes were just accessories. The girl's belt and cane contained a lot of energy. The two goddesses couldn't help but take a second look. I intercepted your communication signal. I'm also a heroine. Why didn't you invite me? The girl said a little angrily. Hee hee. Thea smiled playfully. Another naughty child. However, this one seemed to have a gentle temper. Even when she was angry, her words were still organized. The other party was obviously looking for Thea. Diana stood quietly and didn't say anything. Thea pretended to ask, Little girl, what abilities do you have? Have you done any heroic deeds? The little girl looked like she was going for an interview. She nervously gripped her cane. I can fly. I can also control some energy. Perhaps she felt that her words weren't convincing enough. She raised her cane and shot a blast of energy at a huge rock not far away. The huge rock was shattered by the golden energy. The little girl looked at them uneasily, waiting for the result. Your abilities are not bad. Diana was the first to confirm. Thea knew that she agreed. After all, they didn't plan to save the world. Their mission was to have fun. It didn't make a difference whether they had won or not. She thought for a moment. Little girl, let me say this first. Superheroes aren't a game. I can see that you don't have any superpowers. It's all the power provided by the cane and belt. You're very weak. If you want to join this team, you have to accept the most basic combat training. I don't ask for much. You have to be able to protect yourself when you're unprepared. You have to rely on yourself, not your equipment. Do you understand what I mean? The little girl nodded in confusion. Thea facepalmed. She knew that a naughty child at this age didn't know anything. She jumped out to fight criminals just because she was hot-blooded. What's your name? I'll ask your family for their opinion first. The little girl's eyes were a little evasive. TSK. Did she run out on her own again? Thea had seen too many of such plots. You don't want to say it? It's okay. You look like you flew all the way here. The satellites along the way should have captured you. Let me check. Thea took out her phone and searched. The little girl didn't believe that she could find out her identity so easily. She looked at her a little angrily. The rookie heroine's route was directly marked by the Quinn Corporation satellites and the watchtower. Then, the information of the local residents was retrieved and their facial expressions were simulated. In less than 2 minutes, the results were displayed on Thea's phone. Courtney Whiteman. Thea looked at the little girl with a smug expression. The other party was shocked. She saw through me so easily. What a pity that I had prepared this costume for 2 nights. Thea looked like an experienced person. She called Courtney's stepfather according to the contact book. She talked to him for a long time. She put down the phone and said under Courtney's expectant gaze, You're not allowed to go on missions until you complete the basic training. Think of a code name for yourself. Star Chaser. I want everyone to call me Star Chaser. Thea nodded. She had accepted this quasi-hero who had brought her own rations. The deeper reason was that she wanted to train this little girl. No matter which couplet she was in, her national flag outfit was very popular. She was a natural team spokesperson, just like the American team next door. Alex helped train this little girl. She's called Star Chaser. Thea opened the door of the training room and temporarily rescued the dizzy Supergirl. Alex enjoyed the pleasure of teaching. He pulled Star Chaser into his small classroom without hesitation. Chapter 747. Courtney, the rebellious girl who ran away from home, had no foundation in combat. Even without her superpower equipment, she was not as good as Kara. The two girls were beaten to a pulp by Alex, leaving them a train in full swing. Thea clicked her tongue and continued shopping with Diana. When the sun was setting, the two of them bought a bunch of things. While they were packing, they saw 2 figures flashing across the sky. Hurry up. You can't beat me. The 2 girls, Supergirl and Star Chaser, flashed across the sky like crazy. Hee hee, looks like they've been holding it in for too long, Diana said in amusement. Thea was also a little amused. It must have been hard on these naughty girls to train with their superpowers suppressed for an entire day. The 2 girls put down their things and went to soak in the hot spring. This was definitely a private place. She had set up a magic circle around the hot spring, and all male creatures would be bombarded by magic if they approached. Without the cover of clothes, the difference between good and bad figures could be seen at a glance. The competitive mentality between women was no exception, even among a group of righteous heroines. Most of the members of the female righteous couplet were gathered in the hot spring. They pretended to look straight ahead amidst the mist, but in fact, they were secretly observing other people's figures from the corner of their eyes and comparing them to themselves. Despising those shorter than them and despising those bigger than them. This was the silent war between women. Most of the heroines had excellent eyesight. In a space that was not too big, as long as they wanted to, they could basically see everything. In the mist, some people casually raised their hands, and some people casually shook their heads. Everyone wanted others to see their beauty under the cover of their combat uniform. Other than the married trio, the rest of the heroines were all extraordinary people. The rhythm of strength and beauty was hidden deep in their bodies. Their bodies were beautiful, and their lines were soft and full of tension. They did not have the muscles of the male heroes, and the heroines showed a calm and elegant side. When Thea and Diana came in, they caused a slight gasp of surprise. Diana was the tallest of the women. She was like a top bow, fierce and full of offensive power after years of fighting. Thea had the best figure and a pretty face. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Her status as a goddess of literature and art was not for show. She was full of artistic qualities, which was reflected in her figure. She was not fat, not thin, not tall, not short, not big, not small. Even Diana, who was also a goddess, was lacking in proportion. The two goddesses found themselves a small pool and lay in the hot spring. They seemed to be closing their eyes, but in fact they were gossiping in their telepathic channel. Barbara's waist is a little thick. Spark's eyes are green, but his body structure is the same as ours. Hey, what do you think they're saying about us? Of course it's because Goddess Thea is so sexy and charming. Eldest Miss was about to speak when she heard footsteps. She knew that another woman had entered. She quickly turned her swan-like slender neck to look at the entrance. There were many people who were doing the same thing as her. It was just that some were doing it secretly while others were doing it openly. Supergirl, Star Chaser, Martian Girl, Raven, and Cassandra, who had been fooling around for half a day, felt contempt the moment they entered the hot spring. They were just a few children. This was the first thought in the minds of many heroines. Raven's development had always been slow due to her Tri-Palace demon bloodline. Now, her body was about the same as a flat plate. Cassandra had been practicing martial arts too hard and had been running around with her mother. Her development was also very slow. The Martian girl was very shameless. Her body was obviously average, but when she saw the other girls looking at her, she used her special ability to control the density of her body and made herself look hot. When she turned around and saw the dissatisfied gazes of her friends, she scratched her head and retracted her body. Kara was the oldest. She had a job and pocket money, so she ate without holding back. Now, her body was bloated like a balloon. However, she was still not as good as Star Chaser. Star Chaser was 3 years younger than her, but her body was at least a cup size lower than hers. Usually, she was wrapped in tights and could not be seen. Now that she looked like this, she had developed quite well. When the group of perverted sisters saw that the half-grown children were not interested, they all turned their gazes away. Thea did not want to be surrounded by a group of people. She set up a barrier in front of her, blocking all sight and sound. The people outside could not see them, but they could see outside. The two girls stretched out their legs to compare. "Your legs are still longer than mine," Thea said embarrassedly. Diana cautiously glanced outside and felt the magic flow of the soundproof barrier. Even Zatanna wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on them. She slapped away Kara's hand that was stroking her leg. "That's my only strength." Thea bit her earlobe. "Who said so? Your fingers are also very strong, unlike us mage-type gods who are weak and powerless, right?" After saying that, she stretched out a slender index finger and stroked Diana's red lips. Her finger and her tongue mixed together, and the two of them looked a little intoxicated. "You're not thinking of playing here, are you?" Diana wanted to say something, but unfortunately, Thea's finger was still in her mouth. She could only ask in the telepathic channel with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Thea pretended that she did not understand what she was saying and continued to tease her. Let's go back to the room. Diana showed a rare little girl's pleading expression, which amused Thea. She thought that she had succeeded and wanted to teleport back to the room. Unfortunately, her magic skills were far inferior to Thea's. Thea pinched her teleportation spell and looked at her with a faint smile. Thea would of course not spar in public. Diana was thin-skinned, and she was not that bold. "We're just talking. I won't do anything else." As she said that, she licked Kara's delicate earlobe with her tongue. "You vixen." Diana wanted to take out the true word lasso and tie the eldest miss up and down 3 times to hang her up and beat her, but she also knew that she couldn't make too much noise. Passively defending was not the Valkyrie style. She pushed her index finger out of her mouth and moved quickly. She turned Thea's shoulders 180 degrees and tied her hands behind her back. Diana looked at her proudly. Thea's long and strong fingers entered the predetermined battlefield. The two goddesses' eyes were filled with lust. Their tongues were teasing each other in their mouths. Their long legs were snuggled together like 2 snakes. "Why don't we have a friendly match here?" As soon as this thought popped up, they immediately extinguished it. "Let's go back to the room." Just as Thea was about to teleport, gunshots came from outside the block. "Let go of me first. There seem to be enemies outside," she said softly. Diana did not have X-ray vision. After listening carefully for a while, she snorted with her cute nose. "Don't try to trick me. They're just a few small fries. You don't have to fight with so many heroes. I'll untie you tonight." "Big sister, you become naughty. Is it really okay to play like this?" But it seems quite exciting. Chapter 748. The enemies outside weren't strong, and Thea found it interesting. Since Diana wanted to play this way, she would play along. After all, she was the one who started it. With her hands tied behind her back, she couldn't wear the quilt in this position, but the god's punishment robe wasn't affected. She turned around and put on the divine robe. With her hands behind her back, she looked like an expert. Diana had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with pride. She had also changed into battle armor. The two girls removed the soundproof barrier, and the girls in the hot spring were stunned when they saw their outfits. A few of the superheroines with supervision and super hearing immediately noticed the abnormality outside. Their breasts surged, and they started to change their clothes. Zatanna and Raven used magic the fastest. They got rid of the water on their bodies and put on their clothes. The rest of the superheroines used their abilities too. Ice, fire, lightning, plants, they all got rid of the water on their bodies and put on their clothes. The normal superheroines were a little slower, but only by a little. The fastest way to change into a battle armor was the first lesson for these superheroines. Barbara and Laurel changed their outfits very quickly. Other than the water stains on their hair, they looked almost the same as usual. I thought Star City would be safer. Vixen, a black female hero from Zambia, used her necklace to see the enemies in the distance. She said with a knowing expression, "Haha, it's just a small problem. Just think of it as an entertainment for the first gathering of the Women's Justice League." Thea replied generously. She then glanced at Shadow, who was wearing a green robe and holding a bow and arrow skateboard. She whispered to Vixen, "I heard you know Oliver too. Are you with my brother too? Don't joke around. We're just good friends." Vixen denied. Thea had her reservations. It was rare to find a woman who hadn't slept with Oliver, but she didn't think too much about it. Although she didn't arrange this entertainment, she still felt that it was meaningful to gather all the superheroines to fight a monster. So she pulled Felicity, Louise, and Airs up. Those who had the ability to fly directly flew in the sky, while the rest used spells, abilities, and gliding wings. The last few who couldn't fly were all taken away by Carol Ferris of the Purple Lantern Corps. A group of people flew out of the street in a grandiose manner. All the female heroes were curious. Just how blind were the enemies that came to kill them at this time? The attackers and defenders fought fiercely, and the sound of gunfire was endless. Thea hired the Blackwater Company to protect her, and they were all female soldiers who had been on the battlefield. They were well paid, and they knew how many people were backing them, so they fought back calmly against the intruders. When Thea and the others arrived, they heard a man speaking in a low voice. "Oh, he? Was there someone important here?" I just want to go in and take a look. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a group of figures descending from the sky. In this day and age, there were basically no weaklings who could fly on their own. He began to size up this group of people. Thea wasn't wearing her signature quilt outfit, but a mysterious robe with a hood. This image wasn't widely known. Diana was very recognizable, and there was almost no one who didn't know her. This made the middle-aged man's eyes shrink slightly, as if he didn't expect to meet a superhero just by following the magical wave out for a stroll. He looked around and didn't seem to see Superman or Batman, which made him feel relieved. Most of the female heroes' brilliance was overshadowed by the male heroes. Even though Batwoman Barbara and the others have been famous for many years, the middle-aged man didn't attract much attention. Who is this guy? Do you know him? Thea had some guesses in her mind, but she still asked as if there was no one around. He is Ninja Masters Jr., Damien Dark. I heard that he knows some magic. White Canary Sarah Lance said in a normal tone. In the past, this guy was a strong enemy, but now there were so many female heroes here, and each of them killed him with a kick. It's really this guy. Thea looked at the fair fatty standing in the crowd. Isn't this guy the boss of the 4th season of Green Arrow? How unlucky must he be to bump into my doorstep? He has the same name as Damien? Let me deal with him. The black-bellied lowly raven took the initiative to ask for a fight. How could such a silly guy deserve to be called Damien? Let me. My energy weapon is very powerful. Starchaser raised her arms and asked for a fight as if she was answering a question in a classroom. She ran out excitedly. She thought it was going to be a big battle, but there were only 30 people below, including the boss and his minions. This was not enough to fight at all. Me too. Supergirl was a little itchy after being beaten up by Alex for the whole day. You guys are pissing me off. Damien Dark, who was on the ground, was very unhappy that they didn't take him seriously. In his opinion, other than Diana, the rest of the women were no match for his powerful magic. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. He opened his right hand abruptly, and an invisible force rushed toward the women in the sky. Seeing that he had made his move, the more than 20 fully armed mercenaries behind him also raised their weapons and aimed at the people in the sky. Who was going to stop them? Thea looked at Zatanna and then at Raven. In the end, the lowly couldn't hold it in anymore. Raven waved her hand and swatted away Damien's magic as if she was swatting away a fly. It was simple and violent. There was no technique involved. It was just a head-on clash. This kind of battle is meaningless. Whoever wants to fight can go down and have some fun. Don't kill them. After that, send the ordinary people to the Star City police station. Thea said calmly. This was just an entertainment activity. Everyone was just exercising their bodies after soaking in the hot spring. You don't have to thank me. Starchaser took the lead and rushed down. The rest of the women looked at each other. They couldn't tell if these people were here to put on a show or if they were just unlucky. The girls giggled as they each found a random soldier to play with. Kara, remember the special training during the day. Don't use your ability. Alex grabbed Supergirl and whispered to her. Supergirl had no choice but to pretend that she was an ordinary person and fought with a mercenary. Thea saw that Diana was giving her a playful look, so she also picked a random soldier to play with. So what if her hand were tied? Thea's spiritual power wasn't hindered at all. She grabbed an unlucky guy and sealed his mouth. She lifted him upside down and threw him into the air. She caught him again and made him look like a flying man. The rest of the heroines showed off their abilities. For example, Mira, Caitlin, and Frostora had similar abilities. There were many things that couldn't be explained clearly during the day. Now that this was a good entertainment activity, they could try out their skills. Chapter 749. The trio of Frost each pulled a random soldier to test their ability to control water and make ice. As for how they felt, sorry, as long as they didn't die, it was fine. These guys broke into private property at night with weapons. They were not good people. Some were full of academic spirit, such as the trio of Frost. Some were purely for fun, such as Lightning Lady, Poison Ivy, and other villains from the original time and space. They made their opponents almost unable to take care of themselves. On average, each person had one or more opponents. It was really not fun. Most people stopped after defeating one person. To them, this was just an entertainment activity, similar to the end-of-year lottery. The important thing was to participate. Cassandra was very serious. Her thin figure kept turning back and forth. She only stopped when all the random soldiers on the battlefield fell to the ground. Seeing that all his subordinates were taken care of almost like a joke, Damien Dark would be too stupid if he didn't know that he had encountered a tough opponent. But he had to ask Raven Lowly if she was willing to let him run. His magic was pitiful and laughable compared to the demon princess. Thea whispered a few words to Felicity. Felicity looked at her strangely. What did she mean by keeping her hands behind her back? It was so strange. The former hacker didn't think much of it. She quickly used her phone to call a drone over. The huge camera captured all the heroines' postures. It was a group activity for the heroines. Many heroines saw the camera and hurriedly posed in what they thought was very handsome. Not knowing that he had become part of a group activity, Damien Dark was still fighting desperately. Unfortunately, his magic couldn't beat Raven Lowly, and his martial arts couldn't beat Cassandra. Damien Dark had always thought that he had reached the limit of what a human could do with his magic power that he thought was invincible. In his narrow view, Superman and Sia were just SOSO. Now that he was completely awake, his skills were of no help at all. His magic was countered, and his martial arts were beaten to a pulp. Was this world so scary? This was the only thought in his mind before he fainted. Come, everyone, let's take a group photo. The young mistress called out to the girls to form a human wall that was half a meter tall like sandbags. Then, the girls stood behind the human wall and took a group photo. Some of the bandits on the ground were still conscious, but none of them dared to act rashly. At this moment, they were all obediently acting as the background for this human flesh hunt. They were extremely dedicated. The heroines were not fools. They could tell at a glance whether they were fainting or not. However, they still giggled and posed. With a click, the 29 official members and Star Chaser, who had brought her own food to join in the fun, were officially frozen in the photo. Some were serious, some were funny. In short, the first collective activity of the Women's Justice League had officially come to an end. It was already late at night, and the police had already gotten off work. This group of people were all tied up and waiting to be sent to the police station in the morning. The group of heroines greeted each other and returned to their rooms to rest. In Thea and Diana's room. Hurry up and untie me. It feels weird. Thea pleaded a little coquettishly. At this moment, Diana's face was overflowing with a smile. Let's play a game, a role-playing game. The bandits who were acting as human flesh tools were all sent to the Star City police station at dawn. The security was too good. The police officers rarely saw any bandits, so they happily took them away. As for Damien, he was brought back to the administrative committee by Thea. Originally, she wanted to send him to the Heavens Eye Society. However, when she thought about the high rate of escapees from the Heavens Eye Society, she felt more at ease locking him up in her own territory. She could just lock him up in any cell. This guy was just a small fry to her. The devil statue that was the source of his magic power was directly shattered by Thea. This method of trading with the devil was obviously an old tradition of the Assassin League. It was dangerous and did not have much room for development. Thea remembered that this white fatty had planned to use a nuclear bomb to bombard the ground in Green Arrow. He had brought a group of people to hide underground. She remembered that he had planted a large piece of corn underground. The young mistress couldn't help but think, could it be that this guy had some talent in agriculture? Wasn't his talent a little too skewed? Since he was so good at farming, he should come to Nevada to develop his skills. Before he was locked up, there was a routine interrogation. It was all the usual questions about his name, gender, and occupation. She didn't expect to get something out of him. Sir, he said that he belongs to an organization called Honeycomb. The interrogation experts asked him 3 times. He shouldn't be lying. This organization is very large and has many members. The former black bodyguard, Digger, excitedly reported to her. Thea was a little interested. Honeycomb? She picked up the interrogation record and flipped through it. Fortunately, there was no umbrella or hydra. This organization was more like a fraternity for rich people. This fat Damien was trying to instigate Sia to fight those rich people with the intention of I'm not having a good time. So don't you all. He didn't know that his malicious revenge had given Thea a good excuse. On this list, there happened to be a family that had recently been the most aggressive against Quinn and her daughter. She had originally planned to cause a car accident, but now she could save the trouble and just confiscate their property. The white fatty Damien insisted that the other party was an accomplice. All kinds of video evidence and all kinds of clues were collected. Thea directly brought a large group of people to the door to arrest them. In a flurry of activity, the eldest young miss had outstanding military service. 2 deputy mayors, 1 senator, and 3 prominent members of society were arrested by her. All kinds of evidence of their crimes, both true and false, were pinned on them. Since they were not clean in the first place, there were even more flaws when they framed each other. Unfortunately, the charges weren't serious. They were all corruption and fraud. It was still a little short of the treason against humanity that the mother and daughter had committed. What should she do? Sia rubbed her chin and racked her brains. Was she trying to frame him or not? Sir, there's a new discovery. The black bodyguard took out the latest confession and showed it to her. Thea glanced at it casually and hurriedly looked up. Mr. Digger, are you sure that this honeycomb organization was premeditated by aliens? We have to be responsible and have evidence. The black bodyguard took out an evidence bag. This was found in the basement of one of the houses. The other party was very vigilant. The remnants of the device after it self-destructed are all here. Professor Stein said that this metal is definitely not from Earth. Taking the evidence bag, Thea looked at it. The silver-white metal, even if there were remnants of the explosion on it, did not seem to be from Earth. She had thought that it was a small matter, but now it seemed to be getting bigger. She immediately instructed, they must have a way to contact them. Send elite agents to continue digging and investigating. Report to me at any time. The evidence provided by the administrative committee was very conclusive. It turned out that there was indeed a group of aliens lurking among human beings for a long time, and they had infiltrated the upper echelons of society. In the face of the crisis, the group of people who were very noisy immediately shrank back. The originally lively storm calmed down instantly. The expected establishment of the International Justice League was delayed for 3 months with the excuse that the venue was not well coordinated. Thea learned from the 2 female generals, Lai Hua and Han Bing, that the Golden Vanguard was very unhappy. On the other hand, Diana finally quit her job at the Hepburn Foundation. It was unknown whether it was because she was back on track or because of her reputation. The Louvre Museum expressed great enthusiasm for Wonder Woman's new job, and the curator personally invited her. Diana was also interested in historical relics. After asking for Thea's opinion, she flew straight to France to work. Chapter 750. Life seemed to be back on track. On Monday, Thea saw the busy figure of her secretary, Miss Maisie, outside her office. Mr. Luther doesn't need pity. He didn't need it then, and he still doesn't need it now. Miss Maisie's expression was very normal, as if she was talking about someone unrelated to her. Do you mind talking to me? Miss Maisie thought about it and decided to speak. Mr. Luther had a big fight with his sister and left the Luther group alone. I was waiting for him on the path he had to pass by and was ready to go with him, but he rejected me without hesitation. Do you love him? It shouldn't be love. I admired him, but it's all in the past now. Miss Maisie's expression quickly changed into a professional smile. She handed her a stack of documents waiting to be signed, then walked out with a normal expression. Thea didn't have a good way to explain it. Miss Maisie was actually a very passive person in life. She liked to maintain a way of life for a long time, and she still wanted it to be the way it was 10 years ago. Her feelings for Luther were more of a habit. Miss Maisie's loyalty was unquestionable. As for sending her back to find out about her, with Luther's pride, he wouldn't do such a thing. She sighed and began to focus on her work. 5 days later, Thea came to the Alien Management Committee. Not long after she entered, the former bodyguard, Digger, hurriedly brought her a document. This is the information we just intercepted. This woman killed one of our lead agents. Thea was still very serious when she was working. She picked up the document and quickly flipped through it. The prostitute in the bar next to the New Orleans military base, registered as Priscilla, cut our agent into pieces? Judging from the wound, she's an alien? Yes. Agent Evans found her very suspicious. Her identity was vague, so he went to investigate with his partner, Fana. After this woman revealed her flaws, she killed and pretended to be Agent Evans. She read a lot of information from the management committee from Agent Fana's mind. The black man's aura was dignified. The change in the situation seemed to have brought him back to the military camp. His efforts were very valuable, and he liked this kind of life very much. A female alien who can transform and read minds. Thea thought for a moment. Things were getting more and more out of a group activity of the couplet, and there were more and more people involved. Aliens were definitely within the scope of the administrative committee's business, so she decided to take on this mission herself. Where is Agent Fana? In the polygraph room. Let's go and take a look. Thea soon saw Agent Fana. She remembered this woman. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a hot body. She was one of the few beauties in the Alien Administrative Committee. She had been transferred here because she had kicked her superior's indescribable thing in the FBI. After repeated questioning, the polygraph staff finally verified Agent Fana's testimony. Thea waited for the polygraph technician to leave before she asked, Agent Fana, please repeat what happened. It could be seen that the female agent had been asked many times, and she was a little annoyed. However, she did not dare to argue with Thea. She lit a cigarette and recounted her experience. It was similar to what was described in the report. She and her partner, Evans, went to investigate a stripper. Perhaps Evans's perverted look was more obvious, so she slammed the door in anger and left. What happened after that was bizarre. Evans found her an hour later, and the two had a friendly match. When she went to the bathroom, she received a call from her superior, who told her that her partner had been dead for 2 hours. If this was a horror movie world, Agent Fana would have been dead. Fortunately, this was not a horror movie. She realized that something was wrong. When she returned to the bedroom with her gun, Evans, who had a friendly match with her, was long gone. The administrative committee's agents also analyzed that the alien had the ability to transform. Thea clicked her tongue in wonder as she listened to her story while flipping through the lie detector personnel records. This alien's original body should be female, but she could actually transform into a man to play a friendly match. Besides, her own subordinates were also very strange. In order to find clues, the polygraph staff repeatedly asked Agent Fana what position she had used, how long it had been, and how long she had screamed. After rigorous training, Agent Fana's memory was also very good. She recalled the entire friendly match second by second, including what she had been doing at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and what she had been doing at 5 minutes and 31 seconds. In the end, the time difference was less than 10 seconds. From the results of the polygraph, they had only done one thing and nothing else. I believe you're telling the truth. Thea was very sure. It was very difficult to lie in front of her. Ordinary people could not do it at all. Even the slightest soul fluctuation would attract her attention. It was too difficult to lie in front of the divine position of the soul. Sir, I apply to join the follow-up manhunt. Even if Evans is a scumbag, I want to avenge him. Okay. Thea turned to ask the black man, how's the preparation for the manhunt going? We can leave at any time. We need your authorization and operation code. Okay, bring Agent Fana and send out 5 single mechas with anti-mind-reading jammers. We'll leave in 30 minutes. Since that bar is called Voodoo Bar, let's give this alien the code name Voodoo. Thea quickly made the decision and ordered the black man and Fana to go and prepare. She stayed where she was and looked through the records. Even if this alien strength was nothing to her, she would not underestimate it. In less than 20 minutes, the 5 single mechas, including the black man and Agent Fana, were ready to go. This kind of mass-produced mecha was definitely not as advanced as Thea's self-made ones, but it was still much stronger than the kinetic skeleton used to attack the Cold Flame Vatican. It was equipped with energy weapons, could fly, and could fight in close range. It was the symbol of the elites and the management committee. Manhunts could be solved with a compass or a divination spell. But Thea did not want to appear too mysterious in front of her subordinates. After all, her title was Dr. Quinn, not Immortal Quinn. Her subordinates worked together. In modern society, even if she had the ability to transform at will, they could still track her down with some special technology. Sir, the target appeared in the Heaven's Eye Society base in Mississippi. The Heaven's Eye Society replied that a lot of information was stolen. Just as they were about to leave, an agent came in and reported. Damn it! The black man was furious, but Thea did not care. Could they defeat the enemy just because they obtained information? What a stupid idea. Even if there was a mastermind behind this alien who liked both men and women, it could not be that strong. She committed the crime in New Orleans and ran to Mississippi in the blink of an eye. She probably read the location of the Heaven's Eye Society's base in Agent Fanta's brain. We are not affected by the Heaven's Eye Society. We can remodel and start the manhunt again. By the way, what information did she steal? Thea asked the informant at the end. Chapter 751. Her subordinate looked at her nervously. She copied all the information about the Justice League. Thea's face froze. She thought they were targeting humans, but she didn't expect them to be targeting the Justice League. Just as she was wondering if she should capture the target directly, her subordinate reported the results of his calculations. The direction she's heading is Alabama. Thea waved her hand. Let's go. Wearing a casual suit, she led the way and flew out briskly. Her subordinates didn't dare to delay, and they all activated their armor and chased after her. In less than 30 minutes, they hovered outside a garage. Heat tracking, the target is still inside, but their heat readings are different from humans. Attack! None of the 4 people inside are from Earth. Thea waved her hand and signaled for her subordinates to attack. She was the boss, and it wasn't her turn to deal with these small problems. After absorbing a lot of alien technology, the management committee's weapons had been upgraded. The 5 of them raised their hands together, and more than 10 sound impact bombs were fired. The garage that stood alone on the side of the road was blown up into the sky, and 4 figures flew out from it. There was a fat man with a big head and big ears. Beside him were 2 expressionless women. The 3 of them were standing together in a group. Another woman stood 5 meters away. She had flaxen hair and a slightly dark complexion. She looked like a Latina. These people looked like they were from Earth, right? Her subordinates hesitated. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. They're not from Earth, or not completely. Take them all down. There were so many races in the universe, and her eyes weren't supercomputers. Thea could see that their body structure was different from that of Earth's, and that was enough. Military orders were like mountains, and this saying was effective at any time. The black man took the lead and rushed out. He felt that the fat man seemed to be very powerful. Agent Fina went to kill the target, the woman codenamed Voodoo. The remaining 3 began to attack the 2 women who seemed to be trembling. Most agents were cold-blooded and had undergone cruel training. Unlike superheroes, they did not care much about the lives of ordinary people. With Thea's guarantee, the 5 of them were ruthless without exception. The black man activated the switch on his armor, and with a low roar, a roaring chainsaw was pulled out. The chainsaw cut an extremely fast speed, and with an indomitable momentum, it slashed towards the fat man. The remaining 4 also showed off their skills. Some were good with guns, some were good with fists and kicks. The individual armor could completely magnify their strengths and unleash these strengths on the enemy 10 times, or even 100 times. The fat man did not expect the agents to be so ruthless as soon as they arrived. He transformed in a hurry, his skin turning dark brown and black hair growing all over his body. His eyes became extremely small, flashing with a ferocious red light. His jawbone protruded forward and opened at a 90-degree angle. Among his green fangs was a tongue full of barbs. The other 2 trembling girls also transformed at the same time. Their heads squeezed and stretched into 2 octopus heads, and the hair behind their heads turned into slippery tentacles. Their skin turned light blue, and their arms, thighs, and waist were full of barbs. Their index and middle fingers ring, and little fingers were glued together. Their originally delicate fingers now looked like the claws of some kind of animal. TSK, TSK, how disgusting. Miss Fina was very glad that she did not participate. This was clearly not a characteristic of a normal species. God knows what kind of messy genes were added to this. The original target, Voodoo, was much more normal. Of course, this was relatively normal. A crocodile-like skin covered her entire body. She had huge claws and a lizard-like mouth. If she were to perform a striptease with this appearance, she believed that no matter how thirsty the New Orleans soldiers were, they would not support her. A bright green light flashed across her eyes. Thea was a little surprised. Hi, Hal. Why are you here? I don't remember informing the Alliance. I flew by not far away. The light ring said that there was a high energy reaction here, so I came over to take a look. Who are these people? Looks like they are based on the human body, mixed with extraterrestrial and animal genes. As for what kind of extraterrestrial genes they are, you can use the green light to check. War's database is much richer than the yellow light. Hal raised the ring and scanned the four of them. The light ring quickly gave the answer. They're the biochemical experiment subjects of the Dino people. Thea thought for a moment. I'm afraid they're not just experimental subjects. They are here with a mission. That lizard-like woman has just infiltrated the secret base of the Heavens Eye Society. She has stolen information about the Justice League. Hal Jordan, who was passing by, also became serious. He did not hide the establishment of the Justice League. However, to be so anxious to obtain information, it seemed like it was premeditated and organized. Aren't you going to take action? Hal could not stand it anymore. My old injury has not healed yet. All right, send me a copy of the information about the Dino people. Afraid of provoking Hal, Thea did not use the yellow light ring. She took out the green light ring and copied a copy of the information. It included the language, ethnic characteristics, and social structure of the Dino people. Leaving Thea alone to study the information, Hal went down to capture the enemy. With his help, the agents who had the upper hand became even more ferocious. The two octopus women were the first to be defeated. They were injected with large amounts of sedatives and put on energy suppression bracelets. The foreign genes gradually disappeared, revealing their original appearance. The fat man who looked like a black bear took some effort. One of his arms had been chopped off by the black man digger. In a fit of anger, he was ready to self-destruct. Hal Jordan immediately used the green light ring to wrap him up and only released him when he exploded into powder. The last voodoo woman was surprisingly powerful. Not only did she use the biological technology of the Dino people, she also mixed the steps of a stripper into her attacks with her sharp teeth and claws. Her body had a strong sense of rhythm. She moved left and right, causing the few of them to run in circles. In the end, the impatient Thea used the body immobilization spell to take her down. Should we take her back to the Alliance? Or? Hal asked tentatively. Thea was too lazy now. If it was in the past, they could just drag her away if they liked her. She could not be bothered. However, this person involved aliens. Since she was the chairman of the administrative committee, she did not care if it was inappropriate. This is the work of the administrative committee. If you want to participate in the interrogation, you can come and watch. If you want a written report, I can get my assistant to choose the parts that are not confidential and print a copy for you. She replied formally. All right. I'm not interested. You can deal with it yourself. Hal Jordan was also very busy. Earth was not the only planet in Sector 2814. It was not just the solar system. There were too many things that he had to take care of. After informing Thea, he hurriedly flew away. The agents took down the enemy without any casualties. They cleared the scene of various explosive fragments and brought the 3 captives away. The Black Bear Man who had self-destructed also collected some cell information for later analysis. Chapter 752. Take them all back. Feed each of them 2 kilograms of true water and interrogate them about who they are going to hand over the information to. Who was the contact person? The agents were very obedient, but the results were not very effective. Thea waited until the evening of the same day before they tiredly produced the preliminary results of the interrogation. An agent wearing thick glasses was so nervous facing Thea that it took him 3 minutes to finish stuttering. What? You said they have a spaceship on the far side of the moon? Thea stood up from the chair, and her cold eyes made the agent nervous again. He only had the strength to nod. Things were serious. There was an alien spaceship so close to the Earth, and no one had found it? It was incredible. Thea and Diana often went to other planets to play, and Green Lantern and Superman flew out from time to time. Plus, there were the two bugs, Batman and Luthor. How could so many people not find it? Batman had a huge experimental base on the far side of the moon. Thea took the report and calculated the location of the coordinates. She really had not paid attention to this coordinate. Seal all the information and list it as top secret. The woman whose real name is Priscilla and code name is Voodoo continue to be detained. Wait for me to go to the scene. After she finished speaking, she flew into the sky under the admiring eyes of the agents. In a few minutes, she flew to the far side of the moon. There were densely packed craters, and there were no signs of microbes at all. It was empty and barren. This was a land of death. No matter how she looked, she did not see anything unusual. Were those investigators trying to trick me? This idea was quickly denied. They did not dare. Did that woman say it casually? Thea felt that the thread of fate above her head was swaying slightly. Something must be going on here. She searched several times with her mental power and supervision, but still found nothing. The universe was full of strange things. The other party must have used some advanced technology to hide the spaceship. Thea turned around and went to find Batman. He was better at technology than she was. You mean there is an alien spaceship hidden on the far side of the moon? They have been monitoring Earth? Even the usually calm Master Bat was shocked by this news. Thea nodded. If I'm not wrong, your every move has been under the enemy's surveillance. Batman also realized that the situation was tricky. His base on the dark side of the moon had been moved away, but he still left a lot of observational equipment. He mobilized all of them to analyze and calculate. All of this was caused by that white fatty that day. Catwoman Barbara rushed over when she heard the news. Only after a bunch of women asked her did she find out that the origin of the matter was related to her. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she explained, "The fatty white you guys are talking about isn't specially arranged to liven up the show. He really came here himself." As for why so many things happened after that, it could only be explained by the fact that the female Righteous Alliance had a lot of luck. Barbara, Catwoman, Batwoman, the Huntress, and the big lowly Cassandra looked at each other in bewilderment. They had thought that it would be a party for fun, but they had dug out such a huge hidden danger. I have to participate again next time. A bunch of women were talking, and the noise was so loud that even Thea couldn't stand it. On the other hand, Master Bat was expressionless and sat very calmly. But when she looked carefully, she found that the mute switch on Batman's helmet had already been turned on. "Is this why you wear a mask in your own home?" Thea felt that she had guessed the truth. After half an hour, Batman pointed at the screen. "Your judgment is correct. Here, here, and here. These 3 points don't match the calculation results. The metal reaction here is 31 times greater than the average on the moon's surface, but the sonar detection didn't find any abnormalities here. Find the enemy and defeat the enemy." This was the way superheroes did things. Thea wanted to go and investigate herself, but Batman refused. He had to see who was secretly observing him. The heroines of the Bat Team were also very interested. According to Barbara, this mission had already been added to their list of missions, so they should continue to do it. In the end, the third-generation Robin, Tim Drake, and Damian also joined the expedition plan, and there was a black guy with them. Batman introduced him to Thea. "This is Lucas Fox, the son of Old Fox. His code name is Batwing." The black guy was wearing a set of bright, silver high-tech armor. He was the only person in the Bat Team who wore armor. Thea's eyelids twitched a few times. "You must have found that there were too many women in the team, so you added a newcomer. And this guy's armor is a bit like the upgraded version of the management committee's armor? Oh, it's Old Fox's son. You look like your father. Old Fox was an excellent teacher and helpful friend." Thea thought to herself. Both father and son looked very dark. The black guy didn't know how to respond. This beauty was acting like a senior, and he didn't know whether to use the same etiquette or the same etiquette. Fortunately, the naughty kid Damien resolved the awkwardness. "Big sister, do you have any clues about the flying monster I want?" Thea was very busy every day. Where could she find an animal that could win a small amount of money? She tricked the naughty kid. On the other hand, Batman was like a gang leader, commanding a group of people to move all kinds of equipment. Darts, explosives, welding guns, ropes, and a bunch of electronic equipment and advanced instruments. It was rare for them to leave Gotham for a field battle, and the group was very excited. Even the big, lowly Cassandra, who always had a poker face, was excitedly helping to move the supplies. She originally planned to fly by herself, but when she saw the space shuttle prepared by the Bat family, she went with the flow. There were 9 generals in the Bat family. Including her, there were exactly 10 people. Thea took the food that the old butler Ah Fu prepared for them. Just like a spring outing, she watched as Batman opened the ceiling, rushed out of the atmosphere under the cover of the night, and started the Bat expedition. Other than Batman, the rest of the Bat family had no experience in space travel. They usually took a plane, and the experience of rushing out of Earth could be said to be one of a kind. The group was quickly attracted by the beautiful scenery of the universe. Thea ate a piece of fried chicken. Old Ah Fu was too old and couldn't cook much now, but his cooking was very good. Considering that it was lunch for the 9 of them, she didn't eat too much. "What other information do you know about this Timur star?" asked Batman. Thea wiped her hands with Damien's cloak. The naughty kid glared at her, but she pretended not to see it. "There isn't much information. They have been extinct for almost 100 years. They worship collective intelligence. Every member of the tribe has to contribute their own brain tissue after death. A large amount of knowledge, experience, and memory gathered together to form the main brain that governs the tribe. Usually, there's a clear division of labor. Perhaps this is the reason why the people on Earth named them the Hive Organization." Chapter 753. Mind reading? You don't know mind control, right? The third-generation Robin, Tim Drake, asked the key question. Actually, I suspect that the guy who read minds is a genetic mutation and not a normal ability. The other 2 women we captured did not have the ability to read minds," Thea answered with certainty. "Right. Since we will be entering the alien spaceship later, I have copied some of their language. Come and take a look if you have time." The light ring could connect to existing computer equipment. As Thea spoke, she downloaded the language of the Dino people and sent it to the few of them. They were constantly discussing and revising the plan. At this moment, Thea could see that the third-generation Robin, Tim Drake, was very intelligent. He rarely participated in the conversation between the 2 of them, but he gave many suggestions for the subsequent battle. On the dark side of the moon, Batman was familiar with the route. The space shuttle was not as fast as Thea's flight. It took 40 minutes before they finally landed at their destination. The Bat team was equipped with portable oxygen masks. Everyone disembarked from the space shuttle with weapons in hand and equipped with breathing equipment. The gravity here was only 1/6 of Earth's. Even with the assistance of equipment, there was still some weightlessness. This made the Bat family, who were based on martial arts, lose their enthusiasm and become more vigilant. The only one who was fully equipped was Missy. She was still wearing the lady's suit and walking steadily on the surface of the moon. Thea was not as nervous as them. She had checked the area under her feet before, but Batman said that there was something strange. She had no choice but to check again. Over there. She used her spiritual power to search inch by inch. She and Batman found something strange at the same time, and the 2 of them led the team towards the northwest. "There's a valley here? My spiritual power did not detect this terrain at all. It's too strange." The 10 of them looked down from above. Thea used her spiritual power to scan the area twice. In her spiritual power, this should be a flat area, but in her sight, there was a deep pit that was at least 500 meters long and 300 meters wide. Although the deep pit was found, where was the spaceship? The few of them looked with their binoculars for a long time, but they could not see anything. If I'm not wrong, the enemy's stealth technology is much more advanced than we expected. The enemy must be there. Tim Drake pointed at the deep pit and said with certainty, "If there aren't many enemies, Then we can create a diversion. One team will divert the enemy's main force, while the other team will rush in. Why would he rush in? That would definitely be a very harmonious fight. There is no doubt about this, but they still couldn't make up their minds on who should be the diversion. It was difficult to determine which of the two was more dangerous. There was another question on a deeper level. Who would this battleship belong to? Handing it over to the country would be a joke. None of them were selfless people. If there was an alien spaceship in the Batcave's collection room, it would be so glorious. Thea didn't care about the alien spaceship, but she was envious of the other party's stealth technology. Now that they were right in front of her, she didn't even notice them. She could imagine how powerful this technology was. The enemy is ferocious. His strength is unknown. You guys lure him away, and I'll charge in. The eldest young miss was the first to declare her position. In order to even out the battle strength, she would definitely split into two groups, while the other 9 would split into two groups. Not good. The enemy's internal defense must be tight. We need to find out their purpose. You lure the enemy away, and I'll go in. Batman also didn't budge an inch. The two of them pushed and pushed for a long time. One said he was afraid it would be dangerous, and the other said he was afraid it would be difficult to explain to the president if something happened to her. For a moment, the two of them were particularly noble. Aldrich Pharmaceuticals didn't do anything illegal. The administrative committee listed them as traitors. Isn't it too heavy a sentence to charge them with 10 years in prison? Batman suddenly brought up a seemingly unrelated matter. Is it? Most likely it was done by my men. I'll ask them later. By the way, Bruce, among my men who died in the Yellow Lantern battle last time, how come I couldn't find a Yellow Lantern ring? Do you know the details? Thea asked. Maybe they lost it somewhere. It was so messy at the time. Is it? Huh. The two of them laughed at the same time, leaving the other 8 people confused. Was there some kind of parasite bacteria on the moon? Are you guys sick? This matter was led by the administrative committee. Thank you for the manpower and material support provided by the Bat Team. No, it's a threat to the safety of mankind. Such a powerful enemy should be under the jurisdiction of the Justice League. You misunderstood. This matter was first discovered by the Women's Justice League. The two of them talked for a long time, but no one convinced the other. Thea didn't feel any abnormalities in the fate thread, which meant that her choice didn't affect anything. Too lazy to continue arguing. Okay, I'll lure the enemy away, but you guys really have to be careful. It's hard to say how many people the enemy will have left behind. Batman nodded. You be careful too. If possible, capture them alive. In order not to expose Batman and the others, Thea flashed into the distance and then pretended to pass by casually. Inadvertently, she kicked a football-sized stone into the empty space of the deep pit. Buzz! A very low sound was heard. The stone seemed to ripple where it landed. Under the wave-like lines, a gray metal object could be vaguely seen. Like a passerby, she observed for a while with a surprised expression on her face. With a puzzled expression, as if she had found a treasure, she threw out another 2 large stones. This time, the exposed area was larger. Just the visible part was 100 meters long and more than 50 meters wide. The battleship was streamlined, and the gray metal revealed a sense of sharpness and coldness. Soon, a door rose on the side of the spaceship, and more than 10 translucent blue aliens charged out. Their appearance was similar to the lizard men in science fiction, but the difference was their color. They had inverted triangular heads, and 3 tentacles grew from their chins. Their skin seemed to be covered with a layer of transparent hard shell, and the blood vessels, muscles, and bones inside could be faintly seen. Their vision was deteriorating, and each of them walked out of the spaceship with their backs hunched. They used the tentacles on their chins to emit sound waves. Soon, more than 10 translucent blue lizard men discovered Thea. They maintained their balance with their thick tails and attacked her with their hands and feet. In order to lure more enemies out and to let the Bat Team see the enemy's attack style, she suppressed her strength and fought with the aliens. After only a few moves, Thea figured out the enemy's attack style. These guys seemed to be made from the same mold. The angle of attack and the angle of attack were almost the same. More than 10 aliens failed to take down Thea, and they were very anxious. They roared silently, and in less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 more enemies jumped out. This time, 3 of the enemies were armed with energy guns. They were very cautious and would not shoot unless they had no other choice. At first, Thea thought they were worried about the lives of their own kind, but later she found that their weapon's energy was almost exhausted. Chapter 754. Thea fought for another 2 minutes. When there were no more aliens coming out, she pulled the group of enemies and ran away. The transparent lizard man definitely could not let her leak the news. Moreover, they did not think that Thea was very powerful. The group of people charged forward as if they were hunting. These guys don't have mind-reading abilities, but their close combat skills are as accurate as a computer. They don't seem difficult to deal with. Their weapons are seriously lacking in energy. Also, when the door opened just now, I checked inside. There seem to be 3 or 4 enemies inside. You guys should be able to deal with them if you guys are careful. Thea reminded Batman through telepathy before she left. Seeing that Thea was pulling the group of enemies further and further away, Batman's side finally started to move. When the enemy opened the door, Damian had already turned into a shadow and sneaked in. After receiving his father's signal, the two groups worked together to open the hatch. Be prepared that the enemy has already discovered us. Batgirl, you and Batgirl Cassandra will search along this side. Pay attention to the weapons. Catwoman, Batwing, and Huntress will search along the northern path. Robin and I will take the middle path. Damian, stay on guard. We have to guard this back path. Let's move. Ignoring his son, who was pouting, Batman quickly assigned the tasks. He had seen the strength of the aliens just now. The 3 of them could definitely defeat them. This was not Gotham where they could fly. Walking carefully in the alien battleship that was full of technology, the few of them had a strange feeling. Batman's team was very organized. The personal computer that Barbara carried with her had recorded the Timur language that Thea had taught them. Batwing's mechanical armor also had a personal computer. There was no language barrier between the 2 of them. As for Batman himself, he learned the language as he flew the plane, although they felt that the aliens would not be so bored as to install a bunch of traps in their home. The 3 groups were still very careful. There were very few words on the spaceship. They could roughly understand the purpose of the words through translation. The social structure of the Dino people was like a bee. They saw a few soldiers' rooms in a row, but none of them had any personal belongings. Everyone was like a part of a machine, doing the same job day after day. The spaceship was filled with a sci-fi vibe, the cabin door that automatically opened and closed, and the many unknown devices gave the Bat team, who had been cooped up in Gotham, a sense of excitement that they had not felt in a long time. Catwoman was the best at searching. She was born with good eyesight, a keen sense of smell, and a little bit of luck. She was the first to make a big discovery. Gentlemen, I found a large area of artificial cultivation chambers. They seem to be cloning humans. The people in the cultivation chambers all look alike. The second discovery was made by Barbara. There are a lot of animal corpses, and they all have distinctive limbs. Some seem to have mutated with human cells. These guys were experimenting with human genes. It didn't take much knowledge to figure this out. I have 3 fellows here. They seem to be the leaders. Oh no, we've been discovered. The last one to speak was Batman. There was a burst of static in the earpiece, and then nothing could be heard. An experimental subject delivered to my doorstep. I recognize you. Batman gestured for Robin to hold back for now and jumped out himself. An alien with 5 tentacles on its chin said to him playfully. Batman was angry at the mention of this. What he had done on the dark side of the moon all these years had undoubtedly been seen clearly by these fellows. However, he didn't realize it, and this made him very unhappy. What's your motive? How long have you been on Earth? He asked. We've been here since long before humans came to the moon. You're a very smart human. Your brain is worth keeping. The translucent lizard man seemed to have seen a treasure. 2 more aliens walked out from behind him, each with 4 tentacles. Capture him. I want his brain and intelligence to be used by the people of Gotham. The 3 aliens surrounded Batman in a triangular formation. How could Batman, who had seen countless storms, be taken down by these fellows. He knocked back the leading alien with a dart. Then, he flew up and kicked the face of the alien behind him. Another alien jumped up and tried to pounce on him, but Batman fired his hooked claw gun and flew out horizontally, escaping the encirclement of the three. While the three of them were distracted by Batman and had their backs facing him, Tim Tarek jumped out of his hiding spot and smashed an alien in the head with his baton. The few of them turned back again, and at that moment, Batman charged at them again. The two of them cooperated very well. The three aliens were leaders, not warriors. Even if they had precise combat skills, they used them very inflexibly. Their enemies, on the other hand, were the best martial artists among the humans. Batman and Tim made full use of their flexibility and fought the three aliens with their exquisite cooperation. The blade on his forearm blocked the enemy's sharp claws, and Batman grabbed the enemy's right hand. The enemy, who was wide open, was hit in the back of the head by Tim's pole. He wobbled for 4 to 5 seconds before falling to the ground with a thud. After finishing off one, the remaining two were quickly taken down. It was worth mentioning that the leader was very troublesome. Batman only managed to knock him out after 3 punches. The two of them quickly found the control panel. Both Batman and Tim were computer experts, and they could understand most of the alien language. The two of them guessed and finally removed the interference device and restored their communication channel. "What's the situation with each of you?" "Normal." The first to report was Damien. This brat was still very reliable during the mission. "We have a big guy here. Batwoman is with us. It's a little troublesome, but we can handle it." This voice belonged to Catwoman. They could tell that they were fighting. Batman quickly pulled up the surveillance of the alien spaceship and found the location of their battle. Catwoman and the other 5 were besieging a huge monster. If Thea was here, she would have noticed that it was similar in appearance to the fat man who blew himself up during the capture, except that it was taller and more ferocious. The only difference was that this monster had an extra pair of wings on its back. Unfortunately, the wings were a little deformed and the body was too heavy, so the wings were completely reduced to decoration. Although the monster was extremely ferocious, it was still no match for the 6 of them. The big lowly Cassandra used her psychic ability and stabbed the monster's eyes with 2 daggers. Catwoman and Barbara wrapped the monster's arms with whips at the same time, and the bat wings and mechanical armor gave the monster the final blow. Not long after they finished the battle, Missy leisurely flew back with a string of captives. The few of them gathered in the main control room again. Batman, Tim, and Barbara, the 3 computer experts, were trying their best to crack the spaceship's control system. Thea began to read the alien leader's memory. The news from the 2 groups was not optimistic. Chapter 755. How should I describe their race? There's a term that I don't quite understand. It seems like their main brain died, and their clansmen contracted some kind of disease. Most of them lost their lives, and now only a small portion of them are left. According to the prophecy of the sage who sent them, they will find hope for their race in the genes of the Earthlings and rebuild a new genetic chain. This guy's position is not high, and there are many things that he doesn't know. "What's the news from your side?" asked Thea. Batman was a little depressed. "We can't control this spaceship. Only those with the bloodline of the D-Demons can take off. The subsequent commands also need to be given by the commander. The computer here is only for support." Batman was very unhappy. He couldn't get this spaceship. Although he didn't kill the aliens, he couldn't keep them in the Batcave. His place was a private place, while Missy's management was a government agency. She was also in charge. It was inevitable that the alien captives would be taken away by her. Without the controller, what was the point of having a spaceship? Moreover, there were still a bunch of clones in the spaceship. He couldn't kill them, but letting them go would cause trouble. He had completely lost interest. "Also, I think we need to gather the Justice League." "Why?" Their computer recorded that an extremist was exiled to Earth thousands of years ago. He was the most arrogant and powerful individual in their race. However, the mastermind never received any information about his death. That's why they paid attention to Earth. Also, they came to the dark side of the moon 50 years ago. However, the spaceship departed from Jupiter. This means that in the solar system, on Jupiter, they have a base or even a city, said Batman through clenched teeth. Thea pursed her lips. She didn't even have the energy to complain. A bunch of cheats lived on Mars. There was even a girl called Saturn among the superheroes. This meant that Saturn also had life. Now a bunch of aliens jumped out of Jupiter. Wasn't there a little too many life forms in the solar system? In addition to the Atlanteans, the prehistoric civilizations on Earth, the survivors of the first, second, and third epochs, the people from the Earth's core, the Nagas, the cultists, the mad scientists, and the doomsayers. You'll realize, it was a miracle that Earthlings could live happily to this day and watch the Super Bowl or Victoria's Secret. Isn't that so? Batty's long-range attack now looked like a proper expedition. The two of them looked at each other. They had to get rid of the root of the problem. Who knew if the spaceship would send any signals to Jupiter, leaving behind 8 people to continue copying the data and cracking the program? Thea teleported back to Earth with Batman. The Alliance assembled quickly. Superman, Diana, the Flash, and Green Lantern rushed over from all directions. The Sea King was slightly slower, but Mela had many new ideas after the Women's Alliance conference. The husband and wife worked together and used the pressure of the sea to launch people out. Their speed was quite fast. Thea was absent-minded as she listened to Batman talk about his latest discovery. It was not surprising that there were aliens on Earth. What was surprising was that they had been secretly observing Earth and paying attention to superheroes. That was a little scary. Thea also talked about how they had genetically modified ordinary people and sent them into human society to intercept information. The other party was collecting information about the Justice League. I stopped this information. The woman called Priscilla has also been detained by me. However, according to the analysis of the information available, she is not the real Priscilla, but a clone of the original. The original is being held by the FBI. In short, it's a very troublesome matter. 1,000 years ago, a Dino came to Earth. He was said to be the strongest among them. This person is estimated to be alive to this day. In addition, they also have a city on Jupiter. This is the problem we are facing now. Let's solve the problem on Earth first, Superman said with certainty. The rest of the people also supported him. As for where this strongest person was hiding, it was up to the few of them to find out. Thea sat on the ground alone and threw stones to divine. Batman continued to communicate with his team, trying to find information in the other party's computer. Superman flew out and used his super hearing to search the entire planet. The 3 heroes could not find any clues. The Flash made a trip and dragged Psyker over. Use your shockwave ability to search. As long as you have the physical characteristics of that Dino, or someone he has come into contact with, you should be able to find him. It was undeniable that the Flash was very smart. He was much faster than them searching for a needle in a haystack. Thea sent over a Dino. Psyker quickly found a single vibration frequency that was not on the Moon or Jupiter, in the cave of the highest mountain in the world. The few of them sent Psyker off, tidied up their equipment, and rushed to the highest mountain. The peak was hidden in the clouds. The temperature was -30 to 40 degrees all year round. Strong winds of force 7 or 8 blew past from time to time. The snow was blown everywhere by the strong winds. Today, a few strange people came to the majestic and solemn snowy mountain. It's so cold. Little Flash was freezing. In such a low-temperature environment, his speed was greatly reduced. The Sea King, who also liked to fight shirtless, was not much better than him. He looked like he was fine, but if one looked closely at his hand holding the trident, one would know that he was extremely cold. Especially when he looked at the 2 fellows in the team who were wrapped up tightly like balls. He was unhappy. Batman was an ordinary person, so it was understandable that he would wear a sweater and a down jacket. However, Thea, weren't you a goddess? She was wrapped in a large blanket, shrinking her neck and pretending to be weak. Are you gods afraid of the cold? Not only did the Sea King think about it, but he also asked about it. After he finished speaking, he pointed at Diana. The Valkyrie's armor was much stronger than the one from the novice village, but it was not completely airtight. Her skin could be seen through the gaps between her arms and thighs. Thea was wrapped in a large blanket. Not to mention that the cloak made of golden fleece was quite warm. Especially when she saw the others shivering in the cold. She felt a sense of accomplishment, as if she had clothes and they did not. She was a little amused by the Sea King's question. Of course it's cold. Most gods are not made of energy. Other than some concept creatures, a low-temperature environment is fair to everyone. Of course, except for this one. She pointed at Superman. As expected of the god of the mortal world, Superman was a perfect example of his own strength. Perhaps his frequent trips to the solitary fortress in the North Pole had allowed him to get used to the low-temperature environment. Other than the Sea King, who was frozen like a salted fish, everyone was quite cold. The Flash's speed was directly affected, and the Green Lantern's brain was numb from the cold. His courage and willpower had turned into paste. The 7 warriors struggled to climb the snowy mountain. Among them, only Batman had the most proper equipment. He had prepared a lot of high boots, ice picks, and safety ropes. The remaining few seemed to be here for fun. Thea wanted to fly up, but Diana said that climbing was also a form of training and asked her to walk on her feet. The young lady could only follow the team and climb up slowly. Chapter 756. Looks like we're almost there. Batman was very busy. Not only did he have to climb the mountain by himself, but he also had to take out a device from time to time to calculate the location. Hearing that they were almost there, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief. Superman saw that they were not in good condition and flew up himself. His supervision penetrated the mountain and searched for the secret hideout of the Dino people. Found it. The enemy seems to have discovered me. I'll go over first. Superman finished his sentence and flew over. I'll go help. Thea chased after him without another word. She was too lazy to walk. Diana shook her head in amusement and chased after him in a flash of light. Seeing that the green light Hal was about to fly over, the Sea King and Barry hurriedly stopped him. Even if you want to fly, you have to bring us along. What if the enemy is defeated by the time we walk over ourselves? Wouldn't our trip to the snowy mountain be in vain? Hal could only use instantiation to bring a few of them along. Unknowingly, he was much slower than the other 3. On the other side, Thea arrived almost at the same time as Superman. Diana was slightly slower by less than 2 seconds. What greeted them was a huge stone door that was more than 5 meters tall. The stone door was dark gray in color, as if it had been standing in the mountains for countless years. In the middle of the stone door, there was a relief sculpture of a Buddhist Ajura with 3 heads and 6 arms. The sculpture was very lifelike. Every gaze and every movement was filled with a murderous aura. Even Thea, the goddess of art, felt that it was not bad. The 3 of them looked at each other and decided to leave the dirty work of breaking the door to Superman. The owner of the stone door saw their actions and wisely opened the mechanism slowly. The stone door creaked and moved to the left and right, slowly opening up a small path. We finally caught up. Hal Jordan brought the 3 who could not fly and arrived just in time. The 7 of them had gathered and walked in together. The path was very narrow and could only accommodate 1 person. Naturally, Superman had to walk in front, Thea in the middle, and Diana at the back. The temperature in the mountain was still cold, but was much better than outside. Student Salted Fish Sea King was showing signs of thawing. Dong dong, footsteps sounded, and 2 robots blocked the way. The androids were very similar to the Timor star that Thea and Batman had fought before. They also had a hunched body and walked upright. They had claws and a tail and had the appearance of a lizard. However, their bodies were completely covered in metal. 4 electronic eyes, glowing with red light, swept across everyone before finally focusing on Superman. The electronic voice was very unpleasant, as if a metal was scraping glass. It has been confirmed that the cell enhancement is due to the activity of the yellow dwarf star G2Y, Earth. The probability that the biological test confirms that the target is a standard human is 0%. The outer garment contains a mixture of 14 elements, which is inconsistent with the existing elements on Earth. Conclusion: the probability of the target being an original Kryptonian is as high as 96%, which is in line with the target's setting expectations. The two robots scanned Superman as if there was no one around. Then, under Hal Jordan's vigilant gaze, they turned around and left at the same speed as when they came. The heroes were fearless and continued to walk in. After passing through a long corridor, the road gradually widened. Seeing that there was no danger at the back, Diana walked to Thea's side. "What do you think of the enemy inside?" "He's no match for us," Thea answered without thinking. At most, he was a slightly more powerful alien. 7 people besieging him? That would be giving him face. Diana was 1,000% convinced of her lover's judgment. She also let down her guard and discussed the relief murals around them in a low voice. She also talked about her work experience in the Louvre. The 7 of them came to a square paved with bricks. 18 huge stone pillars propped up a huge space that covered an area of nearly 1,000 square meters and was 50 meters high. There was a corridor that the 7 of them had walked through in the north, south, east, and west. Looking at the color of the rocks, it was at least 2,000 years old. One could only imagine how much manpower was used to excavate such a huge space inside the mountain. The architectural style was full of ancient Buddhist symbols. White elephants, lotus flowers, monks sitting cross-legged, and various stone carvings could be seen everywhere. It was not difficult to guess that this was most likely some religious holy land that was later occupied by the Dino aliens. A guy with a blue flame head, golden armor, and a black cloak was looking at them with interest. His gaze was focused on Superman, as if he was admiring some object. Thea felt that this guy was very different from the Dino aliens. Ordinary Dino aliens had a hunched back like a lizard, but this guy had a straight back like a king. Other than the blue flames, she could also sense some Dino alien's aura. He was completely different from her own race. I knew that there was a Kryptonian in the spaceship when it crashed. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so big. The other party's words were shocking, and the heroes instantly became alert. This guy actually knew the time when Superman came to Earth. Or was he present at that time? The Dino alien's blue flame had swept across the rest of the heroes. When he saw Thea and Diana, he was obviously stunned. Who were they? Or were they from some race? Thea met his gaze and sneered. She took the opportunity to strike him with fear. "How dare you? You should kneel before the great Lord Hespentor, not play these damn tricks." It was obvious that Thea's fear had reminded him of some bad memories. His original arrogance was instantly shattered, and he roared in exasperation. He turned to look at Superman. "Kryptonian, I will give you a chance. Kill these Earthlings, and I promise to give you new knowledge. This planet can also be yours to rule." He thought that the Kryptonian should have kowtowed to him for his generous offer. However, all 7 of them looked at him as if he was a retard. Was this guy an idiot? Diana gave Thea an inquisitive look. This is hilarious." Thea laughed impudently. She had even provoked Darkseid before. This ridiculous alien in front of her really thought she was a pushover. "You have a death wish." The Dino alien named Hespentor stretched out his hand and shot a blue beam of light that was 0.5 meter in diameter at Thea. She did not know how her opponent had gotten rid of her fear. Thea had been on her guard all this time. Faced with the enemy's attack, she did not hesitate to draw her holy sword and slashed at the blue beam. The holy sword was a little sluggish at the initial contact, but Thea quickly increased her strength and cut the blue beam in half. What a strange power. It's vast and majestic. It's a little similar to my holy sword. This feeling? It feels a little like Buddhism. This is not your original power, or rather, it's not the original power of a Dino alien. Thea looked at the skull in Hespentor's blue flames. There was a frontal bone, a nasal bone, and a jawbone. This skull obviously belonged to an Earthling. Thea looked at it again, and the more she looked, the more suspicious she became. In her golden armor, the patterns on it. Is this the armor of the Akalanatha? Are you an alien who believes in Buddhism? Chapter 757. Hespentor stared at Thea for a long time, but could not figure out her origins. He had never even seen an old god that had been sealed for 1,000 years, let alone a new one. Earthling, you have good taste. How about this? Help me complete a mission, and I'll forgive you. You have the right to kneel at my feet. F***CK. Where did this idiot come from? Even Darkseid had to think twice before saying this. You're too blind. Thea rolled up her sleeves and was about to chop him up when Batman spoke in her earpiece. Listen to what his mission is. She quickly realized. That's right. There was no harm in getting information. However, it was impossible for her to kneel. She could only use her acting skills. Her face was pale, and she pretended to be severely injured by the blue light, but was still holding on. What are you trying to do? She said, pretending to be strong. Even Superman and the rest were stunned by her excellent acting skills. She would definitely win an Oscar this year. The demo native introduced himself arrogantly, saying that he was the eldest son of House Byer, the leader of the Second Territory, Montos, and a bunch of other names that they did not understand. If they ignored the fact that his planet had been blown to smithereens, and that his people had not only exiled him, there were not many of them left. Just listening to him recite his family tree made them think, wow, he's a big shot. He looks so high and mighty. My benevolence is limited to today. You're all elites among Earthlings. Be thankful for this rare gift. Today, you have the honor of calling me master. Espinner got more excited as he spoke. He stretched his hands to the maximum, as if he was releasing some gospel. Blue energy surged from his body, and there was even a faint singing voice. Thea was well versed in psychology. From his behavior, she could tell that this guy really believed what he was saying. He was not provoking them. He really felt that he had given the Righteous Alliance a great gift. However, his trash talk disgusted them. Green Lantern and Hal wanted to charge forward a few times. Even the good-tempered Flash wanted to beat him up before questioning him. Unfortunately, Batman stopped them. The sly Batman even signaled for Thea to continue. The young mistress could only use an illusion to show his point. In the illusion, she arranged for Batman to be the first one, and he fell to his knees with a thud. She and Diana were standing far away from each other. Due to the visual error, it was impossible to tell whether they were kneeling or not. Good. Your humility has allowed you to escape certain death. I have to say that you have good taste. Highspinner was getting happier and happier. The people of the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. What did we do to make you so happy? Only Diana sensed Thea's magic fluctuations. I'll give you a mission. If you can do it, this planet and this young galaxy will be yours. Thea didn't waste any time. She controlled the Batman in the illusion to kowtow twice. In a place called Jupiter by the people of Earth, there's an ancient temple of my race. I've obtained a few words from the remnant will of the Cortex Prime. There is a weapon that can overturn the entire universe. Your mission is to get it for me and give it to me. In return for your loyalty, I'll allow you to rule this planet forever. Highspinner's tone carried a hint of madness. The heroes looked at each other. Was this guy an idiot? They didn't do anything, and he spilled the beans on his own? We have to get rid of him and then go to Jupiter. Superman felt a sense of urgency. The so-called weapon that could overturn the world was a bit boastful, but they couldn't ignore it. Then let's go. Thea dispelled the illusion. The scene in front of him disappeared, and Highspinner was slightly stunned. How could he not know that he had been fooled by the people of Earth, whom he regarded as ants? Just as he was about to curse, he saw Thea raise her hand and send out a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly changed his form and dodged the attack. Superman's casserole-sized fist followed closely behind. This alien was also considered powerful. He tilted his head slightly at the critical moment and used the blue flames to wrap around Superman in the opposite direction. At the critical moment, Diana kicked him in the stomach, and, on the other side, the Sea King's trident came crashing down. As a great existence who could exchange a few blows with Darkseid, Thea didn't participate in the siege. Instead, she carefully observed Highspinner's combat strength. This guy was exiled by his race, and he was indeed unique. It was similar to the Martian Manhunter's psychic power. This guy's ability also came from his psychic power, but the details were slightly different. The Martian Manhunter's psychic power was invisible, but this guy's ability brought out waves of blue light. It was a bit like the psionic energy in a certain game. However, the psionic energy, which was supposed to be pure blue, was mixed with a lot of yellow light. Logically speaking, when a type of energy had impurities, its strength would decrease exponentially. The purer it was, the more powerful it would be. This was basically an undeniable truth. However, this guy used this yellow substance as a supplement to his attacks, so other than Thea, the other 6 couldn't take him down. As the main force, Superman and Diana took the brunt of the attacks. Unfortunately, this enemy was a bit like the Martian Manhunter who didn't have a phobia of fire. His abilities were average, and he didn't have any obvious shortcomings. He could still fight back under the siege of everyone. Inside the mountain, the other 6 didn't dare to use many powerful moves. If they broke the mountain and caused the highest peak to collapse, it could cause a global geological disaster. This made them a little cautious. High Spinter, on the other hand, didn't have such concerns. He went all out and fought against 6 people at once. It seemed like he was on par with them. Superman was holding back, unable to use his strength. On the other hand, Batman was throwing left and right uppercuts. He looked very fierce. Diana's dual swords were stained with Darkseid's Omega effect, and they were still in Thea's dimensional ring. She was using a high-grade imitation of a lightning spear. Her problem was similar to Superman's. She didn't dare to go all out and try to control the enemy as much as possible. She couldn't even use 20% of her abilities. Normally, the power of lightning could suppress the mind and psionic energy to a certain extent. However, the yellow light that flashed on this guy's body from time to time could always resist the lightning. With the yellow energy on his body, High Spinner's strength and agility increased greatly. He seemed to be on par with Superman. The Flash's high-speed attacks were all blocked by his adamantine armor. Green Light's materialization could only trap him temporarily. High Spinner also had the ability to transform between reality and illusion. The attacks of the remaining people weren't very effective. After familiarizing himself with their attacks, High Spinner began to fight back. His psionic energy turned into all kinds of sharp blades. Some flew at the others, and some were used as weapons in his hands. Seeing Hal Jordan's lantern ring appear, he fell into deep thought. The psionic energy immediately underwent a drastic change. It changed from a simple throwing knife to a variety of weapons. The blue psionic energy was pulled into a weapon that looked like a mace. It smashed down on the few of them. Chapter 758. That's quite impressive. Thea looked thoughtfully at the empty wall. Master, don't you think so? Stop hiding. I've already seen you guys. 9 illusory figures of old monks walked out from a wall. They were of different races. Some of them looked kind and benevolent, while others looked miserable. Behind the illusory figures, there was a faint Sanskrit chanting. It could be seen that they were all senior monks with profound cultivation. With the soul god's position, Thea noticed them hiding and peeking at her the moment she entered. However, she did not say anything as she could not tell if they were friends or foes. Goddess of unknown origins, please restrain your companions. The devil cannot be killed, only suppressed, said the old monk in the lead kindly. Thea did not say anything. Her starry eyes looked at the other party, waiting to hear the old monk's story. The story was cliché and cliché. High Spinner had been exiled to Earth by his people for 2,000 years. Therefore, his appearance was obviously different from the current Timor star. In these 2,000 years, he did not eat, drink, or play. Instead, he was bitterly trained by a group of old monks behind closed doors. These 9 old monks came from different sections. They often fought with each other over some doctrinal issues. However, High Spinner, who descended from the sky, slowed down their sex conflict. These were not monks in modern society. They existed in an era even older than Merlin, and each of them had magical powers. 9 against 1, they actually only had a slight advantage. The final result was a cliché method of suppressing the devil. What made Sia not know whether to laugh or cry was that this group of old monks did not know what an alien was. They saw High Spinner's strange appearance, his language barrier, his violent temper, and the fact that he killed people and massacred villages for no reason. They thought that he was some kind of evil demon or something similar. After they sealed him, they did nothing but chant scriptures at him every day, hoping to dispel the evil aura in his heart. Being exiled by his people, he definitely did not have any evil aura. The old monk's powers were not as effective as the green lamp's brainwashing, but they could not withstand the long duration. Even if their bodies had reached the end of their lifespan, their souls would still be there, chanting scriptures every day. After a long time, Highspinner strangely discovered that he also had a hint of Buddha nature. A guy who used psionic energy and was not inferior to a Martian hunter at his peak had been forcefully converted just like that. As a psionic energy user and one of the best in his tribe, Highspinner subconsciously knew that he could not let Buddhism completely control him. He still had some resistance, which was why he was usually crazy and spoke incoherently. He would often be immersed in his own world like an idiot. At the end of the story, Master Highspinner finally succeeded in his cultivation. Relying on his Buddha nature, he forcefully removed the seal. However, after 2,000 years, his alien body turned to dust as soon as he came out. He could only use his remaining psionic energy to wrap around the remains of an eminent monk around him, surviving as a half-psionic, half-corpse. The devil, us, and this seal have been deeply engraved in the mountain. Once one side is destroyed, the entire mountain will collapse, the old monk concluded. Thea's expression darkened. Even if the old monk's powers were profound, he could only see the mountain. He did not know how great of an impact it would have on the entire Asian continent if something happened to the highest peak. It would be an apocalyptic disaster. Thousands of miles, or even tens of thousands of miles would be affected. The global climate would definitely change, and what would follow would be the rise of the sea level. All coastal cities would be affected. The death toll would be immeasurable. I promise you, I will help you reseal this devil. I have high hopes for your results. Work harder and convert him completely. Thea explained the consequences to the heroes. They did not dare to kill him. No one could bear such a serious consequence. Not to mention that Highspinner was not that dangerous to the world. Superman was a little regretful. Wasn't it too reckless of him to start a fight with this lunatic? Hold him back. I will reactivate the seal, Thea said through the earpiece. After that, she apologized slightly and began to read the memories of the old monk. Soon, she found their sealing technique. It could be said that the Buddhist divine arts were the best at sealing techniques. There were many wonderful ideas, and even at her current height, she felt that her eyes lit up when she saw them. To be honest, the old monks were very unhappy with her forceful reading. However, they could not resist when they had a body, not to mention now that they were only left with their souls and had fallen in front of the god of souls. Fortunately, Thea was not some evil god. Although she did cross the line, she still had a bottom line. While they were smiling bitterly, Thea finished reading all their knowledge. She was at a different level. No matter how ingenious the skills of mortals were, they were still mortals. She could understand 70% to 80% of it at first glance. She could understand everything with a second glance. Under the nervous gazes of the old monks, she stretched out her hand and sent out 9 light balls. I won't take your knowledge for nothing. Your souls have been strengthened by me. I also added some of my understanding and enlightenment of sealing techniques. The understanding of gods was far beyond the limits of the old monk's vision. They were a little excited. They did not know what the green lamp was, but they were itching to learn all kinds of incredible enlightenment techniques. It was a pity that they did not have a body. Otherwise, they would go down the mountain and convert another 100 or 80 people. The 9 old monks sighed together. It was impossible to go down the mountain. This was the only target left. Highspinner, who was struggling to deal with the main connection, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He did not know that it was his subconscious reminding him of his tragic future. All of you, return to your positions. I will seal him. The 8 old monks hurriedly went to their positions. Only one was left silently looking at the skeleton wrapped in Highspinner's psionic energy. Thea patted the ground gently. Her divine power was not in the same system as that of Buddhism, but she could control it by force. An invisible gray breath entered the ground and spread through the walls. In a loud rumbling sound, 9 giant stone tablets broke out of the ground. Only the middle one was stepped down by High Spinner. Thea sneered and did not care. The stone tablets glowed with a layer of mysterious light against the fire in the room. Over the years, the surface of the tablets was seriously weathered. Every stone tablet was engraved with dense Sanskrit characters, and a sense of history hit her in the face. Originally, the sealing process needed hundreds of monks to chant sutras together. Now she did not have this condition. Where could she find hundreds of monks with supernatural power in modern society? She let the 9 monks chant the beginning as the guide for the whole ceremony. The rest of the process was ignored. After that, she would use her method. You monks only needed to watch from the side and shout Lulu Lulu. Thea was on one side, arranging the modified version of the Buddhist sealing formation. On the other side, High Spinner had a premonition that a disaster was coming. He wanted to rush out of the encirclement in a hurry. After that, he did not know whether to attack Thea or run first. His thoughts were in a mess, and he could not make up his mind. Chapter 759. The idea was good, but it was hard to do in practice. Diana's defense was unparalleled. She only defended and did not attack, firmly guarding the passage. He tried 3 times but failed. Instead, his head was bruised by the shield. "I'll trap him. The rest of you retreat." Thea shouted. How focused her emotions. The green lamp trapped High Spinner like an iron cage. The 9th stone tablet that had been stepped on also rose in response. Thea forced the 8 stone tablets to move. They emitted rays of golden light. Scriptures appeared on the mountain walls. These were carved by the believers with their blood and sweat. At first, they were as thin as silk. Then, they became trickles. Finally, the golden light gathered on the middle tablet. It instantly erupted with an irresistible suction force, about to suck High Spinner in. Superman finally had a use this time. "You don't want to go in? I'll push you in." The 8 old monks began to chant sutras in unison, and High Spinner's resistance was visibly weakened. The old monk who had been standing beside Thea saw that High Spinner was about to enter the tablet. He leaped forward. The monk, the skeleton, and the alien were finally mixed together. They were sucked in by the stone tablet's golden light. Retracting the divine power, the 9 stone tablets slowly descended to the ground again, just like how they came out. They became part of the underground palace. Cool. The Flash touched the floor tiles for a long time. He could not figure out what the mechanism here was. The battle was not intense, but they knew that this was just an appetizer. The battle on Jupiter was the key. Let's search around. See if the 2 guiding robots from before are a threat. See if there are any other hidden dangers here. Batman gave the order casually. He then lit a torch and walked to the side of the passage. The remaining 6 looked at each other in silence. "Hey, when did we choose him as our leader? Why didn't I know?" Hal said a little angrily. Thea and the others had different expressions. Some shrugged, some smiled bitterly. However, it was a good idea to search separately. They quickly went their separate ways. The young lady did not think that there were any hidden dangers here. She pulled Diana to look at the words on the stone wall. Sanskrit. Diana's knowledge allowed her to enter the Louvre. She could recognize most of the words in the world. Even if there were a few she didn't know, she could fully decipher them with her divine power. That's right. Buddhism is very positive. It advises people to do good. It has some similarities with your guardian. All living beings have the wisdom and virtue of the Buddha. I don't know where the Buddha is now, but he has gone further than us, and his realm is higher. Look at these words left behind. They should be helpful to you. In order to help Diana, Thea really went through a lot of trouble. Although the Valkyrie was persistent, she was actually a little inflexible. Her worldview was also influenced by her mother, Hippolyte's Greek version of "with great power comes great responsibility." She had to understand something positive and positive. In fact, the Christian God's love for the world was more suitable for Diana's values. But Thea always felt that it was strange. Love me is enough. What kind of people were they? Stand up and let me see. She would never allow her daughter-in-law to walk on the path of loving the world. Reading the old monk's memory gave her a lot of inspiration. Wisdom, reality, these were all very good choices. At a higher level, one's appearance was born from one's heart, and the world was in one's heart. One could create paradise with a single thought, and there was a faint taste of rules. It could be said that it was very suitable for the current Diana as a reference. In order to maintain the faith, modern Buddhism added a lot of ideas of giving love to others and contributing to society. However, in ancient times, there were no such things in the theory in this underground palace. It was just some very pure cultivation experience. Not knowing what her lover was thinking, Diana read very carefully. Many of the Buddhist theories seemed very simple, but the more she thought about it, the more she found that it contained great wisdom. The two women discussed from time to time. Thea's real realm was much higher, and with the memories of many old monks as references, Thea's views on many theories were superior. Diana kept nodding as she listened, feeling that she had benefited a lot. Looking at her lover's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Thea knew that she had learned a lot. It was a pity that even though she spoke clearly and logically, she didn't even understand the surface of it. The Buddhist theory was too different from her original intention, so she could only slowly walk with Diana. Soon, two muffled sounds came from the passage. Superman and the Flash had each taken care of a robot. Diana looked at the wall regretfully. She was going to take a closer look next time. The seven of them left the underground palace. Thea first took everyone back to the Hall of Justice to discuss the next step of the plan. Back in the warm house, the Sea King finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sunlight shining in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He would never go to such a cold place again. However, in less than 2 minutes, he frowned again. Superman and Batman had a new dispute. Superman's intention was for a few heroes with space survival skills to fly over and solve the problem, while Batman's intention was for a few Earthlings to follow. His reason for insisting was that Jupiter was too big, and they did not know where the temple was. The more people there were, the faster the search. All right, let's go together. The more people there are, the faster the search. It's been a busy day. In the end, Thea supported Batman. She didn't have any impression of the people from Dynamo. It was obvious that they weren't famous enemies. A few more Earthlings wouldn't be a problem. The administrative committee has a few alien spaceships. However, it's troublesome to register with the council. Let's use the Dynamo spaceship on the moon. Is there a problem with the control? The woman called Voodoo was captured by the administrative committee. She has Dynamo blood and can be controlled. I'll take care of these problems. Bring your equipment and wait for me on the moon. After teleporting back to the administrative committee, they easily met the female alien codenamed Voodoo. I recognize you. The president's daughter. Hey, superhero. Wearing equipment that suppressed superpowers, her body was hanging in the air with her arms and legs spread out. The true mixed-blood woman looked at Sia with a mocking smile. Very good. You know me. That's easy. However, I have a question. Do you know yourself? Do you know who you are? The patriotic and human stuff again. I know the consequences. What's wrong with working for an alien? Don't try to kidnap me with morals. How would a rich girl like you know the suffering of the bottom rung? Thea quickly raised a hand to interrupt her. You misunderstood. I'm not that bored. I don't know how much you know about genetic engineering, but I can tell you with certainty that you're a clone. She had done many cloning experiments. Initially, it was all for Shazan. Now, she had no use for it. However, knowledge couldn't be forgotten. Thea could tell that Miss Voodoo was a clone just by looking at her report. Chapter 760. You weren't born naturally, and your name isn't Priscilla. Your previous memories, your childhood, everything is fake. They were all forcefully instilled in you by the Dino people. Hello, are you listening to me? Miss Voodoo's gaze was completely blank. If she wasn't Priscilla, then who is she? Where is she? What was she doing? A bunch of philosophical questions surrounded her. Thea could only find a chair to sit down and wait. After a full 10 minutes, she recalled all the things that didn't seem right. Finally, she had an answer. Miss Voodoo's gaze slowly recovered. Does this Priscilla exist or not? She was a pitiful person. She was kidnapped by the Dino Star when she was 4 years old. The local police recorded her as a missing person. She only reappeared 5 years ago. She looked similar to you after you transformed. She had a lizard head and sharp claws. The only difference between the two of you was that she had wings and you didn't. It was determined that she had escaped on her own. She was captured by the FBI not long after she returned to Earth. Hearing that she was a clone of someone, Miss Voodoo was completely speechless. The meaning of her existence had disappeared. Her previous life was completely fake. This made her feel an invisible fear. After a long silence, she spoke again. "Why are you telling me all this? What use do I have to you?" Thea clapped lightly. "You're very smart, even smarter than the original Priscilla. She actually wanted the FBI to help her return to normal. You're better than her in this aspect." "Hee hee, better than the original? I'm still a prisoner." She stretched her neck and looked around. "What's the difference between you and the FBI here? We've captured quite a number of Dino people. They should be the group you were trying to contact previously. However, their spaceship requires a special bloodline to operate. This is why I'm looking for you. Help me operate the spaceship. After that, I can pardon you. You can go back and do striptease or do something else." Unexpectedly, Miss Voodoo didn't intend to go back and flirt with the New Orleans soldiers. She actually wanted to be an agent. Thea waved her hand. "Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you?" Miss Voodoo was put down. Her eyes flashed as she asked, Do you have this ability?" Thea asked curiously. Voodoo was about to teach this beautiful hero a lesson and let her know that he was not someone to be trifled with. But he found that his body was completely stiff and he could not move at all. Thea said matter-of-factly, "See, you can't even move in front of me. What's so great about reading minds? You can't threaten me at all, and I can even control your body." As she spoke, she directly controlled Miss Voodoo to do a few movements, and in the end, she even did a front flip. "I follow the principle of a deal. You help me control the battleship, and I give you freedom. Isn't that appropriate?" Miss Voodoo immediately expressed that her boss was wise. "I'll follow you from now on." Before she could say anything, a green light flashed. When she regained consciousness, she was already in a high-tech spaceship on the dark side of the moon. Thea looked around. Batman and the others had not arrived yet, so she brought Miss Voodoo to the control panel. When they heard that the Justice League was going to drive this spaceship to Jupiter, Batman's friends could not remain calm. Even Tim Derrick, who was known for his calmness, was a little tempted. However, Thea did not agree. It was better to wait and see what Daddy Bat wanted to do. The people from the Justice League were not slow. Thea had just finished studying the control instructions when Green Lantern Hal had already brought 3 people who could not fly to the moon. They had only heard of it before, but now that they saw a real alien spaceship docked so close to Earth, the heroes could not believe it. The spaceship started moving quickly. Unsurprisingly, the Bat team was driven back by him. It was said that he wanted to prevent accidents from happening to Gotham. In fact, everyone knew that he was afraid that something would happen to his team. Jupiter was the most massive and fastest rotating planet among the 8 planets in the solar system. Pluto was kicked out by astronomers. Its volume was 1,316 times that of Earth, and its diameter was 140,000 kilometers. The amount of work needed to find a temple on such a huge planet was not small. This time, the Justice League not only brought the Martian Hunter, but also the reserve member, Ray Palmer. Seeing that they were all nervous, the big goofball could only greet Thea without saying much. They needed to set off from the moon, pass through Mars, and the next stop was Jupiter. Seeing that the cabin was full of clones that looked exactly like her, Miss Voodoo was a little numb at this time. She mechanically set the position of Jupiter according to the coordinates and stood in the distance. Batman, the Atom, and the Flash got together and discussed the search for the temple according to the records in the spaceship. The 3 guys also studied an algorithm seriously. Thea and Diana hid in a corner and continued to study the relationship between Buddhism and the Guardian. For hours later, a bunch of superheroes landed on the surface of Jupiter. Jupiter was farther from the sun, and the environment was worse. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. The lowest temperature was minus 168 degrees, which was much colder than the highest peak. Fortunately, they had learned their lesson. They turned on the temperature adjustment technology and used their superpowers. Student Salted Fish Poseidon was tightly wrapped. He was wearing a coat sewn with the skin of a special sea beast. At this time, he missed his warm sea water very much. Wow, so cool. A satellite the size of the moon flew past in low Earth orbit, and the light on the ground was instantly blocked. In 2 minutes, the originally blurred ground was completely dark. The satellite came and went quickly, and in less than 3 minutes, it returned to normal. The Flash and the Atom couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Unfortunately, when a third satellite flew over their heads, their excitement completely disappeared. The first time they saw it, the second time they saw it, the second time they saw it, and the third time they saw it, they felt annoyed. There were 69 known satellites in Jupiter's orbit. Jupiter's mass was large, and its rotation speed was fast, causing the satellites to fly with a whoosh. The Earth's rotation was about once every 24 hours, while Jupiter's rotation was once every 9 hours and 50 minutes. There is only one moon in Earth's orbit, but there were 69 of them here. The barren land, the sudden hurricanes, the ultra-low temperature, and the occasional debris from the collisions between the satellites made the heroes, who had never been to an alien planet, feel a little uncomfortable. The rest of them were also confused. This place was too big. Fortunately, they had calculated the approximate location with their advanced technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find it. Our landing is still a little off. There are signs of life 20 kilometers away from us. The humanoid pro-Martian hunter soon brought good news. Chapter 761. Hearing that it wasn't far, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to stay in this lousy place for another minute. Green Lantern Hal Jordan volunteered to investigate, and then flew over. 3 minutes later, they saw the roar of fire and the sound of an explosion not far away. There was no doubt that Green Lantern had been exposed. This idiot! Batman cursed in a low voice, but he had to fight. Most of the heroes of justice could fly, and the only ones who couldn't were the Flash, Sea King, and Batman. The Flash was undoubtedly fast. He had added a heating device to his combat suit, so the environment here didn't affect him much. Sea King had the physique of an animal, and he wasn't slow when he ran and jumped. Our Batman couldn't do the same. There were no trees or buildings here, and he couldn't use his hook gun or glider at all. His human speed was nothing. In the sky, Sia saw that he was chasing after them with all his might, and the gap between them was getting wider and wider. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth and snickered. Diana elbowed her, and she hurriedly cast advanced haste on Batman so that he wouldn't fall behind. Before they finished running 20 kilometers, they saw Hal flying in front with a bunch of enemies chasing behind him. How King melodramatic. That was what everyone thought at the same time. They were supposed to sneak in and observe, then come up with a plan before starting the battle. But now it had become a tough battle. There are 2 big guys, and there are about 500 enemies left, Hal shouted as he ran. Is this what you call investigation? The heroes were speechless as they watched the dust fly behind him and the enemies shouting to kill. The Green Lantern Corps' tactical concept was very advanced. Attack! Superman took the lead and charged out. Diana followed closely behind. Sia took a look and also chased after her. There were a bunch of enemies on the ground, and it was just these guys? They're different from the enemies we encountered before, Diana said curiously. The first ones they encountered were all translucent lizardmen. Later on, the High Spinners became blue skulls. Now, these fellows on the ground were all muscular and powerful. Their skin was as rough as sandpaper, and their large heads were filled with crisscrossing sharp teeth. Their bodies were wrapped in something like animal skin, and they wielded crude, cold weapons. Other than the tentacles on their chin, it could be said that they were a completely different species from the Dino people. It was unknown if they had the ability to adapt to the environment and change their genes, or if it was some kind of mutation. The heroes did not want to know. Quick, these 2 big eyes are very powerful. Hal saw them and quickly called for backup. Thea didn't know if the 2 big guys behind her were powerful or not, but they definitely looked impressive. With a height of 200 meters and a body made entirely out of obsidian, 2 gigantic stone golems were chasing after Greenlight Hal. They had shields in their left hands and swords in their right hands. Wearing helmets and capes, They looked like ancient Spartan warriors that had been magnified hundreds of times. Hal's materialization couldn't hurt them at all. Instead, they were beaten up by the stone men. Superman saw that he was in danger and was ready to help. "Clark, leave it to us." Thea could tell that these two stone golems were extraordinary. They were definitely magical creations. Were they left behind by an ancient wizard? Fearing that they would be broken by Superman's chaotic punches, he signaled Diana to take one each. Superman didn't care and flew into the battle below. "Stop right there." Thea waved her hand lightly at one of the stone golems. Two gigantic hands made out of magic reached out from the ground and tried to grab the stone golem's legs. At the same time, a huge vine spell was cast. The green vines started to climb up the stone golem's legs rapidly. The stone golem swung its sword to cut the vines and broke the gigantic hands, as if it had done something insignificant. It continued to move forward, as expected of an ancient wizard. Looks like normal methods won't work. Thea was a little depressed. She gathered a torrent of lightning in her hands and threw it at the stone golem from afar. The stone golem was still expressionless and raised its shield to disperse the lightning. Magic shield. The more Thea looked at the two stone golems, the more she liked them. If she took them to a magic school, she would see two giant stone golems on the left and right. It would be so cool. Not to mention, she was also very interested in the stone golem's activation magic. The fact that it could still function normally after so many years meant that the design back then must have been very ingenious. Previously, she had captured two iron golems from the Cold Flame Vatican, but their activation magic was nothing but trash. The two iron golems in front of her were obviously high-quality goods. On the other hand, Diana realized that her lover wanted to take down the two stone golems without losing any damage. She began to give it her all. The Valkyrie's fighting spirit rose rapidly. Ever since she became a god, she had never met an opponent who was on par with her. Even with her courage, she was afraid of Darkseid even before the battle. The stone golem in front of her gave her a chance to vent her anger. Her fists rained down like a storm, but the stone golem did not back down. In the blink of an eye, she had attacked more than 100 times. "Cooperate with me." Sia once again trapped a stone golem with a spell. Diana shook off her opponent and flew to her side, striking the stone golem's knee with a lightning spear. A large amount of lightning struck, causing a slight delay in the magic circulation in the stone golem's body. Then, the Valkyrie threw out the true word lasso with a swish, binding the stone golem tightly. Thea landed on the stone golem's head, which was as big as a house. She slapped the stone golem's head and poured her spiritual power into it, trying to find the control center of the stone golem. It was not difficult. In front of her profound magic knowledge, the stone golem's structure was completely revealed. There were no more secrets. Ingenious. It was really ingenious. In the eyes of modern magic, the control system of the stone golem was not that complicated. It was just that Lucian had ingeniously used a lot of knowledge and skillfully combined them. In Sia's opinion, the power source of the stone golem was somewhat similar to solar power. "Stop it." After finding the control center and observing it for a while, she figured out the structure. After a burst of magic power, the stone golem stopped where it was with its shield raised. The two women did the same thing and took down another stone man. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. The ground battle could only be described as a stalemate. Theoretically speaking, superheroes had an advantage. Although there were more than 500 enemies, they did not have any superpowers. They were purely relying on their physical strength and their cold weapons. They did not cooperate with each other and could only roar like beasts. To deal with such a motley crowd, people like Superman and the Martian Manhunter could defeat them without suffering any damage. They would not be afraid, even if there were several times more of them. The problem was that they did not kill. She controlled her strength and knocked the enemy down with a punch. The enemy rubbed their head and stood up after half a minute. She kicked the enemy away, and the enemy ran back after a while. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat the enemy. No matter how hard he tried, there was no end to it. Chapter 762. Thea had the urge to cover her face. This was the essential difference between her and this group of heroes. She wanted to ask, if the bad guys on Earth could not be killed, then were the aliens human? Could the aliens not be killed? Looking at Batman being besieged by a group of people, his answer was probably still not to kill them. Respectable determination, laughable reserve. Thea could only go down with Diana to help. She put away her holy sword and took out her soft whip. She did not use any skills like Silverfire. The tip of the whip was like a snake as it constantly coiled around the enemy's neck. On the other side, Diana also put away the power of lightning on her spear and used it like a stick. She fought with the enemies one by one. The sky was bright and dark, and a hurricane swept across the ground from time to time. It was a terrible battle. In the end, the heroes relied on their powerful abilities to wear down more than 500 aliens. It was not that they did not want to continue fighting, but that they had no strength. "Speak, who are you people?" Diana used her lasso of truth to trap the strongest alien and asked. The alien spat out blood and said a word with difficulty. It seemed to be his name. Diana asked a few more questions. The alien's language was almost degraded. He could only express some words like roaring and anger. "They've completely degraded," Ray Palmer said somewhat seriously. Thea agreed. These enemies were completely unlike their kind. They were savage and bloodthirsty. It was a joke to tell them about the genetic modification of spaceships. However, many of their weapons were made of aerospace materials. They only bent special steel to make spears and sharp swords. It was ironic. Diana asked quickly. Her face was a little pale. "There is no food on Jupiter. For 50 years, they have survived by eating their own kind, so the serious question was whether it was necessary to keep such a hostile race alive." Diana meant to kill them on the spot. Thea naturally agreed. They were no longer intelligent beings if they ate their own kind. "What if we send them all to a distant planet?" Batman said. "Even if we can send them there, have you considered whether the bacteria in their bodies will cause a disaster on the new planet and damage the local ecological balance?" Thea immediately retorted. Batman lowered his head and didn't say anything. He seemed to have come to a decision and walked forward with his head lowered. Thea looked at Superman, and Superman hurriedly avoided her gaze. She looked at everyone in turn, and no one dared to look at her. What was the meaning of this? Are you afraid of dirtying your hands? Are you waiting for me to cut you? With a single soul extraction, 500 people would die instantly. It was convenient, fast, safe, and painless. The only downside was that it would make her look evil. The young miss was still very concerned about her external image. Sigh. She shook her head and sighed. "None of you want to kill them, and I can't kill so many of them. Let them go. What if they continue to devour their own kind?" The Flash wanted to be tactful, but it didn't work. No one could answer this question. The heroes were bound by all kinds of morals. These enemies could not be killed or let go. Diana whispered a few words to Thea. "Are you sure you can do this?" Thea asked. Diana nodded. As she spoke, she unfolded the lasso of truth and tied up more than 500 people in an instant. Thea drew a complicated magic circle in the void. A huge amount of magic power was mobilized. Her hands emitted a bright light. With a crisp snap, she threw the magic circle on the captives' heads. The two goddesses activated their divine power at the same time. The temptation of Thea's wealth broke the captives' mental defenses. Referring to the brainwashing model of the green lamp, and mixing in many theories that they saw from the old monk on the highest peak, they created a group version of the brainwashing magic circle. At the same time, Diana's lasso of truth allowed them to see their original hearts that had been lost for a long time. It was difficult to maintain one's original heart. Normal people might not be able to see their original heart in their whole life, let alone this group of sinners who were deeply trapped in the mire. At this time, their persistence in their divine position played a role. The ferocious gazes gradually receded. Various memories of the past surfaced in their minds. Many people finally remembered their identities. The organs that had long mutated let out a low sob. Their turbid eyes regained some of the vigor of intelligent creatures. Thea shook her head slightly. These people woke up too late and sank too deep. Of course, she was not a compassionate person. She just felt that there were too few people and the brainwashing effect was not strong enough. Such a subtle change did not give Diana much experience before it ended in a hurry. If they found tens or hundreds of millions of sinners to create a super large magic circle, Diana might be able to obtain a new divine position. The people of the Alliance did not know what the young miss was thinking. They all applauded their methods. A big problem was finally solved. Leaving behind a group of sinners who were repenting, they walked towards the way the aliens came. Looking at the bloodstains and many utensils in the alien camp and the dried meat, the heroes were speechless. A group of intelligent creatures had degenerated to such an extent in just 50 years. To a certain extent, civilization was really fragile. Is this the place? They stopped at the entrance of a cave that was 2 people wide and 3 meters tall. The cave was filled with orchids. The weapons that Heespinner had mentioned should be stored here. There were obvious large scratches at the entrance. There were many broken limbs. As for the white bones, they were piled up like a mountain. The 2 stone golems were standing here. I wanted to rush into the cave directly, but I was slashed down with a sword. Green light, Hal said with lingering fear. Thea imagined that scene. It was really exciting. Hal poked his head in to take a look. He thought that the stone golems were just decorations. He did not expect them to be powered by solar energy and had their own warning system. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been chopped up. The stone golems were controlled, and the people of Dynamo outside were all brainwashed. This place was already open to the Justice League. The group entered in a single file. The cave was not big, but the interior was cut neatly. This must have been opened up by the first batch of Dynamo people who came to Jupiter. Green light, Hal saw many lizard statues placed around. He raised his lamp, ring nervously. Those are all stone statues. There's no danger here. Thea was speechless. This guy was a disgrace to the 7 Lantern Corps. He had pulled down the average of the Lantern Corps. Is this the world-destroying weapon that guy was talking about? The few of them walked to the end and saw a lizard statue in the center. It was holding a blue energy bar with both hands. The energy bar was flashing with a dazzling light. It was floating there quietly, as if it was waiting for some mission. Thea nodded. This energy bar contained a large amount of energy. If placed on those technologically advanced planets, it could be used as the main energy source for some super interstellar cannon. It was indeed an unparalleled super weapon. The few of them looked around. At least nothing unexpected happened. This trip to Jupiter had come to a perfect end. Chapter 763. There were no traps or traps. The energy bar was in their hands. The old problem popped up again. How should they deal with it? This was obviously a technological energy source. The 2 technological heroes, Batman and Atom Man, fell silent. They really wanted it, but were afraid that they would not be able to keep it safe. If news of it leaked out and some villain stole it, it would be an earth-shattering event. Especially Batman. He immediately thought of the clown. If the clown knew that he had a weapon that could blow Earth to smithereens, it would be a disaster. Forget it, I'll bring it back. Thea reached out and took the energy bar that was floating in the air. The few of them did not object. After all, the battle was over and the hidden danger had been eliminated. There were many things that needed to be dealt with. The disposal of the alien spaceship, the clones that looked exactly the same, the 500 captives who were ready to turn over a new leaf, and the energy bar that could blow Earth to smithereens. Each and every one of these matters was extremely troublesome. Only Thea, who had close ties with various government departments, could handle them. They returned to Earth in the spaceship. The spoils of war were all sent to the administrative committee. The heroes sang their songs and went home, leaving Thea to deal with all the follow-up matters. Diana wanted to run away at first, but under the stern gaze of Thea, she shrunk her neck and stayed to help. Thea felt that the Dynamorians were fated to be Buddhists. According to ancient sayings, they were rather intelligent. Even Heespinner had some magical powers. If one ignored his honor, he would have been an eminent monk 1,000 years ago. She went to the highest peak for a stroll. The entire cave was completely sealed by her 2 seals. The 500 captives who had turned over a new leaf were easily dealt with. 200 of them were sent to various construction sites to make full use of their remaining power. The remaining 300 were allocated to Damien Dark. This former Green Arrow Season 4 boss was now a captive of the main female team. He was very talented. Thea took a large piece of land in Nevada. The 300 musclemen were all given to him to plant corn. The 20 or so authentic demo natives on the spaceship had also been brainwashed by the two goddesses. Much of their knowledge was useful to humans, and they were categorized into different categories and taken away by a few science and technology departments. As for the clones that looked exactly like Miss Voodoo, that was a headache. It was unrealistic to humanely destroy them, and it was also impossible to arrange them into human society or government organizations. There were more than 100 women who looked exactly the same. Even a blind person would know that they were clones. Currently, the issue of cloning humans was still being debated on a moral level, and it was not suitable to be pushed out. Thea waved her pen and decided to raise them first. Those who survived would all undergo special agent training. As for the object of loyalty, it was naturally the Quinn family. The spaceship was handed over to the Scientific Research Center, represented by the Firestorm duo. Thea was determined to obtain the miraculous stealth technology. She had also brought the 2 stone golems to the magic school so that the new students could admire their seniors when they had nothing better to do. What are you going to do with this? Diana pointed at the energy bar on the table. Thea held her chin and pondered. She couldn't do it on Earth because it was too dangerous. What about outer space? Outer space was actually not safe, and she didn't want to give it to the Heavenly Father. What should she do? She suddenly thought a good place, Old Shazan's Stone of Eternity. With the energy bar in her left hand and Diana in her right hand, she brought the Valkyrie to the Stone of Eternity. Old Shazan was locked up by her to absorb his divine power, and the originally deserted building became even more desolate. The Stone of Eternity was still the same as when she left last time, and there were traces of various magic battles on the ground. What do you think? This place is not bad, right? Diana carefully experienced the characteristics of the Stone of Eternity. Even with her calmness, she was dumbfounded. There's a problem with the space and time here, and there's also a strange feeling that I can't describe. Yes, this is the center of the multiverse. I once wanted to move it to our universe, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move it at all. That was when I discovered the hidden characteristics of this place. The center had nothing to do with the present. She found a box to hide the energy bar, looked around briefly, and then returned to Earth. A crisis caused by the entertainment activities of the Female Righteous Alliance was stopped prematurely. The ordinary people were still living their ordinary lives and were not affected at all, writing reports, making records, numbering a few pieces of evidence, and sealing them up. After going through the entire process, the secrets of the D-Demons were locked up in the secret files of the Administrative Committee. Once the door was locked, it was as if it had never existed. Thea was not interested in Priscilla's original body, but Miss Voodoo deserved her attention. It was a remarkable talent that the guy could integrate striptease moves into battle. It was very suitable for a bard. After basic training as a special agent, she was sent to the current magic school under Master Constantine to learn more advanced theories. In the blink of an eye, it was May. At the end of March, the International Justice League was officially established. The Golden Vanguard was the leader, and the 3 female generals, Female Fox, Fire and Ice, joined at the same time. Following closely behind was the Russian superhero, Red Rocket, and the Iron Masked general from an indescribable country. What was worth noting was that the International Justice League also had a Green Lantern Gardner. He was also from Earth, and was the second choice for Arbin Sue's ring, other than Hal Jordan. Due to the Battle of Darkseid, 4 Green Lanterns who participated in the battle died. 3 of the rings flew away, and 1 was left on Earth. Green Lantern Gardner was destined to receive a Green Lantern ring and become the new Green Lantern. The 2 goddesses, Thea and Diana, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Batman also shamelessly joined the International Justice League. Master Bruce used the attitude of, "I'm leading you. You can't reject me," to infiltrate the International Justice League. The International Justice League looked glamorous on the surface, but in reality, there were many internal problems that made one's hair stand on end. There were all kinds of bureaucratic commands, and behind the 7 members were more than 20 leaders. Moreover, their reputation was far from the International Justice League's. Despite the media's promotion, they still could not convince the ordinary people. Female Fox, Fire and Ice had complained to Thea before. If they had known that the internal structure was so complicated, they would not have gotten involved in this mess. The pressure from the people behind the scenes, coupled with the lack of motivation of the members, made the Golden Vanguard very passive. Compared to the dismal debut of the International Justice League, there was another incident that was worth recording in the history books. At the beginning of April, the huge Ibn Trade Association entered the solar system. The government and the military immediately released a statement, saying that this was a peaceful trade group. The people were not stupid. They immediately asked, "How did you know?" At first, they said that it was a secret. Your ranks are not high enough. After that, you spread a bunch of fake and true news, from Apollo's landing on the moon to the recent construction of the Mars base. In short, you gave the public the impression that the higher-ups were playing a big game of chess and that everything was under their control. Chapter 764. The heroes of the Righteous Alliance ran back and forth to the edge of the solar system and confirmed that Ibn Trade was a commercial alliance. It was safe and harmless. The other party came with peace. The people began to boil. Earth was finally entering the era of the universe. 15 huge battleships carrying a large number of goods and a commercial celestial body transformed from an asteroid slowly entered the solar system. Every day, the people discussed how far the other party was from Earth. Yesterday, they were on Saturn. Today, they should be on Jupiter. What did the aliens look like? Were they as stupid as in the movies? Or did they look like us? Did they wear clothes? What did they eat? All kinds of questions popped up. The government's subsequent actions could be regarded as competent. They responded appropriately and commanded calmly. Mora's support rates skyrocketed. Most people did not know that this was all an act. In the eyes of outsiders, the government's response was so perfect that it could be written in textbooks. Many media reporters rushed to Mars and witnessed Moira shaking hands with the leader of the commercial alliance on behalf of Earth. It was worth mentioning that this alien leader looked very much like a gorilla on Earth. Of course, everyone knew that it was impossible. The other party was very kind and knew how to say a lot of witty things. Gorillas on Earth did not have such IQ. Moira knew that this gorilla was her daughter's subordinate. She was not afraid. In front of the camera, she showed the demeanor of a big human country. She was dignified and polite. Jared also knew that this woman was his boss's mother. He was here to act. He put himself in a very low position. His gentle and humble performance won the favor of many media. Superman, who used a reporter's identity to sneak into the scene, felt that this gorilla-like alien was very pleasing to the eye. There was actually such a peaceful alien in this era. The universe was really big and full of strange things. Clark, who had been feeling very tired, eating, sleeping, and fighting aliens every day, as if the universe was full of bad people, reignited his hope. There were still good people in this universe. The Righteous Alliance did not find any problems. Thea knew far more about the Light Ring than Hal Jordan. The result of the Light Ring scan showed that Jared was a real alien. The group of people who did experiments with the U.S. military and reverse lightning had seen Jared before. However, the face of a gorilla was almost the same in the eyes of people. Jared had changed from a small gorilla to a gorilla. Even if he kept his original size, the Americans would not be able to recognize him. Jared landed on Earth with a small landing ship and gave a keynote speech on the peace of the universe at the United Nations headquarters. This was in line with the spirit of the current theme. The representatives of the two sides quickly negotiated a bunch of trade agreements. The Ibn Trade Association established 3 trading points on Earth, one in Asia, one in America, and one in Europe. Large amounts of extraterrestrial resources, technological equipment, and weapons had entered the human race's field of vision, and they only traded various minerals, steel, and fuel. In an ancient manor located in the embrace of trees, today's tranquil time was broken by the continuous sound of brakes. Many small animals among the trees did not know what was happening in this area today. They hid in their own tree holes and shivered as they watched the humans coming in and out. Big brother, look at my holographic watch. It's so cool. It's completely controlled by brainwaves. I dare say that Earth's technology won't reach this level in 20 years. A young man was showing off his new watch to the people around him. This kind of thing happened more than once. Many people in the manor were talking to each other. Large amounts of extraterrestrial technology had entered their field of vision, and the first to benefit were naturally the wealthy. You're still buying yachts? How lame. I'm already using the magnetic airship. What? You said that this dress was personally tailored by an international master? My dress can make people fly. Can you do it? Young people who loved to show off gathered together and showed off the new items they had obtained, enjoying the admiring gazes of others. This caused them to unknowingly become intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. The younger generation gathered together and chatted. Those who were popular were talking loudly, and those who did not have much knowledge were clapping and cheering. In contrast, the older generation closed their doors and discussed the future. We received news from Trade that they are preparing to sell 10 space battleships from a level 5 civilization. What do you think? The white-haired patriarch of the family asked a few elders of the branch. Families that had lasted for hundreds of years would always have a lot of nonsense to deal with. In order to avoid meeting each other with submachine guns and drinking water, they lived in different places. When there was a big matter, they would gather together and pretend that they did not know each other. This was the only way. However, the arrival of Trade had broken many traditions. It was very necessary for them to gather under the same banner and discuss the future together. The family needs to move forward. If we don't, we will die. I feel that we should wait and see. The current situation is not clear. Wait and see? Have you seen the star map provided by Trade? There are only a few planets near the solar system that are worth attacking. Let's wait and see. Have you thought about the other families? The group of elders had not finished speaking and were about to quarrel. The old patriarch, who was leading the group, sat steadily and did not move. He waited until they finished quarreling before slowly saying, "We may be able to wait, but our descendants cannot wait." The family's policy of controlling the world behind the scenes does not satisfy them. They want cheers, applause, and worship from the people. However, the current system cannot give them these things. The old patriarch's words caused a few elders to fall silent. Their branches all had this problem. The elders considered more and were overcautious when doing things. The young people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. It was very troublesome for them to sit on a large amount of wealth, but not know about it. It was not difficult for the young people to choose whether to continue being a wealthy person on Earth or go to an alien planet to become a tyrant. They could forcefully suppress one or two of them, but if the entire younger generation stood together to oppose, they would have to compromise. After all, they could not kill all the heirs. The DuPont family is one step ahead. I heard that they are mobilizing a large amount of resources. They might even be able to take down a battleship before the military. You must know that our Earth is only a third-class planet according to the universe's standards, but that battleship is a fifth-class one. The old patriarch sighed. A space battleship was too good, so good that he could not sleep. We don't have that many resources. Can we use currency to exchange for some with other families? The old men had wolf-like personalities. When they saw something good, they did not want to let it go. If others had it, they wanted it too. The Quinn family has always been a steel company. Previously, steel was their main business during Robert's time. After that young lady came to power, she wantonly bought many energy companies. The mother and daughter pair have a large amount of resources in their hands. What are their opinions? An old man with triangular eyes asked. Chapter 765. The old patriarch sneered when he heard Quinn's name. President Quinn wants to finish her term and leave behind a glorious name. Oof, a woman blinded by fame. As for her daughter, she is a superhero. Of course, she will take it as her duty to protect the people of Earth. What a ridiculous idea. Just let them watch over Earth. Huh. The remaining people also laughed with different characteristics. In their opinion, they had seen through everything. The actions of Quinn and her daughter were simply ridiculous. It was unwise to let go of the huge benefits and be tied down by fame. The triangular-eyed old man suggested that there was no need to buy it. In the dark night, they could just take people and snatch it. A group of people despised this idiot who spoke without thinking. Who was that? That was an alien. Their technology was hundreds of years ahead of Earth. Even if they managed to snatch it, no one would know how to drive it. A giant battleship tens of thousands of meters long was not a bicycle in front of the door. With a huge amount of materials in exchange, the other party promised to teach, provide all the learning materials, and provide food and accommodation until they learned it. If they wanted to snatch one, who would teach them? The families quickly reached an agreement. They wanted what other families had. There was nothing to say. Buy it. Thea certainly knew what they were thinking. All of this was the result of her secretly pushing. She knew the young people's thoughts too well. Using their psychology, a strong barrier would always be broken from the inside. When the arrow was on the bow, they would have no choice but to retreat. They spent a huge amount of money to buy the space battleship. They couldn't open a theme park at home or take young models to have sex in it, right? Weren't they greedy? I'll give you a big pie. Let them take the space battleship with their families, materials, and children to explore the outer space. This was her plan. Did they really think that all the aliens in the universe were as polite as Jared? We were lying to you, all right? When Jared was angry, even he was afraid of himself. If these wolves won, they could share the pressure of Earth. If they lost, then so be it. It had nothing to do with Thea. Things were not unexpected. Several families took out their 100 years of savings to exchange for space battleships. Thea also helped by controlling a lot of media to speak wantonly, comparing the interstellar era to the great voyage of the past. She encouraged the ordinary people to resist the rich people's illegal actions of taking the lead. The more ordinary people said so, the more the hidden families were motivated. The more they said it was impossible, the more they did it. In the end, they boasted of being the Magellan da Gama. Under Thea's secret command, the major families bought 6 out of the 10 warships, while the major countries in the world only bought 4. With such a huge amount of wealth exposed, their seclusion policy could no longer continue, and they could only return to the spotlight. Every day, they had to deal with all kinds of verbal and written criticism. Finally, a month later, the DuPont family led a huge escort team and advanced weapons to attack a planet not far from the solar system. The civilization there had just entered an agricultural society. Faced with the advanced weapons of the Earthlings, they had no power to fight back and were beaten to a pulp. The news of the first victory was secretly sent back to Earth, and the big families were very encouraged. Under the instigation of many young heirs, several great clans set off for the starry skies one after another. Those old bastards are finally gone. Thea sat in her office chair with her legs crossed. Driven by greed, the big families abandoned Earth like it was a pair of worn-out shoes, leaving only a small number of people to watch over their homes. They majestically charged into space, and one of the families even shouted that their target was the sea of stars before they left. In order to strengthen their confidence, Thea first revealed a few planets that were both strong and weak, but they were all within an acceptable range. The strong ones were in the era of gunpowder weapons, and the weak ones were in the era of cold weapons. With the elites of the big families and all kinds of mecha and extraterrestrial weapons, it was no problem for them to flatten those planets. As for what happened after that, Thea could only maintain a limited amount of attention. To her, Earth was the most important. There was no reason, no logic. This was the center of the universe. For the same trade, if the divine power provided to her on another planet was 1, it would be 10 on Earth. Those families thought that Earth's environment was terrible and polluted, but they would never have thought that this place was important to Thea, Diana, and even Darkseid to the multiverse. This was caused by the difference in altitude. She did not use violent means to get them to leave voluntarily. Even the stranger ghost, who spoke for God, could not say anything. What she did was in accordance with the rules, be it official or unspoken. Of course, they did not get a total of 6 fifth-level spaceships for free. They had to shed tears and sell everything they had to buy them. Real estate, stocks, energy sources, and all kinds of resources that the big families had monopolized for hundreds of years were all in Thea's hands. She only paid a few spaceships, and these spaceships did not belong to her in the first place. They were snatched by the Yellow Lantern Corps and Death Knell. "Tell me, how much did we get this time?" she asked the secretary. The secretary's tone was very excited as she reported to her with a thick stack of documents. Quinn Group's shares were recovered by 17%. Wayne Group's shares increased by 19%. Rhodes Technology, 26%. In addition to the above-mentioned companies, you have added 19 pharmaceutical factories, 14 aircraft manufacturing companies, 9 shipping companies, and 13 media companies under your name. Krupp Company, Springfield Munitions Factory, Beretta Company. You hold a lot of shares in all of them. You have more than half of the shares in 12 of them. The rest of the properties, islands, private castles, oil fields, and real estate around the world are still being calculated. And we paid for all the steel, oil, and rare metals in Quinn Group's inventory. Speaking of this, the secretary laughed softly. She was also a member of the Green Lamp Gang. She had cut off her connection with Luther. Recently, her relationship with Poison Ivy had improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, she knew that Sia had gained something from her left hand to her right hand without any loss to herself. Instead, she tricked a group of greedy fools into risking their lives in the universe. There were too many dangers in the universe, and these people would be finished in a few years. All their wealth had changed hands, and even if they came back, they would be poor. If she told her real thoughts, Thea would laugh at her. "Come back. What a joke. In 2 years, it would be the darkest night. It would be a catastrophe for the entire universe, and these people's chances of survival were slim. Sigh, it seems like a lot of money, but it's just a number." Of course, Thea would not sleep with a pile of money. She wanted to add this part back into the wealth cycle and redistribute the wealth of society. The top of the pyramid had been completely emptied. Using the government as a cover, she slowly returned the wealth accumulated by these families for hundreds of years to the people. This was what she needed to do in the future. It was impossible to completely eliminate poverty, but she could make most people live better and richer. In the next few days, she began to work with Moira. The government introduced a lot of policies to encourage and support the manufacturing industry. Many low-tech alien products were copied by human beings. The rich used the original alien products, and the poor ordinary people used the counterfeit products. Thea would not say that this was a trick she learned from the counterfeit mobile phones in the indescribable country. The heavy manufacturing industry directly increased the employment rate. Many people suddenly found that their income had increased a lot. The idle people were pulled to work in the factories. They did not need a degree. As long as they had brains, they could support themselves and buy houses and cars. Many ordinary people did not know what had happened. They only knew that after the aliens came, life on Earth suddenly became better. Chapter 766. The big shots were playing all kinds of games, and the small ones also needed to survive. Jenny was a young girl from Arkansas. She was young and beautiful, and she thought that she was very capable. She wanted applause and cheers, and she ignored the opposition of her family. With an indomitable spirit, she rushed into the Vanity Fair of Hollywood. Unfortunately, an ideal was still an ideal, and reality made her bleed. Not to mention becoming a big star in Hollywood. She couldn't even touch the door of Hollywood. She could only work as a hostess in the nightclub. In the early hours of the morning, Miss Jenny walked back alone with heavy makeup, wearing a cheap dress and high heels in her hand. "Gina, you stupid pig. Go and work as a worker. Why become a big star? You will regret it." Miss Jenny drank a lot tonight, but she still kept a little sober. She scolded her roommate as she walked. As a member of the bottom rung of the Hollywood pyramid, there were countless people like Miss Jenny. Her current roommate was originally in the same situation as her. Although they didn't have a deep friendship, the two of them still had some common topics to talk about. But everything changed last month. Gina gave up her dream of Hollywood, washed off her heavy makeup, took off her earrings, and went to work in a small factory. She was as tired as a donkey every day, but her income was 10 times more than Miss Jenny's. This made her both envious and jealous. When the other party invited her to work together, she flatly refused. "Are you kidding? I came to Hollywood to be a big star. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to work in a factory? I might as well go back to Arkansas to farm." As an ordinary person, she didn't know why the manufacturing industry suddenly burst out with such a huge amount of energy. Not to mention her, even those promising young people who often came to the nightclub to have fun couldn't figure out the relationship behind it. Whenever she saw customers fiddling with alien technology products, she could only look on enviously. She didn't know anything about the big shots. She only knew that she couldn't afford those technological products with her meager income. Miss Jenny, who did not have any academic qualifications and was only focused on getting rich and famous, was even less clear about the complicated logical relationships here. She only knew that due to the huge demand of the manufacturing industry, there was a rare round of labor shortage. Even the nightclub she worked at had a few of her sisters taken away. As the only remaining employee, her workload had increased tremendously. In the past, he could still throw flirtatious glances at people who were suspected to be Hollywood actors and leave a note. Now, he was as busy as a spinning top and had no time for that. Why is this F***king country so busy all of a sudden? Ouch. Everyone was busy, so naturally, fewer people came to play. Her daily income, which accounted for a large portion of her daily income, plummeted. She angrily kicked a rock, only to realize that she wasn't wearing shoes the moment her foot touched the rock. The result was self-evident. She could only sit on the ground and rest while hugging her legs. Everyone was exhausted. Most people chose to go home and sleep after a tiring day. Naturally, no one came out to rob them. Compared to a month ago when single women could not walk at night, the security on the streets was unprecedentedly good. Miss Jenny, who had great ambition but little talent, sat on the ground, hugging her feet. She wanted to curse, but she did not know who to curse. While she was in a trance, she noticed that her room was flashing with a faint light, and she could faintly hear someone calling her. He passed by this place every day. Had he ever seen this house before? After drinking a lot of wine, Miss Jenny felt dizzy. After thinking for a long time, she felt like she had seen him before, but she also felt like she had never seen him before. "Shall we go in and take a look?" "Please don't go in. What, there are ghosts inside?" All kinds of thoughts appeared in her mind. Miss Jenny subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but there seemed to be a voice tempting her to go in and take a look. Anyway, she had nothing. If she found a treasure, wouldn't she be rich? That's right. I don't have anything with me. There's no need to worry. Jenny did not know if this idea came from her or if it was forced on her by the outside world. She did not hesitate and pushed the door open and walked in. The interior was very well furnished. It was like a rich man's house. She had never seen a real rich man's house before, so she could only refer to the things she saw on TV and the internet. The floor was covered with a gorgeous carpet, and there were expensive oil paintings hanging around. Walking through the magnificent corridor, Miss Jenny looked around as she walked. Her curiosity was like a cat, tightly clenching her chest. She did not dare to breathe too hard, afraid that she would break something if she exhaled too hard. "Hello, is anyone here?" she said softly, her voice so soft that she could not hear it clearly. Just when she thought that no one would respond to her, a thin layer of fog rose from the stage not far away. The light smoke surrounded the body, and the fog dispersed like a light cloud. A languid woman appeared from within. "Customer, is there anything you need?" There was a faint layer of gray on the woman's skin, but it was easily ignored. Her voice was too seductive. Even though she was also a woman, Miss Jenny felt her heart beating faster. "Me? She stuttered. She did not dare to say that she came in to see if there was anything cheap here. "My name is Siren. Is there anything you need? We can buy and sell anything here." This languid woman was naturally Thea's creation in the Sea of Souls. She was a demigod banshee siren, a mixture of soul god power, wealth god power, and art god power. In order to promote economic circulation, well, at least that was what Thea thought. Since she had nothing to do, she sent the Banshee Queen out to do some small business. "Don't be nervous. Sit down and eat something. The banshee waved her hand, and a huge dining table appeared. All kinds of exquisite food that Miss Jenny had never seen before were placed on the table, waiting for her to enjoy. Can I eat? After drinking with the Banshee Queen for half a night and being worried for half a day, Miss Jenny was really hungry. After receiving the siren's signal that she could eat as much as she wanted, she grabbed a drumstick and started eating. She had never been to a Michelin restaurant before, but she felt that her mouth was filled with joy. It was too delicious. She ate in a daze and drank a bowl of soup at the end. Her thoughts were simple. Since she did not have money to pay, she would just owe the Banshee Queen. The siren did not care about her petty thoughts. The demigod Banshee maintained a smile. "Customer, is there anything else you need? Would you like to make a deal with us?" Thinking that she had taken advantage of the situation, Miss Jenny regained some of her rationality. She asked uncertainly, "What kind of deal?" She wondered if these people were selling organs. Should she run? Cars, houses, weapons, superpowers, anything you can think of is within the scope of our deal. The siren saw her confusion and continued, "Of course, your deal includes everything you have, money, resources, and even your life and soul." Chapter 767. At first, Miss Jenny was a little cautious, but in the end, she almost laughed out loud. What a joke. Soul? It was the 21st century now. Aliens had already entered the Earth. How could anyone still believe in souls? Was this charming woman a fool? Or was she not a fool? Was she also a Hollywood person? Was this luxurious house actually a reality show? Intelligent beings were used to interpreting everything with their own worldview. Miss Jenny was now in a strange circle. She classified everything that was wrong here as an act. The house belonged to the production crew, and the carpets and sculptures were all fake. This seductive woman also wanted to be a big star. The previous meal was most likely a smokescreen used by the production crew to let him eat a big meal as a reward. In fact, there were countless people hidden in the dark watching his performance. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense. This was a large-scale reality TV show. Realizing that the scene of her eating was seen by so many people, Miss Jenny was a little annoyed. She had to salvage the situation. Can I really exchange anything? As if she wanted to show off her acting skills, she was suddenly full of courage and asked fearlessly. The siren was a little surprised. This human was scared like a quail before. Why was she trembling now? However, as long as the transaction was completed, she did not care about the details. She nodded naturally, as long as the customer says so. Miss Jenny lowered her head and pondered. If she said that she was the king of the world or something like that, she would definitely become a joke. She did not want to leave the impression that she was shallow and ignorant. $1 million. Do you have it? She pretended to ask casually. The siren nodded, yes. She took out a check from the drawer and looked at the amount before putting it on the table. Miss Jenny reached out to take it. The siren held her hand with a serious face. I need your transaction item. What do I have that is worth $1 million? Miss Jenny chuckled. This crew was quite serious. It was most likely a big production. It was easy to be fooled if one did not know the inside story. She thought that she had succeeded and said, "Didn't you say that souls could pay? How many souls do I need for $1 million? The siren's eyes glowed. The soul is the source of your life. If you want to complete this transaction, then I need to strip some essence from your soul. It is equivalent to 10 years of life." It would be a lie to say that Miss Jenny was not afraid. Under the mysterious atmosphere, she felt her hair stand on end, but she suppressed it with the idea that the film crew was good at creating a scary atmosphere. She wanted to appear calm and collected, so she said in a tone as if she had seen through everything, "Do you still need to sign some documents, parchment or something?" A hint of mockery appeared in the depths of the demonist's brows. "My master is the god of wealth of souls. The methods of a mere demon are far too inferior." "No, I'll explain it clearly. If you don't mind, this is yours." Siren pushed the check over. Miss Jenny felt as if she was about to lose something. Before she could think about it, her eyes were attracted by the check. She had met a few young talents in the nightclub who squandered money like water. She had seen checks before. She directly reached out and grabbed it. Using her knowledge, She looked at it for a long time. She felt that this check seemed to be real. But how is that possible? Sir, do you need anything else? No need. Thank you. I'll leave first. Miss Jenny felt that the film crew most likely used the wrong prop and gave her a real check. She hurriedly ran out of the house. It was not until she ran out of the street that she turned around to look. Seeing that no one was chasing after her, she held the check tightly to her chest and ran back to the rented house. In a place where she could not see, in a luxurious room, Siren bowed to the air. Master. The young mistress took a step forward and received the soul shadow from the siren. It was fragrant and abnormally agile. Compared to the stinky smell in Karen's river Styx, this was a true soul. Those in the river Styx were all souls of the dead. The trade deity position was compatible with the soul deity position. By using souls as a transaction item, she could absorb a part of the soul essence from a living person and observe the process of the soul from birth to death. She could use this to spy on the death deity position. The most important point was that she was testing the spirit's bottom line. In fact, the spirit boss did not care about this at all. Her principle of fair trade was also one of the rules. The spirit that abided by the rules would not stop her. Pick 100 people from your tribe and send them to different parts of the world to help me collect souls. Thea finished and returned to her house, leaving Siren to continue fooling people. Thea was very careful. She could only take a maximum of 30 years of life from person. The decay of the soul would only appear at the end of the life. Large-scale deaths and diseases would not happen at all in a short period of time. In her opinion, this was a completely fair trade. Take Miss Jenny as an example. She might not even be able to get 1 million even if she worked hard for 10 years. To a certain extent, she had made a profit. However, in order to prevent superheroes from coming to clean up the place, she set up a magic barrier that could only be seen by the frustrated people in the trading house. Fiddling with the soul essence in his hand, the sparkling and translucent mist-like gas circled around his fingers. The life aura was endless, mixed with the memories, emotions, and thoughts of the original personality. Everything was in the soul. Unfortunately, this was the soul of an ordinary person. Under her gaze, it turned into dust in less than 3 seconds. Thea felt a little regretful. She needed more pure souls with spiritual energy for her to understand. After receiving the order, the sirens went all out and selected 100 people to go around the world to fool people. In just 3 days, she collected 92 soul essences. The most was 10 years, a few were 20 years, and only one was 30 years. Some traders did not believe it at all and thought that it was an act. There were also some who believed it and even wanted to peek into the details of the trading house to get more. It was a pity that a group of ordinary people were either erased or thrown out casually in the face of the banshees who could be first-line villains in the city. They also traded a variety of things. Most of them wanted money, weapons, health, and one who had been in Hollywood for several years felt that he was not talented enough and wanted to change his artistic talent. As the price, he paid 30 years of his life. Their requests were all met by the trading house. Soon, the news that a room that would grant all requests had appeared all over the world began to spread in the underground world. Anything that could be bought and sold became a hot topic for a long time. A large number of soul essences were collected. Whenever Thea had a new idea, she would take out the soul for verification. As long as she got one of the 2 positions of life and death, her realm and strength would be improved. Chapter 768. Early in the morning at the White House, Missy yawned as she walked out of her room. Her mother, Moira, had been busy for quite some time. Thea, take a look at this document. Her mother handed her a thick stack of documents. She quickly flipped through them. The DuPont and the other families feel that their population is too small. That's easy. I was just thinking that Earth's population is too high. Thea sighed as she read. Even though these families were blinded by greed, in the face of huge profits, they really burst forth with 200% of their strength. Under the Alliance, they occupied 5 of the 7 planets outside the solar system. The original civilization suffered heavy losses, and the intelligent life was enslaved and killed like the Native Americans. Under the rapid expansion, Not only were the young people cheering, even the old people couldn't help but be inspired by the continuous victories. Everywhere they looked, there was money. But even a tiger would sleep, and the enslaved intelligent life was not weak. They would resist, and no matter how advanced the technological weapons were, they would still die if they were stabbed in their sleep. A few big families pulled a spaceship back to Earth to discuss with the government. They needed weapons, energy, and more importantly, people. The situation of overcrowding in the prisons was finally solved. Thea didn't need the government to intervene. She instructed Death Knell to open up all the connections and use money to bring the criminals who couldn't be taught to the outer space and sell them to the big families. It wasn't expensive at all. Just a few melons and 2 dates would do. The free cooking system couldn't change the nature of these criminals. Now, the big families who were already somewhat like slave owners needed these people to help them reclaim the wasteland. Whips and iron rods could be used to reclaim their personal value. As for running, the spaceship was controlled by the families, and the criminals could only unite around the big families in the outer space where enemies were everywhere. Blackgate Prison and Belgrave Prison were all swept by Death Knell, and thousands of them were loaded onto the spaceship. If the people didn't report, the government wouldn't investigate. Not only was it tiring to manage these people, it was also dangerous. There were cases where they would stab a few prison guards to death with a toothbrush. Now that there was money, the government pretended not to see. No one cared where these criminals went, from the prison warden to the old man who cleaned up. No one said a word. With many policies and money, the social order was unprecedentedly stable, and the crime rate instantly dropped to the lowest point. The group of people were exhausted, but they were all very happy. Their income had increased several times compared to before. Robbing a burger shop with a gun? You must be joking. I don't have the strength to do that. Thea only paid attention to the macro level and did not pay attention to the details. During the transition period of society, pain was inevitable. Just like Miss Jenny, who had been frustrated before, a policy could not benefit everyone. Thea believed that she had minimized the losses, so she did not feel guilty at all. He worked hard to refine old Shazan's godly power and study the usage of the godly power of the soul. During the weekends, he would spar with Diana. His days were pretty good. When he entered the Sea of Souls again, he took away all the substances related to Darkseid's godly power. The sirens had reported to her the humans had extracted substances from the sea. Thea also felt that the total amount of godly power was not right, but she could not trace it. Humans had too many dark technologies, and she could not figure out who did it. Diana's twin swords were tainted with the most basic Omega effect, and Darkseid's blood was also rich in it. Thea studied it for 2 days, but she had no clue. This was far beyond her understanding. Perhaps this was why Darkseid had been able to suppress the Heavenly Father. She returned the twin swords to Diana and sealed all the godly power and blood away. He would study it when he reached a higher level. You got off the plane? How's the weather in Cambodia? Wet and rainy? Diana wanted to learn more about Buddhism, so she carried a travel bag around the world alone. Thea was so busy that she could only call her every day to show her concern. On the other side of the world, Diana hung up the phone happily. A girl beside her elbowed her. Boyfriend? The war goddess answered with certainty. Girlfriend. Wow. No matter what their real thoughts were, the rest of the team exclaimed enviously. She had met this team in Phnom Penh. There were 2 men and 2 women. They said that they were university students who were traveling during the holidays. Their destination was Cambodia's tourist destination, Angkor Wat. Diana felt that they were not telling the truth, but she did not mind. She had also used a spell to hide her face, so there was no need to talk about who was lying. Sister Diana, hurry up and follow them. The girl named Cassie urged her to hurry up. She was a couple with a handsome young man named Desir. The other man and woman were Lawrence and his sister, who were also their friends. The 4 of them seemed to have an ulterior motive, but Diana did not care too much. When the 4 of them asked her name, she casually told them that she was Diana. This name was everywhere, so she was not afraid of being exposed. Although they tried their best to hide it, Diana still found them pointing at a map when they were camping. A treasure map? The war goddess shook her head gently. These were young people who had watched too much TV. She wanted to leave the team and travel alone, but the girl, Cassie, kept asking her questions. Diana felt that this girl was not a bad person. The two of them unexpectedly hit it off, and they could chat for half a day about any topic. Although she was not as knowledgeable as Thea, Diana was still a deity. Her knowledge and experience were vast, so she easily won Cassie's respect. In Cassie's heart, this Sister Diana was a complete scholar. The five of them drove for 6 hours in 2 cars, and under the guidance of a guide, they entered the Angkor Wat complex. Angkor Wat was built in the 12th century. It was famous for its magnificent architecture and detailed reliefs. At that time, Hinduism was prevalent throughout the Indochina Peninsula. In the local language, Angkor Wat was the temple of Vishnu. Vishnu was one of the 3 main deities of Hinduism. Brahma was in charge of creation, Shiva was in charge of destruction, and Vishnu was in charge of protection. His incarnations often changed into various images to save the world. It could be said that his doctrine was the closest to Diana's creed. Unlike the few of them who were just looking at the scenery, Diana carefully observed the rhythm left behind here. As a deity, she could feel that Vishnu had come here before and most likely held some activities such as lectures. Many of the stone slabs and bricks inside the building were left with the insights of the predecessors. However, few people today could understand Sanskrit. The wisdom of the predecessors was thrown aside, and the magnificent buildings were valued. Diana was not the god of art. She did not care about how beautiful these buildings were. She moved like the wind and looked at the experiences left behind everywhere. She absorbed and learned from those that fit her own path and innovated. She also secretly noted down those that did not fit for future reference. Chapter 769. Sister Diana, come on, these elephants are so fun. The young girl, Cassie, sat on an elephant and waved at her. Thanks to her rich knowledge, she answered all the questions along the way. The other 3 young people who were looking for treasures were also waiting for her. Diana shook her head and chuckled. Thea had 2 small elephants at home, and that was a little fun. The elephants in this tourist attraction were dull and had been tamed to the point of numbness. What was so fun about them? Instead of riding with them on the same elephant, he found one that looked a little more spirited, stepped on the pedals, and with a nimble somersault he mounted it. The power of the goddess was not just for show. The elephant felt a fear that struck its heart, and its limbs went soft. It almost knelt down before her. Fortunately, Diana comforted it with her divine power in time, so it did not attract the attention of the tourists. Let's go to Mount Bakken. In the excited cheer of the young girl, the 2 elephants walked forward slowly. Mount Bakken was a small hill in the main ruins of Angkor Grotto. It was the only commanding height in the vicinity. On the hill was the ruins of a temple of Angkor Grotto. It was the first national temple built in the era of Yasovarman after the area near Angkor city of Great Wu became the capital. It laid the foundation of the later architecture of Angkor Grotto. The scenery was unique and the view was broad, so it was the first choice of many tourists. The 5 of them rode slowly up the hill, and the whole complex of buildings was in sight. Cassie's boyfriend, Desai, seemed to care about Diana and asked her if she was tired, whether she needed rest, and so on. In the end, he pretended not to care and asked a few questions casually. In Diana's view, these questions were at least questions that could be asked by a professor who specialized in ancient Hindu history. She was a little curious, but she did not ask more and gave the answers very quickly. Desai thanked her profusely and left, leaving his girlfriend to talk to Diana. What is your boyfriend studying? You guys are not doing anything illegal, are you? In fact, Diana had always disliked Americans. They took themselves too seriously, and at the same time, they did not take other countries seriously. The biggest characteristic was that there were countless people who broke the law abroad. You're always talking about the democratic spirit of the United States Constitution. Is there need to talk about this in someone else's territory? In her opinion, these young people were here to rob Wu Cow, split the money, and enjoy themselves. This was the habit of many young people in the United States. They were not ashamed of it. Instead, they were proud of it. They thought that it was cool and handsome. Even when they were middle-aged and old, they could still brag to their children about how they were in the past. Bad values were passed down from generation to generation. Diana felt that Casey's nature was kind, and she needed to guide her on the path of kindness instead of slowly degenerating into a criminal. At this moment, Casey also felt that her boyfriend's so-called treasure hunting plan was a little beyond her expectations. She thought that it was just for fun so that she could brag about it with her friends in the future. But now, no matter how she looked at it, it was strange. However, her love for her boyfriend made her suppress the doubts in her heart. She told Diana that everything was normal. The Valkyrie was not an inflexible person. In addition, she had been hanging out with Thea for too long, and her acting skills were somewhat similar to Stanislavski's. Naturally, she skipped the topic and changed the topic. The next day, at dawn, seeing that they were packing their bags, Diana said goodbye to them. They told each other to take care and exchanged contact information with the young girl Cassie. Diana carried her bag and walked towards another road alone. When the young people saw that Diana had disappeared at the end of their sight, they packed their bags and hurriedly walked in the other direction. Little did they know that Diana took a detour and walked back. Her magic skills were not as good as Milady's, but she still knew how to use a basic invisibility spell. She watched from afar as they constantly adjusted their direction and finally stopped in front of a very old temple. This was the outermost area of the entire Angkor Wat. Even the children begging for food would not come here, let alone tourists. The young girl, Casey, was anxiously talking to her boyfriend, but Desser decisively pushed her away. He then cut his palm and smeared his blood on a very ordinary stone pillar. There was no earth-shattering noise, nor was there any gorgeous curtain. The four of them simply disappeared into the air. Damn it, it's a teleportation spell. Diana cursed in her heart. She should not have watched. She should have stopped them in time. No longer hiding her tracks, she flew over. Before the teleportation energy disappeared, she took the opportunity to sneak in. After breaking through the water ripple-like spatial barrier, the first thing that came into view was a dim yellow sky and a blood-red ground. The temperature in the air was very high, and in the dense mist, there were faintly discernible strange figures moving not far away. It's like a small plane of hell. Following Thea, Diana was now much more knowledgeable than in the original timeline. She just glanced around and determined her location. She was not worried about herself. Even if she could not find the exit, she could rely on the mother box to return to Earth. She was worried about the few young people. She looked around with her clear eyes. The few young people were nowhere to be seen. She could only search in one direction. Behind a small slope tens of kilometers away, Desir and Casey, the young couple, were lying on the ground. Casey's body was much stronger than ordinary people. She woke up the fastest. She shook her head and slowly got up. When she saw her boyfriend lying unconscious not far away, she hurriedly ran over. Desser was shaken by her a few times and slowly woke up. Looking at the different atmosphere around him, his eyes became more and more spirited. It's here. Yes, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the book. Desser nodded enthusiastically and kept talking to himself. Casey was frightened by her boyfriend's strange behavior. The air here made her very uncomfortable. It was a warning to her soul, telling her to leave this place quickly. She cried and begged her boyfriend to find the exit. What do you know? This is the sealed land of the gods. If we can get what's inside, we can also become the best. Desser saw that his girlfriend was just crying, and he really loved Casey. He thought about his words and took out a palm-sized notebook. This is a record passed down from generation to generation in my family. My ancestor came to this land during the Age of Exploration. He learned about the legend of the sealed land from many locals. It was said that there was an unparalleled power that could destroy the world. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person, and the door to the mysterious world was never open to him. I thought that I would be mediocre for the rest of my life, working in a garage. I didn't expect fate to favor me. Look at this. As he spoke, he took out a tattered piece of parchment. The young girl, Casey, took in a daze. She looked left and right, but could not understand the crooked words on it. Chapter 770. This was exactly the effect Desir wanted. Did you know this is magical text, magical text? This piece of paper fell into the market along with a pile of books belonging to the Rockefeller family. I don't know why these large families would abandon so many of their treasures to the market. I only know that it recorded some of the essays of the great alchemist Magnus. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was worthless, but it helped me decipher the secret treasures left behind by my ancestors. Desir held up the notes and parchment. The records of our ancestors, the interpretation of the magical text, and the knowledge of that Diana. All of these together allowed us to reach this place today. This is the arrangement of fate. You shouldn't resist it. As if the words that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time were finally spoken, his eyes emitted a strong obsession, or perhaps it could be called fanaticism. Casey didn't know why her boyfriend had become like this. After all, last month they were still discussing about getting married once they reached legal age, researching about the mortgage and whatever alien trade was too far away from them. Casey didn't understand the relationship between her boyfriend and the Rockefeller family. She only wanted to know how her originally peaceful and happy life had become like this. Follow me. Desir looked at the dusky sky. He was actually a bit scared, but he forcefully suppressed his fear and checked the surroundings with the notes, indicating for Casey to follow him. Aren't we going to look for the Lawrence siblings? While we look for them, Desir asked in a cold tone, as if Casey had said something stupid. Casey's face was full of helplessness. She could only follow her boyfriend as they walked through the scarlet ground. Desir kept checking the notes. He walked faster and faster. If it wasn't for the unknown power in Casey's body, she would have been shaken off long ago. It's here. It must be here. In front of a deep pit, there were 5 stone pillars surrounding each other. Desir looked at the patterns on the pillars, as if he had found some kind of treasure. He used all his strength to kick down a stone pillar, but he was afraid that it wasn't safe enough, so he used all his strength to knock down all 4 pillars. He hurriedly ran down and tripped over a stone on the road, but he didn't care as he rolled and crawled into the pit. Desir! Casey stood at the edge and shouted. The warning in her heart was on the verge of exploding. She really didn't want to go any further. Desir turned a deaf ear to his girlfriend's call. He rolled all the way to the center of the deep pit. His hands were like a windmill as he crazily dug into the ground. From time to time, he would mutter, my baby, I'm coming." His movements were very fast. In the middle of the deep pit, he dug out a blood-red gem. The stone was as big as a watermelon. It had a bumpy surface, but every edge of the stone was sparkling and translucent. Inside the stone, there seemed to be a dense and splendid cloud of fire moving around. Desir held the stone with a sacred look. His eyes were filled with expectation, as if he was looking at an extremely precious treasure. Neither of them saw that when Diesel picked up the gem, a black mist emerged from the deepest part of the ground and slowly wrapped around Diesel's body. Desai hugged the jewel and looked forward to his future. Tycoon, president, king, emperor. Who would have thought that a sharp spike would emerge from the gem and pierce his palm with a pu sound, shattering his beautiful dream? He hurriedly let go of his hand in pain. The gem retracted its spike and didn't fall to the ground as he expected. Instead, it strangely floated in the air. The red cloud inside the gem circulated even more intensely, as if a red ink was wantonly dancing in the air. After absorbing a bit of his blood, the ruby became even more resplendent. Fragments of light scattered in the halo, illuminating the area within a few thousand meters. Don't! Desir saw that the ruby ignored him and flew towards Casey. He suddenly thought of something. He was jealous and regretful. His heart hurt as if it was dripping blood. The ruby disintegrated in the air and turned into a set of deep red armor. The surface of the armor was covered with sharp spikes. It was filled with a murderous aura. From afar, it seemed to contain an evil charm. Under Desir's hateful gaze, the armor disintegrated into a dozen pieces in the air and pounced towards the young girl, Casey. Casey dodge! Casey dodge! Desir and Diana, who arrived late, roared at the same time. Although their motives were different, their words were unexpectedly the same. The young girl, Casey reacted half a beat slower. When she wanted to dodge, the ruby had already turned into a meteor and collided with her. The young girl, Casey, only had time to let out half a cry of surprise before the second half was drowned out by the intense pain. The last thing she saw was her boyfriend's cruel gaze. Her vision turned black and she fainted. "No!" Diana shouted. She had already seen that although the armor had spikes on the outside, there were also spikes of the same length on the inside. If you want to hurt others, you have to hurt yourself first. This was very similar to the thorny belt of the ancient ascetics. They used a barbed belt to tie the armor to the body, constantly reminding themselves to absorb strength from pain. Unfortunately, she was too far away and was one step too late when she flew over. Shoulder pads, arm guards, leg guards, cloak, and helmet were all equipped in less than a third of a second. The deep red armor was firmly rooted in Casey's body. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor. The originally dim armor was nourished by the blood, and its color became even brighter, as if it was plated with a layer of dim light. "Casey, hold on, I'll get you out." Diana couldn't be bothered to teach Desser a lesson. She reached out to take off the armor, but her arm was stopped halfway by the deep red vambrace. The helmet emitted 2 rays of light. Diana's aura sword. Casey was now completely unconscious and had become the armor controlling the human body. This armor was nothing in her eyes. She raised her strength to 30% and wanted to forcefully pull Casey out. Placing her wrist on the armor's shoulder pads, Diana was ready to tear them apart. The crimson armor's reaction wasn't slow. It lowered its shoulder and retreated, at the same time punching out with its right fist. Diana didn't back down. Her jade-white palm was as fast as lightning. She placed it on the shoulder pads and was about to use her strength to tear this piece off. Unexpectedly, a flashing crimson lasso flew out from the armor's left hand and coiled around a distant boulder like a snake, nimbly dodging Diana's sure-kill attack. "The treasure is mine. It has to be mine. You can't take it away. I found it after much effort." Desser's body was hunched, and he staggered out of the deep pit. His body was covered in black gas. His gaze was blurred as he looked at the crimson armor in the distance, ignoring the strange aura on it. It was as if he was looking at his true love. Diana, who was about to give chase, stopped in her tracks. There was something wrong with this young man. Something was very wrong. Such dense, evil magic power wasn't something a normal person could control. Chapter 771. Realizing that things were getting out of hand, Diana had no choice but to put on her armor and take out her swords. One of them was unconscious, and the other seemed to be possessed by a demon. She no longer needed to hide her identity. Desir growled like a wild beast. Along with the pain on his face was an irresistible power. An ordinary person had crossed the demigod level and reached the true god level in front of Diana's eyes, or it could be said that he had the power of a true god. Diana looked at the shadow behind him. It had horns, white hair, 2 pairs of evil eyes, and dark red skin that seemed to be able to overturn the universe. Even though she had never seen it before, both Thea and Raven had told her about it. It was the 3-Palace demon. "It's just a projection." Diana was relieved after identifying it. Thea had told Diana many things about powerful beings in order to strengthen her belief. According to Thea's estimation, the 3-Palace demon was stronger than Darkseid. It was hard to tell how much stronger they were, but they were definitely stronger than Zeus. Thea had been weak back then, and she had not seen much of the world. Now, she could be considered a master. Looking back at the sealed 3-Palace demon, she instantly understood that it was not the real thing. It was at most a clone. Connecting the memories, it was impossible to guess that the sealed 3-Palace demon was the clone summoned by the cultists on Earth. If Raven Lowly was the daughter of the 3-Palace demon, it would be more accurate to say that she was the daughter of the clone. If the real 3-Palace demon entered a plane like Earth, it would definitely cause the universe to explode. In other words, the house was too small and its body was too big. Back then, Sia and Raven had sealed a doppelganger, and its strength should be on par with Darkseid's doppelganger. The one before Diana now was at best a projection of the doppelganger's doppelganger. The The war goddess was not afraid. She had no problem fighting a mere projection. Of course, the best solution now was to summon Thea to help. But she did not want to do that. The problem in front of her was caused by her, so she had to solve it herself. The only problem was whether the Crimson Armor would find an excuse to escape if he was held back by the 3-palace magic projection. Fortunately, luck was on her side. The ancient armor that had suppressed the projection of the 3 demonic palaces for thousands of years. Even if its spirituality had been tainted by the demonic aura, it still remembered the mission that it was created for. The red lasso swung and attacked the great demon. Desai was completely demonized, and the 3 palaces behind him slowly faded away. This didn't mean that he had worn them away, but that the transformation of Desai's body was almost complete. His originally handsome face was distorted beyond recognition. There were horns protruding from his forehead, and there was another pair of eyes above his eyes that seemed to be struggling to open. The human hand was the first to complete the transformation. A blood-red light flashed, and a giant hand wrapped in black gas moved like lightning. It grabbed the lasso and pulled in the opposite direction, wanting to pull the Crimson Armor over. Diana naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She pulled out her 2 swords and slid towards the demon's legs. Divine power covered the 2 swords. Just by looking at their sharpness, one could feel that they were unstoppable. The 2 swords danced and cut through the air. The projection of the 3 demonic palaces didn't dare to be negligent. His shoulders and legs didn't move, and his body moved 3 meters to the left to dodge the attack. As if seeing Diana's power, he let go of the Crimson Armor's lasso. He waved his hands repeatedly, stirring up a monstrous amount of magic. With a push of his hands, a blood-red light spurted out, and a torrential amount of magic surged forward. Facing a torrential amount of magic, Diana didn't dare to underestimate it. However, retreating and dodging wasn't her style. Even if she was facing an undefeatable enemy, she still had to face the challenge head-on. Not to mention that this guy in front of her wasn't that strong. Putting away her 2 swords, the Valkyrie raised the power of the silver bracelet to the extreme. With a loud roar, she used all the divine power in her body to smash the sea of magic. A 10-meter-wide passage was opened in the turbulent sea under the impact of the golden divine power. The Valkyrie didn't stop there. She turned into a strong light and punched the 3 demonic palaces through the sea. The demon, who was at a disadvantage, was still burning with magic flames. At this time, his body had already been transformed. His 4 eyes were looking at Diana, flashing with an evil light. The air within a few hundred meters was so heavy that it was almost stagnant. Diana often sparred with Thea, so it wasn't like she hadn't seen eye attacks before. She stepped on the ground with 1 foot and used the force to fly up. She pulled out her sword and slashed down. The 3 demonic palaces weren't surprised that his eye attack was dodged. His body suddenly grew a lot taller. Crimson magic flames enveloped his whole body. His steel-like hand grabbed the sword and exerted force in his palm, wanting to throw her away. The Valkyrie did a backflip and pulled out her sword. At the same time, she took out her lightning spear and thrust it at his arm. Boom! A crisp sound rang out. Lightning had a great restraining effect on demons. When the 2 sides suddenly made contact, it was like a thunderclap. The 3 demonic palaces finally took a step back in the battle. Diana was unforgiving. She waved her spear and aimed it at the demon's head. The Valkyrie was confident that this move could take down the demon. She was very careful with her moves. She mostly used the side of her spear to hit the demon. It would be best if she could shake the demon away from Desser's body. After that, no matter what she did, she would be able to move freely. Unfortunately, a crimson lasso wrapped around the tip of her spear. She had used up all her strength, so she hurriedly increased her strength. The 3 demonic palaces relied on the lasso's delay to dodge the fatal blow in a split second. Damn it, Diana was a little angry. This broken armor couldn't distinguish between good and bad, causing her to miss a good opportunity. The demon silently laughed, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. He waved his hand and pulled down 2 meteors from the sky, smashing them towards Diana. At the same time, he spat out a red light from his mouth. The red light scattered in the air and turned into a red cloud. As the haze filled the air, he crazily released all kinds of magic related to fire, darkness, and earth. Diana wrapped herself with divine power. With the spear in her left hand and the shield in her right, she nimbly weaved through all kinds of magic. She was a little anxious. Desir, with his human body as his foundation, wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But no matter how anxious she couldn't rush into the range of the 3 demonic palaces. Every time she was about to approach, she would be interrupted by the crimson armor. She was obviously very strong, but she couldn't display it. This made her suffer. Fortunately, the 3 demonic palaces couldn't completely control the armor. The more he tried to control it, the faster the armor's self-awareness would recover. At first, Diana was fighting 1 against 2, but slowly, it became 2 against 1 between Diana and the crimson armor. But when the armor's magic power was overused, the 3 demonic palaces' control would gain the upper hand. It would turn around and attack Diana again. This cycle was endless. Chapter 772. Among the 3, Diana was the strongest, but she didn't dare to kill 2 ordinary people. She was clumsy, and the fight was a little ugly. The 3 palace demon was the most experienced and also the most cunning. He repeatedly foiled Diana's attacks, and even countered the Valkyrie's attack with a punch. And the crimson armor was swaying left and right in the middle, helping this and that one moment. Diana used the remaining force of the 3 palace demons' punch to fly out of the battle circle, and with a wave of her hand, she sent a ball of her golden divine power into the armor. She wanted to awaken the young girl Cassie in the armor. In fact, Cassie had already been awakened by the intense pain. Every jump and attack of the armor was like stirring her body. Fortunately, she had a different physique than ordinary people, and the armor's barbs were for training, not for killing. The armor would return a portion of her power after every action. Otherwise, if she wasn't an ancient monk, she would have died long ago without a body as tough as diamond. In a daze, she looked at the battle outside like an outsider. Seeing her new friend Diana wearing the armor and wielding a spear and 2 swords, Cassie knew that her new friend was the superhero Wonder Woman. However, Cassie didn't have the intention to ask for an autograph. She only felt that this was a nightmare, and she hoped that she would wake up soon. Diana's divine power helped her. Warmth, sunshine, and many other precious qualities. Perseverance allowed her to gradually return from the perspective of an outsider to her own body. Cassie, can you hear me? Cassie, it's Diana. I need your power. Pull yourself together. Persevere. Control this armor. You are the master. Make it act according to your orders. You can do it. Diana's voice was hazy at first, as if it came from the horizon. Then, it slowly became clear, and Cassie finally understood the situation. I can't do it. It doesn't listen to my orders. The young girl wanted to control the armor, even if she could only control a finger, but her body was as stiff as a rock. Her nerves, bones, and muscles were like someone else's. Her orders couldn't be transmitted to her body at all. The young girl couldn't speak. She could only shout in her heart. She wanted to tell Diana loudly that she was just an ordinary girl, not a superhero. She didn't have such strong beliefs. However, Diana acted as if she didn't hear her. Her warm words kept encouraging her and encouraging her. She was like an elder sister, but more often than not, she was like a mother looking after her child. You can do it. Hang in there. You'll succeed soon. I have confidence in you. Under Diana's constant encouragement, the young lady Cassie mustered the courage to control her body several times, but she also failed several times. There were no sarcastic remarks, no strange gazes, only the usual support and encouragement. Cassie's heart was heavy. She did not want to betray this trust. Try hard and fail. Try again and still fail. Persevere. Continue to persevere. The girl, who had always gone with the flow, never thought that she would one day have such a strong belief. A cry that came from the depths of his soul finally came out from his mouth. The armor seemed to have realized the strong change in its host. It handed over control and fell silent. "Cassie, you're amazing." The girl heard a familiar voice. It wasn't a telepathic conversation, but a voice that was transmitted through the air, through her eardrums, and into her brain. Me? Looking at the crimson armor on her arm, she was a little stunned. "Come and help save Desir. I believe you can do it." Diana interrupted her daze. Desir? It felt like something that happened a century ago. It took her a while to remember that he was her boyfriend. At that moment, countless information entered her mind. Cassie's eyes flashed. She already understood. These were the armor's instructions, or perhaps it should be called the armor of silence. The flashing red lasso drew an arc in the air and wrapped around the Tri-Palace demon. The great demon revealed a ferocious smile. His gaze pierced through the armor, through the flesh, and looked directly at Cassie's soul. What a terrifying gaze. It was filled with monstrous hatred and all negative emotions. Cassie's mental defense that she worked so hard to build was quickly collapsing. Fortunately, the young rookie quasi-hero was not facing the great demon alone. Diana had already seen this scene. She admired this little girl. She took action a little later because she wanted to use this opportunity to train her character. She wanted to guard against arrogance and impatience. The armor was not omnipotent. The key was still in one's heart. A strong heart was the key to victory. "Demon, look at me and say your name." Diana threw out her lasso of truth just as Cassie's lasso was about to be broken. She had trapped Desir's body. According to the rules, the Tri-Palace demon could only say the original owner's name. The result was not surprising. The original Tri-Palace demon could resist the lasso of truth. There was no doubt about this. This clone projection was far from it. Desir. The moment the name was said, the Tri-Palace demon projection was kicked out of Desir's body by the power of the rules. Diana did not have time to look at the unconscious youth. She took out the thunder spear and threw it at the projection that had just left the body and had yet to fully condense into a form. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Tri-Palace demon projection was blown into pieces and disappeared from the world. Diana only heaved a sigh of relief when she could no longer see the shadow. Desir. The young girl Cassie could only call out her boyfriend's name from a distance. She was afraid that the spikes on her body would hurt her boyfriend. His body is just too weak. He will be fine after some rest. Diana checked and said with certainty, "The air here is very bad. I placed the Lawrence siblings not far away. Let's leave this place first." Diana carried Desir and found the other two people who had been unconscious until now. She opened the sonic tunnel and returned to the place where they had left. They avoided the sight of the tourists and found their own car. Diana used a gem sealed with a powerful healing spell on the three of them. Desir was the first to wake up. He looked straight at Cassie, who was wrapped in armor. Even if he did not see her face, he knew that she was his girlfriend. However, he did not say a word. He looked at her coldly and drove away alone. Looking at her boyfriend, who drove away alone until he disappeared from her sight, the young girl Cassie's emotions finally emerged from the bottom of her heart. She was very sad. She understood the look in her boyfriend's eyes when he left. It was full of resentment. He hated why the armor did not choose him. He hated how she could get something for nothing. He hated her to this extent. The original emotional connection had long disappeared. Cassie did not think that she could go back to live a normal life with her armor. Since her boyfriend wanted to leave, she would let him go. Chapter 773. They're about to wake up. Do you want to talk to them? Diana pointed at her other companion and asked. No, they're all Desir's friends. It's better if they don't see me like this. The girl's voice came from within the armor, a little distorted. Then come with me first. Let's see if I can solve your current problem. She could barely use invisibility, but Diana's teleportation was sloppy and ordinary. Instead of teleporting, she preferred to fly by herself. She didn't dare to teleport with others. The two of them ran towards the dense forest on the other side, looking at the trees rapidly receding in front of her eyes, and the air being compressed by her high speed, creating wind resistance. Cassie, who was running to her heart's content, felt a burst of joy, but when she thought of her future fate, she felt an inexplicable sadness. Now I'm also considered a superpower user, right? Everyone wants superpowers. Even a girl who likes to fantasize is no exception. But the price to pay for superpowers is a little too high, Casey thought self-deprecatingly. Can I fly? Looking at Diana, flying close to the ground, the girl Casey tried her best to forget her worries and diverted her attention to ask. Diana didn't know the answer to this question, but she explained some of the key points of flying, like Thea, who used magic to fly, and Superman, who used physical strength to fly. The girl's perception wasn't low as she ran while thinking about the few situations that Diana explained. At first, she could only jump, but as she slowly understood the flow of air, her body seemed to become lighter and lighter, and in the end, she actually staggered and floated. Aha, I can fly. The girl was overjoyed, and the haze in her heart finally dissipated by half. Diana was also very surprised. This girl's talent was unexpectedly high, and it wasn't unreasonable for the armor to choose her. After a few more experiments, the girl wearing the armor had strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and flying ability that far exceeded a normal person, and had no shortcomings in any aspect. If trained well, she would be a great hero in the future. Diana once again strengthened her confidence. After running at high speed, the two of them found a secluded forest. Diana sat cross-legged on the ground and gestured for Casey to sit as well. Do you know who I am? She asked first. After learning how to fly and running for a while, Casey, who was depressed because of her boyfriend's departure, recovered a lot. She nodded and said, Superhero Wonder Woman Diana Prince. I've seen reports about you on the internet. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. I heard that you're the lover of the first daughter. Diana had the urge to cover her face. You're already like this, yet you're still so gossipy? However, this girl was very fond of her, so she couldn't bear to scold her. You're right, but don't change the topic. Let's return to your question. I won't covet your armor, but can you take it back now? The girl's tone was a little dejected. There's only combat information in the armor. It doesn't say how to retrieve it. Diana proposed that she would like to check herself, and the girl said that she could do as she pleased. After checking for a long time, Diana taught her a few secrets to restore her state of mind and try to help her take off the armor. Unfortunately, the armor was completely connected to her body, as if it was a part of her body. It couldn't be taken away just because she was calm. Diana tried to take it apart by force, but it was useless except for making the girl roll on the ground in pain. I don't have a way. If you don't mind, my lover might have a way. If it doesn't work, she can also seal your armor. Diana said, after some consideration. The half-grown Casey agreed readily, but her tone was a little uncertain as she asked, Is it Miss Thea Quinn? Do you need to go back to America? I'm afraid I'm. Diana waved her hand. I won't go back. Get out of the way. Watch my great summoning. The call ended. The Azure teleportation spell flashed, and Thea stepped out. It wasn't clear on the phone, so the two goddesses told each other everything from beginning to end. You only noticed that she's extraordinary. Nothing else? Thea asked playfully. The Valkyrie was confused by her lover's question. She shook her head to show that she didn't know. If I'm not wrong, she's your relative. Judging by her bloodline, she's Zeus' granddaughter. Thea had absorbed a lot of Zeus' divine power. She was sure of this. This was also the main reason why the armor chose the girl over Desir. Their physical attributes were on a completely different level. Diana was a little surprised, but not too surprised. Zeus' 1-meter-tall household register didn't change at all. He had too many children. Don't tell her this, Diana reminded her softly. She emphasized her wish to take her as a disciple. Thea didn't mind. The two girls quickly talked about the three-palace demon. The projection of the three-palace demon is so powerful. Miss Casey, does your armor have a name? Thea gave a thumbs up to the earthlings who were good at courting death. Did they have nothing better to do, so they summoned a demon for fun? They didn't want the low-level ones, so they summoned the fiercest one? After listening to the story, she didn't comment and turned to ask the girl Casey. Casey was a little nervous when this super beauty suddenly asked her. Thea knew that Diana wasn't fighting, so she didn't change out of her armor. Instead, she wore casual clothes. Thea didn't bring any jewelry. She wore an off-shoulder beige dress with a pair of 5-centimeter high heels. It wasn't overly sexy, but it was graceful and gorgeous. She didn't feel out of place walking in this barren forest in such a beautiful outfit. Miss Casey, who didn't have high standards for clothing, didn't know that it was the influence of wealth and divine power. She only felt that the first daughter exuded a noble aura. It says it's called the silent armor. Casey scratched her head after saying that. Then, she felt stupid, like an ugly duckling. She hurriedly put her hands down. Silent armor? So she's Diana's disciple in the original timeline. The magical girl? Thea nodded to herself. The Valkyrie also talked about the purpose of summoning her. She wanted to see if the armor could be removed or retracted in her body. If it didn't work, she would seal it. In short, it shouldn't affect Casey's daily life. Thea used her magic to scan the armor from front to back and left to right. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. This armor was specially made by the ancient heroes to deal with the three-palace demon. It had a strong sense of sacrifice. In the eyes of the ancient people, once they put on this armor, they wouldn't rest until they died. They had no intention of taking it off. However, this wasn't a problem for her. The characteristic of ancient magic was its grandeur. Its external appearance was that it was tall and full of power. It was far inferior to modern magic in terms of refinement. Even if it wasn't the original method, Thea still found a loophole in the armor. She spent half an hour drawing a modern magic circle for the armor. Casey followed her instructions and successfully retracted the armor, or at least a part of it.